whatever else we looted from those corpses.
Shit.
Yeah, the corpses also had money on them, and we split that.
Yeah, you guys split that. You should have the money from the corpses. I think everybody already did that, right?
No, I still only have 1 silver.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was your job.
No, I did my job. Hang on, let me drag you back over there. Battle maps, archive. Beep-beep. Also, hello everyone. Welcome to Wildfolk. It's Halloween. We're playing a Halloween session. Activate auxiliary point. We're gonna take care of some house cleaning real quick. I'm gonna give these guys some money.
Can I say something?
Sure, go for it.
I just want to wish Eli a happy anniversary, and I love him so much. And I'm sad he couldn't be here, but he fills my life with so much laughter.
Absolutely.
It makes me happy.
And
love and shit. It's like gay and stuff, you know.
That's pretty gay. It's very cute.
Yeah, I know he'll listen to the. I know he'll listen to the session. So
hey, spoilers!
Surprise!
If you've made it 5 episodes into this session and haven't figured out that most of us are gay, surprise! Most of us are gay.
I would never.
Yeah, wild. Eli will be joining us next week. Is when he's finally back. His work schedule is very wild right now, but he'll be here next week, which is also when we will finally be getting back to Jane, Kaz, and Fetch, who have been stuck in hell. They've been stuck in hell for the better part of a month now, and I'm very eager to get them caught back up into things.
Would you say that his schedule is wild, folks?
We already did that joke. We can't do that joke anymore.
I wasn't here for it. Doesn't count.
Damn. Guys, okay, listen, you gotta listen to me. There's no money on these corpses, which means somebody took the money from these corpses.
I know someone did, is what I mean, but who did and how they were split.
Yeah, this is no longer a me problem. This is a you guys problem. Who took
I don't know how this game works.
Hold on. Did Branch
take the money?
I love that we all assume it was Branch.
Yep.
Okay,
Oh, I think it's you, yeah. You do have a decent little bit of extra money. I don't remember how much it was, and I'll have to go back and watch to find out. But for the time being, assume that you guys each have, at least 5 more silver, and then I'm, almost caught up to this in episode 3, and I'll figure out how much you guys should actually have.
you could beat me up and take it later.
I have 5 silver total. Does that mean I get 1 gold now?
Well, this is just for the people in the desert.
Oh,
the
okay.
desert. Yeah, you guys are broke as fuck. You guys are eating fish under a bridge. Except for Tex, who's fucking loaded right now. Watching back through all of these episodes to take my notes and stuff, I've realized Tex has stolen or bribed or bartered for a stupid amount of money, most of which came from Miss Bandelkunk. Tex is loaded off of her. Anyway, going forward, I did figure out how to automatically split golds. We'll do it like that from now on, which should help with this sort of thing.
Yay!
Thank you.
That being said, these items I wanted to sell are still here.
Okay, do you have those in your inventory?
Yeah.
I
also do.
Alright, if you guys think things that you want to sell, you can safely assume that you have found time to sell them at Unyo, for the normal going rate, which is half of their value.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna do it as a group. I don't really need the money for myself.
Legit. If you want, there is a party loot. If you go over to Actors, Party Loot, there is a big old party loot thing that you should be able to drop things into, including gold if you want. So feel free to sell it and then move that gold into party loot, and then we can split it at predetermined times. Or arbitrary times as we see fit.
Oh, can I do the transfer button and trade it to
Maybe. Let's find out. Let's find out together. I know you can transfer it to other players. I think party loot is not owned by a player, so that won't work.
Okay, can I just drag it and drop it from my inventory?
Yeah, should be able to open your inventory and then open party loot and then drag and drop it over.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that dagger's out there. Perfect.
There it is.
Then I don't know it, man.
Yeah, so if you guys have anything you want to sell, just throw it over in party loot. In fact, why don't I make a separate bag that's called the sell bag? Duplicate the sell bag.
Can you think of a punny name for it?
Oh, this is gonna take a second. I don't know if I can do this off the top of my head.
It's okay. You don't have to do it right in this moment, but
Now I'm on the spot.
Where's the sell bag?
I'm setting it up. Sell bag. Configure ownership. All players are the owner. I'm sure this will not cause anything bad to happen.
There it is.
There you go. So now you should be able to, let's drag these over.
Oh, here's the thing. I already sold the stuff in my inventory, so what I can do is put them there as gold, and we can split that when it's over.
Yeah, for sure. I think you can just drag gold over if you want. New system, who dis? New VTT, who dis?
That didn't work.
Oh my god, it worked. I'm so proud of everyone.
Heck, I messed up.
What'd you do?
I tried to put my aura on me, and now it's on the map.
Wait, did you give the map a buff?
I
Oh, I see what's going on, yeah.
It also, like,
So this, I don't think there's a way for VTT to have this follow you around. What I will do between sessions is make it so that while you have the buff on you, it emits like a little 10-foot radius.
It's always on.
You. Excellent. Then I will work on getting that set up so that you always have like a little 10-foot radius thing around you.
It should. It works in Dub's game. But I think Dub did something to make that work.
It might also be, and this, I'm about to say something that pains me. This hurts me to admit. Hex grids are obviously superior in every way, but in
they're bad.
But in Foundry VTT, a lot of aura and measurement related stuff is not working with hex grids yet, because they are bad people, morally wrong, literally Hitler.
Wow.
Okay, now I know that you guys don't have an adamantine ingot, so whoever put that in there, you watch it. I'm watching you, motherfuckers. Alright, is there a cool, like, auto sell button? I don't think there is. Alright, so here we go. We're gonna sell these. Yeah,
it says sell all treasure. Oh, it's just for treasures.
Wait, do you see that? Is there really a sell?
If you look on the row with all the coins, plus, minus, and there's a stack of coins.
Oh my god, you're right.
You want to convert all treasure items into coins?
Holy shit. What
There might be treasure items and not
So I think it's only going to do things in the treasure category. Alright, cool. Sell this for another 5 copper. And then we should be able to split automatically. Let's go.
Is that going to go for everyone, or just everyone in our little
group? In the desert group.
Just me.
Just Branch.
Baby boy. Branch, Narafi. I need to turn on Foster, because he's not here. And then I need to turn off Sketch, the stream, and text, hey stream, do you guys want some silver? Too bad. Go fuck yourselves.
I'm Mel Peepa.
Nice. And it leaves the leftovers in there. Perfect. Cool.
Beautiful.
How much did you say the moonstone was worth? I'm putting it in my inventory and I can alter the value.
So you guys have not got it properly evaluated yet, and it doesn't have like a fixed value. However, because you asked, I realized there was stuff on the wiki already that you guys did a knowledge check for, and I didn't tell you. So let me jump back there real quick and tell you a quick little blurb about what this is worth. The last known resurrection in this world happened something in the ballpark of 15 years ago. And the requisite moonstone was about the size of a human heart, which is much bigger than the piece that you're holding. And it was purchased from an anonymous Uni merchant lord for about 2 million gold pieces, which is like $500 million.
Okay, well, I'll mark this one down as 1 million gold pieces, and we'll call it good.
Alright, moving this over, then we'll get started. Let's do it. Alright, we resume in the city of Delwero. We're going to move pretty quickly to try to get you guys reunited, but is there anything that any of you wanted to do before you leave Delwero? Anybody that was in the desert group? Yes, what would you like to do?
I gotta make that purchase I told you about.
The purchase you told me about. Please.
I was just gonna have them help me make some stuff.
Let's see, is this in your to-do thing? Where is this? Hang on.
I said you on Telegram. I can just message you again.
Yeah, please do, please do. Sorry. Oh, yes. Right, of course. Yeah, easy. Absolutely. That is super doable.
And enough material to make more once I meet other people.
Of course. I'm going to say that all of that... So for the ones that are already finished, that's 5. Does this include Hopper?
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to put that at... How good do you want them to be?
I mean, they don't need to be, like, ready for, like, the stage, but they should look nice.
Okay, yeah, professionally made, like, not necessarily high-end, but better than a kindergartner would make. You know,
yeah.
Made by a real artist. Okay, perfect. I'm going to put that at 1 gold piece.
Yes.
And then to have materials to make your own, I'm going to put that at 4 silver pieces.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Anybody else have anything that they are doing here in Delwero before we fast forward a bit?
I'm trading in these, or rather just giving in these Moresco Witcher's insignias.
Wonderful. Where do you take those?
The skeletons. And the dead bodies. It's more so trading it, not trading, like I'm giving them in to say like, hey, these people are dead.
I see, I understand. Okay, perfect.
It's like a report, you know?
Wonderful. You would check in with the local captain of the guard, which is admittedly a little light. These people don't get a ton of aggressors, so their guard captain is, not super busy all the time. But he will hold on to him. He'll actually take him over to the directory, so that if anyone shows up, they will see it pinned to the board, and they might get a triggered flashback saying, "Oh, I was part of that." That's a common thing. The directory, you would have noticed as you came through here, is loaded with just little symbols and insignias, flags, and things that might help jog a memory the first time that somebody sets foot into the city. They will take that. They'll take a report that there are a couple of skeletons that are still out there that may someday wander this way.
Well, 1 skeleton and 2 dead bodies.
Correct, yeah.
They probably may not wander here because they were scavenged.
True.
Which I imagine is normal in skeleton because like, oh, if you're a dead skeleton, another skeleton can just take your bones.
Yeah. It definitely
because they
happens.
needed to survive. It's
For
like,
sure.
oh no, that's fine.
Alright, wonderful. I assume this is also probably when you meet the person we talked about between sessions, and he gives you the item that we talked about between sessions.
Right.
Although he's not here, he's in Unma.
Yeah, no, he's in Unma.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, he did that before I left.
Yep, that tracks. That makes a lot more sense. Let's see. Branch, you said you were doing something?
Just staying up all night, being a public nuisance until I pass out on a bench.
Cool.
From a hangover.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like Branch. Perfect. For what it's worth, I guess give me a diplomacy check to see if you make any delinquent friends while you're here.
Awesome. Okay, there it is. Yeah. I fixed my dice, guys.
I am proud of you for fixing your dice. They look real
So
good.
proud.
All right.
Match your colors. Really good.
You spend the night carousing, and part of the reason that it probably goes kind of poorly is the night is fucking bustling in Delwero. A lot of the creatures here are nocturnal, not necessarily out of necessity. Skeletons can be out in the sunlight, they're not vampires. But there are many creatures here that do suffer from sunlight, and so they've sort of adjusted their society to include everyone as much as they can. And when night falls, you begin to see more vampires, you begin to see ghosts, you begin to see pale-skinned whites, you begin to see just a bigger variety of creatures, although skeletons are by far the predominant species within this city.
Last quick thing.
Sure.
I want to drunkenly steal someone's hat. Just any hat.
Wonderful. Alright. Give me a thievery check. Because you're drunk, I'm going to put a -2 circumstance bonus on it.
Hell yeah.
Really big mariachi.
Also, should I spend any money on alcohol?
Yeah, how do you buy the good stuff or you buy the cheap stuff?
The cheap stuff.
Wonderful. They have just some real bottom-of-the-barrel tequila that you can get for 4 copper. And that'll be enough to get you good and sloshed for the night.
Alright.
Good tequila's bad. Bad tequila.
Yeah, bad tequila's a nightmare.
All I need to do is roll 20 more, and then I'll get a 20. Okay.
Your attempt to steal somebody's hat goes very poorly. The skeleton that you tried to take it from notices you, he turns around at one point and is like, hey, you've been following me looking at my hat for an hour now. What are you doing?
I wanted to see it, but bro, this shit's cool. Wow, look at that guy's hat.
Yeah. You want some hats? They make the hats. They're over in the plaza.
I don't want to spend money on hats.
You don't look,
No, I'm fine. I am absolutely fine. And then he just throws up and passes out on the spot.
Alright, perfect. Yeah, they leave you to your things. A couple of them are like, oh, boy, meat bags. And one of them's like, should we help him? No, I think he's helping himself quite enough. And they kind of just go off on their way. And you wake up in the morning and realize that you do not have a hat. Foster is not here, but I know that he is doing a little bit of exploration and digging while he's here. We'll probably flash back to that on the 7th. He does pick up his mask. And he does a little bit of just kind of back and forth between the museum and the directory. He's kind of looking for people. And I imagine that he probably finds a few and talks to a few, but we'll hash that out when he is here, probably as a flashback next week. Unless anybody has any other business, we're going to get you on the road.
I'm just going to do some research. Whatever, what's changed since I was last.
Yeah, absolutely. You can spend a little time kind of going around, seeing what's new. The current buzz is...
That's always new.
Exact. The current buzz is the museum has just reopened. That's been very popular lately.
That was just recent?
It was a couple of weeks ago. So a lot of people are kind of making trips up there. It's very busy at night, especially.
Who opened it?
Oh boy. Yeah, it would just be listed, I think.
Who did this?
I don't know why they wouldn't just plaster the name on it. Notes.
Who carefully curated all of this and then made plaques and statues?
So the curator's name is a skeleton named Emma Victoria. She was apparently an elf in life. She worked closely with Prospero von Moresco Wittershins while he was here. He took off about a month ago and left behind a bunch of the notes that he had gathered so that they could work together to sort of start up this museum. It was an ongoing thing between the skeleton named Emma and the adventurer explorer named Prospero.
That's Hopper's crush.
Yes, sure. Crush, we'll go with that. Why not?
Okay, good to know.
Apart from that, there's obviously a new couple of campaigns. Actually, there are several new campaigns going on in the Game of Mask. It's been a while since you visited. There have been expansions in the steppes. They've extended the walls of the city a little bit farther north. That is kind of the bulk of the immediately obvious changes, the things that you would notice on your first night. Yeah,
I'm going to... Do they... I imagine they have, books that detail full campaigns. I'm just going to buy a few. That's these are the completed ones that they've been recorded.
Absolutely. It's called the Memoriam. It's like a big sort of archive or library that is dedicated not only to the story of these campaigns as they progress over their big arcs, but also people kind of throw their journals in there. You would know the tradition. When a campaign ends or when your character dies in a campaign, you typically break the mask, gather the pieces, put them back together on sort of like a presentation board, almost like you're pinning bugs together for a display. And then if you took notes or had a journal, you submit that as well. And it gets put into the archive. And there are untold thousands of these masks and journals that are all being cataloged within the Memoriam.
What happens if you don't?
If you don't die, if you survive?
No, if you just don't break your mask or give your journal up.
Oh, I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's probably worth mentioning, and you guys get this vibe after a night of staying here. The Game of Masks is a very important tradition here. It's a big, touchstone of their culture. It's not the law. Nobody's gonna come at you if you, fuck up in the Game of Mask. It's not like these people are... It's not even quite to the point of, a religion. It's just a cultural touchstone. It's a very popular activity. Yes, hero points. It is Pathfinder 2. All of you start with 1 hero point, and you will get more over the course of the session.
Yeah.
With that, you gather your things and begin to set off. Where are you guys headed? I know my default here is that Branch wants to get back to Famador, but what do the rest of you guys do? Are you joining? Are you following? What's your plan?
Well, I was hired by Hopper.
Wonderful. If he's got cash and will continue to pay as long as you would like to accompany them.
I just don't know where he's going.
Well, the person at the directory said that Prospero was headed towards Eden, and I would kind of like to find Prospero. Frankly, part of it is because I need to corroborate some of what I learned about the Sunscale foothills versus what he says in the museum. There are a few minor discrepancies that I would really like to communicate with him so that we can try to get our story straight.
Did not communicate this with the Victoria lady.
I certainly tried to, but frankly, she was not having any of it. I think that she may be a little erudite. I don't know if she quite glimpses the importance of each of these details.
So it's just details.
Little detail. Oh yeah, it's not all the main story beats are fine. Yeah. Ooh, I used erudite inversely.
I was like,
That means
that's
very
she's
smart.
smart.
Yep.
I was like, she's smart. Okay.
I threw that one out on a whim, knowing it was close to what I wanted, and it turns out it was the inverse of what I wanted. Anyway,
It happens sometimes. What were you trying to say?
spoilers, Hopper is smarter than I am.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Hopper's got bigger glasses than you.
That's true. It is a known fact of the universe that the bigger your glasses, the smarter you are.
Bet they're pretty thick too.
So anyway, Hopper is down to travel back to Eden. Famador is close enough. It is on the way. In fact, it's one of the safer cities, so maybe it's a good starting point. So if you're willing to accompany him, he is willing to pay you a meager living to accompany him.
How often is he paying us? He already was going to pay us for helping him go to that temple.
Yeah, he is actually, let's go ahead and get that out of the way. He gives each of you that were with Hopper, each of you that went to Auxiliary Point with him, 3 gold pieces. And if you accompany him all the way back to Famador, he is willing to put that up to 8 gold pieces more for each of you.
Sure. I'd like to buy, while I'm here, I guess, a healer's kit.
Oh, good call. Absolutely. Little more expensive than normal here in this town for understandable reasons. Let's see, what is the normal cost of a healer's kit?
Seeing that my companion is a skeleton, I wish to buy one that also cures skeletons.
Perfect. Excellent.
Got like a few extra remotes or something.
For sure.
It's got some bone cock.
And you tell me you know the system better than I do. Can you normally just use a baseline healer's kit to do a medicine check on a skeleton, or do you need the stitch flesh feet?
You need to stitch flesh feet.
Okay, wonderful.
You cannot just, like, oh, hey. You can change it. Of course, you can be like, oh, this one's specific for skeletons. But normally, people who do treat wounds cannot do it in undead without the stitch flesh feet.
Wonderful. Cool. Then you would know that the closest comparison to a healer's kit for undead people is just to carry around a big sack of bone meal, or to carry around oils of unlife. And they definitely have some oils of unlife. In fact, they probably have the largest stock of oils of unlife of any city in the entire world here.
Yeah. I'd like some bone, but I also want to take care of my living friends and myself.
Legit. For that regular set of healer's tools, I'll give to you for 5 gold, 1 silver here. Just slightly more expensive than normal.
Gotcha. I do not have that.
Gotcha.
Isn't it just 2 gold normally?
It's listed as 5 here.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I'll just get it later, where it's cheaper.
Perfect. Notably, that was only a 1 silver markup, so it'll still be 5 gold when you get to it.
Yeah. But when we get to Famador or whatever, he'll pay us extra.
Perfect. Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, Hopper says, if you're planning to use this on our journey, I will front you some of the money for it. That seems like a good thing to have. I know that I am certainly not a capable healer.
Right, it's fascinating that Foster can use nature? He can use leaves, which is interesting to me.
Yeah.
Never been trained with leaves. Been trained with poultices and salves.
That may also be an oversight, but I will take a look at that between sessions, too.
No, I think he has the thing where he can literally forage from nature and do it without a healer's kit.
I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me, because, he's a skeleton. He's probably invested in healing skeletons.
Sure he did.
Alright. He's willing to front you your money. If you want to, just go and mark down that you've been paid 8 gold. Spoilers, you guys are probably going to make it to Famador just fine, unless you do something real wild in these next couple of minutes. And then you can use that to buy a healer's kit. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Subtract 5.
Awesome.
I guess last thing, not to keep it too much, but if there's a place where I can buy like a baby boy sized cloak.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good idea.
This, on the inverse, is actually going to be a little cheaper if you are willing to make it very colorful. There's a very, very strong, prominent culture of costumes, of clothing. They import a lot of textiles and inks and dyes, and as a result, they have a very flourishing clothing economy here. And so, as long as you're willing to go sort of out there with the colors, you could get it for like half the price of normal, which, let me go see what that is.
I don't want you to waste your money, Branch.
I know.
Baby boy does not want to wear a cloak.
I'm going to buy it anyway.
He can wear it himself. Anyone could use a cloak. It's really hot in the desert.
Yeah, I'm going to. I will pay extra to be like. It's a bit too gay.
A little too lively. Which campaign are you in?
This is for the outside world. They don't have as many
Oh,
of their
yes.
ideas, right?
Of course. You're looking to stay cool or to stay hidden?
Mm-hmm. Both,
Both.
preferably.
Wonderful. Then we're going to get you a light tan. And he'll go back through there, and he eventually finds something for, we'll call it 6 copper pieces.
Okay.
It's not
Can I-
tremendous quality, but it is good.
It would be funnier if it was really bright and happy color looking, though.
Hey, you got any cool drip here, jewelry and shit?
Tremendously, yes, of course. I don't sell it here, but if you go across the street there over to Jezebel's, she has some of the most beautiful stonework and jewelry in the whole city.
Okay. Branch probably buys a cool necklace and some rings and stuff. I don't know if we want to play that out right now, but
Absolutely. At least to the extent of how much are you spending on this cool jewelry? You can go as cheap as a few copper pieces for just some little beads made of shiny but not precious materials, or you could get real turquoise and real jade and real silver and spend a fortune. It's kind of up to you what you spend here.
if there's one thing Branch will irresponsibly pay out for, it's unnecessary extremity.
Perfect.
So
you could probably get a real nice necklace for on the order of 3 or 4 gold.
Awesome. Okay. I'll spend 3 gold on that.
Perfect. What do you get? What do you look for? What kind of necklace suits Branch here?
Okay. He definitely wants to look have at least a little proof that he's been to Delwero. So something that looks like it's been something that it looks like it's obviously from here, but a bit more fucking it's rhinestone-y and shiny, maybe a little spiky.
Love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're able to get something that is very typical of this, which means it has a lot of bright colors, a lot of the primary colors, and it also most likely contains several beads that are shaped to look like masks.
Hell yeah. You all know how to fucking celebrate here.
Well, what is life but a celebration, huh?
You're all dead.
Are we? I'm talking to you. I eat in the morning, I sleep at night. What is life? What does it mean to be alive?
I don't know, but none of you seem to pass out when you drink too much.
That is true, my friend, and if life is the ability to drink oneself to death, then I'm afraid we are not alive.
Alright, diverti.
You are, though, so take care. I can still smell it on you. You must have been drinking all night.
Just got some vomit on his clothes, probably.
All right.
Okay.
You regroup, and we begin our journey.
Hold on.
Oh, what you got?
It's been raised.
Oh, it sure is. Yeah, sorry. What's up?
First thing I'm probably do is I'm gonna Hopper. Can I get my money in silver?
In silver? Yeah, I can exchange it for you.
I got to split it with Mare. Get this half.
Oh, do they use money?
What if he wants to buy a present?
I mean, fair point. I can't argue that. Yeah, but yeah, of course, I can exchange your money for you.
Yeah, it's negligible. And then I'm going to look around. I'm going to see if I can find a rare book or something.
A rare book?
Just a book that we don't have.
I'm into it. Give me... Okay, so this is 100% your academia lore. Give me that. Pretty good. You find several bookstores. Most of them are novelizations of the campaigns that have happened here. Some of them are historical. They have a few that have been imported that are just kind of fantasy or fiction. But the one that is the big seller on all the shelves right now are publications of Prospero's latest field almanac, which just has colorful descriptions of the world, the wildlands, the monsters throughout, the cities throughout, the customs, the cultures that he has encountered in his journeys. And there's sort of a known truth about his works, that they are informative and they are based on truth, but he flowers it up, he dolls it up, he adds his own embellishments and exaggerations, but always in a way that is kind of like a cheeky footnote. He makes it very clear when he's stretching the truth and when he is telling you useful information.
Is this a new edition?
It is. This is literally, he came here to compile everything and publish it. They have started using magic to transcribe copies of it. This is his latest book. It hasn't even hit the outside world yet. Presumably, that's why he's traveling to Eden, is to take all of these books and to begin selling and spreading them.
I have to buy it.
Not only is it his latest book, it is the first book written since, apparently, he's been dead. Everybody thought that he died. So this is probably going to be a big deal in a few years, although right now the only people that know about it are the folks at Delwero. Let's see, Field Almanac. Do we have a price for this? Let's find out.
Are there pictures in it?
Absolutely, there are pictures in it.
Yes.
Those publications of campaigns for was what I was looking for. How much are they?
Let's go. So for the publications of campaigns, those are going to run 5 silver each. For the Field Almanac, that is going to be 2 gold each. And notably, that, if you take time to study it, will actually give you bonuses when you're doing research on anything contained within the Almanac.
Neat.
How long is a book?
It's a big book. It's it's the size of an encyclopedia.
I guess I can start reading it. I'll like put it on my face for a little bit. I'll just start reading it normally.
Perfect. Yeah, baby boy has to learn how real books work.
I know how they work. I just don't want to do
Don't
it.
like them. They're too much work, so much effort.
I'd rather just put it on a podium.
All right. Any last minute business, or shall we take off?
Do they have that campaign I mentioned in the first session, Wayward Sales?
Wayward Sales.
Or is that one that wasn't?
They definitely do. You would actually know that Brigands of the Black Sea is a direct continuation of it, but the Wayward Sales did conclude. It concluded happily with the 2 nations splitting up, and they have several books on it. The most popular one is about 6 silver right now.
Right. I want a compilation. I just want to see.
Oh yeah, like a full anthology of it? You can probably get a full anthology of all the most popular retellings of you can probably get it for 9 silver.
Sure, let's do that.
Perfect. Lush, what's up?
How would I add this item to my inventory?
So for the time being, if you go to your inventory and just click the new button, the plus button, you should be able to make your own items arbitrarily and fill it in however you want. And then I'll take a look at some point if you give me a reminder over on Discord, and I'll set it up properly with the description and the price and everything.
Gotcha. Where would be the best place to put it then?
I would probably put it under treasure.
That makes sense. That means it sells for full price.
Yeah, that tracks. Alright. On the
I know
road
what it's
again.
called, so I'm naming it Books of Stuff.
Books of Stuff. Yeah, I'll give you a proper name for it soon. We enter a travel montage. You guys begin to wind your way back through the deserts of Unma to the west, through the shifting world of Serchun, up through the jungles of Eden, and eventually arrive in Famador several weeks later. The date, it's going to be slightly before they showed up. Imagine if I kept track of all this. It is going to be the 3rd of Lyra, which is kind of like early May. And Famador city maps.
I no longer have jurisdiction in this area, do I?
Oh, certainly not, no. It's not terribly uncommon for people to travel from Unma to here. But no, you don't have, like, political immunity or anything like that.
I very happily relax.
Yeah, you're kind of just a mercenary here, which is maybe new for you. It's at least been a little while since you've been able to let your guard down, so to speak, and just be a person for once. No doubt you guys have had minor encounters. You've faced a few monsters along the way. Presumably had to do a lot of running and hiding. This is a place where it is much safer to run than it is to fight. But eventually you come down this slope to the wooden walls and then finally to the stone barricade of Famador. We have to address this. A skeleton, baby boy, a weird dude from Unma, and Branch arrive at the city. Branch, the guards look to you. They're Edusite guards with a Cyril Overseer. State your business, please.
I actually wanted to do something a bit before we arrived to try and plan for this.
Absolutely, we can rewind a bit. As you guys are coming down the hill, what do you do?
Okay. I stop and face them all, and I just look at them and say, ¿Qué vas a hacer? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna find Jane.
All right. ¿Qué vas a hacer, Rafi?
Complete the mission.
What's the mission?
Hopper chimes in. I'm going to look for signs of Prospero. If I don't find him here, I'll probably see if I can find one of the old guilds and see if he went there instead.
And Rafi's your hired muscle, so They can't separate him from you. All right.
Sounds like it.
Okay. And then que vas a hacer, Foster?
Foster will probably chime in unless he doesn't. He's in limbo. He's in a quantum state right now.
Yeah.
But assuming that the quantum state collapses as predicted, he will be along for the ride, joining Hopper as he looks for Prospero.
Great. Okay.
Which just leaves Baby Boy. Oh no, wait, Baby Boy's doing Jane. Okay, yeah, we got everyone.
I'm not doing Jane. I'm finding Jane.
Baby Boy's doing some Jane behind the corner.
Oh no,
some Mary Jane. Okay.
Does anybody call
Done in the
marijuana
branches
just Jane, or is it always Mary Jane?
If you call it just Jane, you're
Zaza recently. I don't know why.
If you call it just Jane, you're not. Okay, cool. Let me note that down for all the times I don't want to look like a narc in front of my friends.
Anyway,
Loser, just call it Jane.
Just call it Jane.
So Branch pulls out the robe he bought for Baby Boy, and he presents it to BB and is like, "Remember what I told you about my arm, right?"
Yeah, you told me. You will not tell me.
Well,
True.
remember the little I did tell you. I told you that it happened here, right? You don't want that shit to happen to you, right?
Go on.
It's either chains or this. This is a lot easier to explain.
What will you?
I want you to fucking cover up. I want you to wear this and pretend like the mask is just that, a mask. Maybe it could be a furball or something. But the tentacles, they need to go.
The tentacles like look at you and they all just kind of look sad. They're like comforting each other.
Yeah. I can't imagine you can tie them up and make it look like something very slimy hair.
Or I don't take kindly. And then he like makes them like ties them in a knot.
I imagine they're still writhing and dripping.
Are they wet?
No.
They just look slippery looking. But they're dry.
Okay. Frankly, once we get into the city walls, I think I could give less of a shit about what happens to you. But to get in there, you ain't coming in looking like that. I'll say it right this once. They'll tear you limb from limb and they'll take that orb off your head and turn it into jewelry.
Can I no sneak in?
You can try. I can barely climb the walls. Actually, I've lived here for long enough. Do I know any good points that are good to sneak in?
Yes, give me an easy give me a medium society check or an easy thievery check.
All right.
It's a good thing that was easy. Yes, so you would know that the easiest place to sneak in and out of the city is over here, and it involves a little extra travel. Because you would have to wind east along this ridge until it loops back down here, and then you sneak around this guard tower. It is being watched, but it's under pretty heavy cover, and you would know that it is just not as heavily watched as the main front door. Because very few things wander down the beach this way, and if they do, they're pretty easy to spot coming if they're a problem.
What of the guards inside? Will they have no problem?
Let me tell you something about the Justicars of Famador. They ain't doing they ain't drinking or gambling. They're doing their hardest pretending like they're working, but honestly, they don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
That is absolutely correct, and with the 12 on Thievery, you would know that they either just aren't going to care once they realize that you're just a bunch of humans, or at the very worst, they'll ask for a few copper to look the other way.
Mm-hmm.
A bribe? I've no bribed anyone before.
Here, I'll teach you. Takes out a copper piece, and it's like, hey, freak, not letting you in like this.
Oh, my turn?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
And then he like reaches behind the massive tentacles and pulls out a copper. Oh, look over there. And he hands you the copper.
No, okay, I see. Go on it then. Fair, feel free.
Oh.
And then
And he'll just like leave you with the. You have copper. He's not gonna ask for it back.
yeah. All right. So, yeah, it's either the cloak or or a stroll along the beach for an hour. What do you prefer?
A beach? He like cocks his head. I've no been to the beach.
You've never been to the beach. Okay. If Narafi and Hopper want to head in, just straight in, Branch will probably decide to let them go and then hop and then take Baby Boy and Skelly Boy around the guard tower way.
Hopper is pretty confident that he can bribe a skeleton in and doesn't want to part ways with Hopper, but he will absolutely be down for this plan if you want to take Baby Boy and sneak around the back. For what it's worth, Hopper does kind of charm it. You know, if they are just willing to accept bribes, could you not just bribe him through the front door, or would that be more expensive?
They got a lot of guards up there.
Yeah, it's you would have to do quite a bit of a bribe, I guess.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, if it's out of your pocket.
Oh no, certainly not.
Where do you get all your money anyway? You've been paying out a lot.
Adventure.
Maybe I should get into the business.
It's very lucrative if you want to do it. I've heard this is the place to be. There used to be dozens of guilds in Famador, although I think most of them have shut down now at this point. But yeah, the pay's phenomenal.
Did I
Why
see
have
that
they
growing
shut
up?
down?
You would have absolutely seen it growing up. And in fact, even just from what we discussed, you would know that you and Luce used to spend a lot of time doing little jobs for some of the most prominent guilds around here, especially Landfall when they were big. Doing little things like little mail deliveries throughout the city, stuff that was safe for teenagers to do. And there was always talk of when you got older, maybe joining and doing some of the more big and important and dangerous jobs. But, you know, things kind of happened between then and now, so.
Baby Boy is like he like sits down on his haunches like a dog and just kind of watches you guys talk back and forth. His arms and legs are actually really long compared to his body, so like it doesn't look. I mean, it looks unnatural. He looks like a freak, but like it doesn't look like completely unnatural for him to be sitting like that.
You got a very starry-eyed view of adventuring, Gulper. It ain't like that anymore here.
It's not?
What
No.
happened to the adventuring guilds? There used to be so much.
They ran out of money.
Yeah.
You got no money, you can't get anything.
Up
Oh,
there.
it was lucrative.
Not lucrative enough, it seems. Celia might have fucked some shit up too. Alright.
Ah, Cyrillin.
Well, you want to pay the skeleton in? Pay the skeleton and I'll take this monstrosity out back.
All right, good luck. We'll see you. We'll meet you at the bridge, huh?
I have money. I have like 11 gold.
Do I genuinely, if I come in with Baby Boy, will they attack on sight? Will people be like, "Oh, that's a fucking monster"?
You are a Justicar. You've been with the Temple of Edis for about 8 years now. It's going to be as much trouble as getting a skeleton in, that's for sure. You imagine that they will at least trust that you're doing important business. You'll get a report about it later. They'll be like, "Hey, what happened to that monster you brought in? What did you do with it?" But, you know, if you feel like bullshitting your way through that is an option for you. They're not going to cause you problems at the gate. It just might cause you a paperwork headache later. It would potentially draw the attention of Deacon Selenea.
You know what? We done enough walking today. How about we go to the front? All right.
All right, wonderful. As you begin to walk up to the gate and you go through the process of paying the bribes and telling them that you're in charge and that you have everything under control, you do see that just inside the gates here, standing in front of this fort, is a very, very tall giant wearing an iron mask that is in the shape of a permanent smile. And on the topic of guilds, you can see that he is kind of holding up a big old banner for you, which is just the size of a sign for him, that says Landfall Recruiting. Looking for help, 25 gold ahead for 1 day of work. Dangerous, but apply at the promontory. And it seems, at least, that one of the old guilds that was gone for a long time, is recruiting again, which is different for you. It's weird to see a business starting instead of failing within Famador.
Shit.
Oh, look at that.
I give them 3 weeks.
Then we should probably take advantage of that 25 gold before they fail.
I fucking take it, honestly. Yeah. You gonna be here for a bit? I can't
The
say the
developer.
tourist attractions are staying much, but
I know interfere.
gotcha. Don't mind the large one. This is let's say a show for the kiddies. You know, show them how dangerous the outside world is. He's just that's his justification to the other Justicars.
Wonderful. Yeah, they eventually let you through without too much of a problem. You're sure that you'll have to deal with some paperwork later, but it's no big deal.
All right.
In the meantime, as you guys begin to go in the city and go about your business, let's cut over for a moment, speaking of the guild, to Rico, Sketch, and Tex. A few hours later, after Gigi has met them in Famador and takes them up here to Landfall Crest, and eventually walks with them to a large tent that has been set up. It looks almost like a temporary headquarters of sorts. And as you step inside, you see all this. The first thing is that you notice as you approach this camp is that there are just tents set up all around it. There's a couple of campfires. There are a lot of people that just look like normal civilians, but overwhelmingly, the people around you look like fledgling adventurers. It's people who have scrapped together their dad's old armor. They've gotten a rusty sword that they found somewhere. They've got a bow that was just fletched a few days ago. Many of them look meager and a little down on their luck. And you can also see that many of them are congregating outside of the tent where there seems to be a job board. And it's very clear that they are trying to see if there's any work that they can do to make a little bit of money real quick. Gigi looks down to you. You're welcome to join me if you'd like. I'm going to go find Darbin. Or you can make yourself comfortable here. Help yourselves. And he begins to walk towards the tent. Tex is keeping up the kitty act. Good to know. And he will head on in. He has to duck down real low to get through the tent and nearly topples it. And you immediately just hear raucous laughter, like, oh, you made it! Come in, please! Gigi, I haven't seen you in so long. You hear people beginning to rush over and say hi to him. Sketch and Rico, what do you guys do?
Sketch is going to go stand by the door and try to listen without being seen by anybody inside.
Perfect. How about Rico? Uh-oh. You got off there.
Oh, I'm doing the same. Just right next to him.
Okay, perfect. You guys kind of just listen for a while. And you watch as there are several fellow adventurers and regular civilians in here that just kind of watch as a giant steps into the tent, has to hunch down, almost crawling on his knees just to fit inside here. And you hear the voice of a Leonin man. Darbin is the one that greeted them. It's like, oh, please, it's much too small. Let's go outside. I can speak to you out there. It's fine. And he gets up, he shuffles a seat around, and begins to walk out towards the front.
Oh god. Run around this corner so it isn't obvious that was spying.
Perfect. Give me a stealth check. Just for shits and gigs. It's not super high stakes. Wonderful.
Ooh.
Wonderful. As you step out, it does seem that they're honestly a little too distracted talking to each other to really pay you too much mind. There are plenty of other people here that look, apprehensive. They're trying to figure out what this deal is too. You get the sense that very few people here are, local to this place. Everyone's new. Everybody's wondering who everyone else is. However, you do notice that shortly behind the Leonin man, a lizard folk man with kind of these bright, colorful frills steps out right behind him. And he does clock you being a little sneaky around the corner. And he gives you just a little glint of his eye, I see you. Doesn't do anything, he just kind of continues to watch. But there's almost a little bit of a cheeky, I'm on to you, I see what you're up to. And then he goes back to the conversation. A few seconds later, one more figure steps. You see a skeleton, dressed very finely in purples and blacks, with a cane that looked quite expensive with a silver head. A cape that goes down to about his backside, and the skeleton itself, not human. Very large eye sockets, a mouth that kind of comes together at the front in a small point. If you want, you could give me occultism, or maybe medicine, a much harder medicine check to identify it.
I'll try occultism.
That's pretty good, actually. It looks to you to be some sort of illithid. It is the skeleton of an illithid. And it's a little hard to notice at first because, it doesn't have its tentacles, but it looks like a mind flayer, the skeleton of a mind flayer. And the three of them begin to talk, and you notice that one of the very first things that happens is Gigi kind of stoops down and with both hands scoops all three of them up together in his hands in like a big hand hug, lifts them up to his face, and just starts like rubbing them on his face as sort of a big giant hug. And they all like, oh, okay, all right, okay. But they do their best to hug back as best as they can until he eventually sets them back down. And they just begin to catch up. It's clearly a bunch of old friends that have come back together to reunite, talk about what they've been doing, and they begin to do that.
Okay. I'll walk back over to Ruko so I'm not standing by myself.
Eventually, Gigi does kind of say, oh, I traveled here with some acquaintances. They ran into a little bit of trouble in Abelbind, and, they needed an out. It seems that Cyrillin is getting their fingers in all sorts of pies lately. And the Leonin man's like, they just can't leave well enough alone, can they? Where are they? And he points back to Sketch and Ruko. They also have a cat somewhere. Oh, and he eventually spots him over by the board.
I jumped onto this guy's back.
You see Tex is over there, like, precariously perched on the shoulder of this paladin who is, like, doing his best to hold still so that you don't freak out and fall. And he's like, oh, isn't he cute? Look at that. And the two of them are basically fawning over Tex at this point as they continue to read the board.
Yeah, he's just trying to read the board.
On the board, I think these are all visible to you. You see that there is a map of the area and a couple of the jobs that they've posted. And we will get to those shortly, but feel free to peruse. Meanwhile, Gigi does wave to Ruko and Sketch. Hey, come say hi.
Okay. Oh dear.
He steps aside so you can get in. Careful to kind of make you part of the circle here.
Right.
Oh no, still a little bit robot.
Hello?
There we go.
Come on,
Your noises always come
Terrorize
through.
Sketch.
Yeah.
Don't terrorize me. I don't want to go first. You go first.
The Gigi speaks up. Darbin, Finn, and Bill, these are a couple of my new friends, Sketch and Ruko. Ruko and Sketch, this is Darbin, and he points to Leonin, Finn, and Bill. And they each step forward. Darbin especially is eager. He runs over and with both hands just gives you this big, firm handshake. It's a pleasure to have you. What brings you all the way out here? You seem a long way from home. Did you come up from Zulakara?
Yeah. But I need a better cover story, because just opening with, prisoner of war is kind of heavy.
Oh! No, I'm so sorry. It's alright, though. I understand. Truth be told, almost everyone here has some sort of a story that brought them. The comfortable often don't need to adventure, they say. Anyway, please, make yourself home as long as you are, as long as you need. We have some extra tents, we have plenty of food. I believe we're doing some sort of curry tonight. It's going to be delicious.
Oh, that sounds great. Thank you.
You're just traveling with Gigi, or do you plan to adventure?
But I was planning on finding my family, so I guess adventuring while doing that would be good multitasking?
Perhaps, although your family is more important. Where are they?
I don't really know, hence the adventuring part.
Oh.
I last saw them when we got separated, you see, so...
Well, I am very sorry to hear that, but I think maybe we might have some useful things for you. Stick around till dinner. I'm trying to save my voice by not giving the same spiel 40 times before then, but I do actually think that maybe we can help each other here.
That would be great. I can relay it to those two if you don't want to do it again to them.
It's quite alright, and I imagine Ruko is up here, even though Jaeger's having technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Perfect. And he does go over to you, and if you can hear, and if you're able to respond, he shakes your hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Darbin. This is my husband, Finn. And Finn kind of silently reaches out a hand and shakes each of them. And what brings you all the way out here?
Oh, I'm connected.
Ooh, we gotcha. Nice.
Well. There's that. Well, I'm kind of on the run, I suppose. Down from Blemidil. The Inquisitors in my case.
Well, if there is another commonality in the people that have been brought here, it is that most of them are not fond of Cyril. And out of character, does Ruko wear any outward signs of his people? Does he have any like spirit weaver garb, any insignias?
Yes. His little emblem on his. Wait, what?
Perfect. Then,
Okay. Yeah, his little emblem, and he also has like a couple of just smaller beads. There's a couple of things with like little feathers, little necklace that he kind of keeps up tucked underneath. And yeah, he's got the vibe. He's got the indicators.
Forgive me if I am overstepping here, and if you don't want to answer, that's quite all right. Are you Amar?
His smile goes. You
Text
get
laugh.
dagger eyes at
Yeah.
text. Dagger eyes to text, stiff smile. No, he's a close relation.
Ah.
My brother.
Oh, you know him. You've met him, though. I mean, surely you're his
Oh.
brother.
Yeah. Why? He's not really that cool. I mean,
Well, okay, one thing to be clear here. Your name is something totally different within these walls. I will speak no more of it. But suffice to say that I have tremendous respect for Tim and, by extension, you and everything that you do. Are you part of all that?
yeah. As much as I can be, or have been.
That's wonderful.
Grew up.
It certainly explains why Cyril would have an issue with you.
Yeah. They're uptight about everything.
Uptight is one word you could use for it, I suppose. Anyway, I'm going to make a few preparations. We have dinner here in a couple of hours, and I think that many people will have many questions. I need to make sure that I have all of my notes in order. But please, make yourself comfortable, explore. If you'd like to read ahead, we have some jobs posted over there if you want to make money. There is no obligation if you are not looking to do any work right now and just need a safe place to stay. You've found it, at least for a few days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Boy.
And they just kind of go back to talking for a bit.
Oh, you look Amar. Oh my god. Rick was just pacing around grumpily. X. How dare. He'll just go.
I haven't laughed in months.
Just haven't laughed. Okay.
That really made my day.
He's just glaring. And he looks at the board, pretending to read it.
And we'll get into all these here once we get the group reunited so that I, out of character, don't have to go through everything twice. But you guys are welcome to look ahead at those. In the meantime... Or yeah, what's up?
I get compared to my brother a lot too.
Oh yeah?
Don't worry about it. You're your own person.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep worrying about it.
Okay, you're gonna
so.
get stress lines. Right, that's it.
Wonderful. For now, let's jump back over to the other group in Famador real quick. Hopper, first of all, spends a long time asking around to see if anybody has seen Prospero. And the answer that he gets is that no, nobody has seen him, but they, if he was going to be anywhere, he would either be at some seedy tavern somewhere, because that's just the way he rolls, or possibly he would have gone to visit the guilds nearby. And you would know that there are not many of the guilds that are still surviving nearby. But there is kind of a buzz about the time that Landfall is apparently recruiting for some work, which is weird because they've been officially disbanded for like 6 or 7 years. So that's kind of that's the only real lead that he has got. And Hopper says that he might go up there to see if he can find any signs of Prospero. Meanwhile, what do the rest of you guys do? I know you have business in Famador, at least a couple of you.
If I'm still escorting Baby Boy around, or at least trying to keep him out of trouble, if I get too many glances or too many stares, maybe even someone like screams at him while I'm guiding him around, does this happen? Or do I have to not worry?
Boy, what even would this be?
I'm not actively being scary right now.
Sure.
If that helps.
Okay, you're kind of complying.
I mean, yeah.
I'm going to say that unless you're intentionally trying to stir up trouble, you get a lot of weird looks for sure, but nobody is like being malicious, nobody is booing. Some people clearly like park to the other side of the street as you pass by because they think you've got a monster. That's what it looks like, is you have a couple of monsters under your control. But nobody like attacks. They trust you. You're a Justicar. You're an Edgicide Justicar. If they were to interfere here, they could actually get in trouble.
Would it help or hurt?
Sorry. I'll elbow Baby Boy a bit and be like, "Want to help me pick up some street cred here?
Pick up some what?
Street cred. They can look at me and give me a little bit more respect. You see?
At my cost.
I wouldn't say anything's on your part. Just be scary when I tell you to. I'll give you a little sign. I'll cross my fingers.
I feel you'll hurt my reputation.
Huh?
I feel you'll hurt my reputation.
Boy, any reputation you had out here ain't gonna matter.
Oh, I no care my reputation here.
Okay. Well.
But tell me first, then maybe.
You know, some of the Justicars care a little about their job, and with all the Celadon, what are they called? Fucking mercenary mercs? With all the
Cerulean Inquisitors and Templars?
The fucking Inquisitors, it's
Yeah.
always you. We always try to show them up a little. Give them a reason to go home, maybe. See that we can, like, handle shit around. And they see I got some big-ass monster walking around with me, listening to everything I fucking say. I've never seen any of them walk around with shit like this.
So you say, be careful, do not cut. Then you want me to be scary.
Yep.
How about this? And he, like, one of his tentacles, like, reaches back into the massive tentacles and comes out with a little sock puppet on it of a little human wizard. I need to find her. Hi, my name's Jane. I love time.
You know, if we a big rousing speech about how I captured a mask-wearing, tentacle-having, weird accent speaking, lovable fucking monstrosity like yourself may draw a bit more attention to you. If she's in the city, it might be easier to find you after that.
Oh, I know she's going to go to someone named Bill Grimm? Is that it? Is it actually Bill Grimm?
Bill Grimm.
Bill Grimm! Bill Grimm?
All right.
And no, I would not hurt my reputation to help yours.
Suit yourself, then.
Jane!
He pats you on the back and you asked if there's anything else we're doing.
Yeah, so you guys have a lay of the land. Hopper's kind of already done his business and come up unsuccessful.
Yeah.
So do you guys have anything you're pursuing while you're here in town?
I've just been following Hopper around.
Perfect, wonderful.
I'm
Just
asking
walking
people
by
if they've...
his... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you got it.
Oh yeah, I'm just like walking by his flank, kinda. Like, oh, clearly hired by him.
Excellent. He is appreciative for it. This is a civilized place. It's not like you're going to get in a lot of trouble for anything, even walking around with the skeleton, as long as you mind your business. However, the fact that he is walking around with the skeleton, he gets some weird looks, and he appreciates having some muscle behind him. And also, he does a little bit of wandering around through the slums. And the impression that you get, because you're a trained guard and mercenary, is Hopper doesn't realize how dangerous it is for him to be walking around with a ton of money in the slums. And you can see plenty of people that are, like, looking at his big old coin purse and his expensive glasses and being like, wow, if that guy was alone, we could jump him right now. But then they see you and they're like, okay, well, we should probably behave.
Branch probably noticed this but didn't say anything.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Anyway,
At some point, he just leans over his shoulders like, Mr. Hopper,
Yes.
it would be prudent, I think, if you hide your pouch.
Hide my... Oh, is this? Oh, is this? Are we? And he like looks around and realizes that he's been walking for 30 minutes and ended up in the slums. Like, oh shit, you're right. I should not. Oh man. Okay, thank you.
If at least it's a little rude to the people who want the money.
Yeah. Oh, that's probably a good idea. This place used to be a lot, and I don't mean anything by it, but it was cleaner the last time that I was here.
When were you last here?
I mean, it's been 4 or 5 years. And I guess it mostly stands out because I thought the opposite would happen. You know, Sierra Lynn showed up and they kind of said they were going to clean the place up, and he looks around and the lower wards at least are slums. They're shacks. It's people that are barely getting by. It is squalor here on the lower districts.
Colonizers say a lot of things.
Yeah. Wild to think of Sierra Lynn as colonizers, but I guess these are the wildlands now, right? Nobody's claiming them.
You a Sealand native, Hopper?
No, I'm from Unma originally, although I've traveled a lot.
Better watch your tongue talking about them around here. Depending on what you say and who you're around, you might either get the shit beat out of you or a rousing applause. But I would avoid I'd avoid the fucking conversation altogether.
Noted. I'll keep my head down. You're from here, right?
Yeah.
Have they done anything good for the city?
You hear a lot of stories about Sealand while traveling, right?
Oh, of course. I've heard that they were bringing law and order. I heard that they were going to use some of their magic to help make the place prosperous. I heard a lot of things. I thought this was going to be a good thing, but, I mean...
Man, Hopper, I don't think you're going to cut it as an adventurer. You're a pretty bad one so far if you think Sealand has done anything good for this city or this country.
He gets like a little bit of a pouty face and he crosses one of his sets of his arms and he kind of like points at you with the other. It's like, well, okay, now come on, I'm out here to learn. That's what this is all about, right? I'm trying to see what the world is really like, and I can admit that I was wrong, and that's how I'll learn this by getting better. So yeah, I was wrong about Sierra Lynn, and maybe it's time for me to learn something new.
Good for you, buddy. He just turns away back to baby boy and tats him on the shoulder. It's been fun. If I see you around, I'll say hi or some shit. But don't get into trouble. I've got a job to turn in. And then Branch hands you 3 silver for helping me with the shrine. Hand it to Foster and Narafi.
He just nods.
And then Branch presumably goes to the Abbey of Edis from here.
Absolutely. We will jump to that in a second, but in the meantime, Lush, what's up?
I'm going to go around. I'm going to try to ask people where Bill Grimm and where Jane, who looks like my puppet, if they've seen her.
Love it. Are you going completely on your own?
I mean, I'm going to stick with the group as we walk past people.
Wonderful. Okay, I dig it. I am gonna... So give me a... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. With your puppets and your friendly demeanor, give me a performance check, and that is going to determine if you take a penalty on your diplomacy for being a monster.
Are you looking for someone, baby boy?
Hi, I'm looking for Jane and Bill Grimm.
Jane
is the
Bill Grimm.
This is the Chronomancer you're talking about?
Yes, the Chrono Lassie. And
The Chrono
our friend.
Lassie.
Hi.
Alright. I could help you, perhaps.
Absolutely. If you're willing to help, then why don't you also give me a diplomacy check to aid?
Sure. They want it secret?
I'm trained in diplomacy if it helps too.
Absolutely. You're going to be doing a diplomacy check in a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to help you.
Yep, he is helping you first, and then you'll do the final roll. Ooh, that's quite good. Okay, absolutely. That gives you, I believe it's a +1 for a success?
I think so.
I believe so.
Cool. Okay, so that'll cancel out the penalty that you would take for being a monster. So now, baby boy, give me a diplomacy check. Ooh! That's quite good. So as you're beginning to go around, just kind of walking up to people and asking if they've ever heard of Jane Crichton or Bill Grimm, you get a lot of, no, I've never heard these names, and a lot of people that are like, initially kind of put off and even a little scared of you, but then you pull out these sock puppets and it becomes clear to them after a while that your face looks kind of like a mask. It doesn't really move when you talk. And they're like, okay, something weird is going on here. And they see that you're accompanied by a masked guard, and by a skeleton who looks pretty friendly, and by Hopper, who looks like he couldn't hurt a fly. And eventually you get some people to loosen up a little bit, especially once you get the sock puppets involved. Even after they've loosened up, nobody has heard of Jane Crichton. Most of them haven't heard of Bill Grimm. Until you eventually meet this sweet old human woman who is running a orange vendor shop. She's got like a little stall where she's selling oranges and orange juice. She says, "Oh, Bill Grimm, yes. He was the nice, sweet man who helped me get the giant rats out of my basement all those years ago. Is he single now?"
I did again.
"Well, if you see him, you tell him that I've still got spunk where it matters."
Oh, what's your name, lassie?
Barbara. Barbara Orangeman.
Oh, that's a funny name.
I got that name from my father, who was also an Orangeman.
Was his name also Deborah?
No, Barbara, no, but his name was not Barbara.
Sorry, my Lucy showing.
It was, Grape. It was Grape Orangeman.
Grape Orangeman.
Yes. Anyway, I haven't heard from old Bill in a long time, but he was with the guilds. He was with, Landfall.
They are reopening again.
I saw. It's very exciting. I've always had a thing for adventurers. You know, in like a sexual sort of way.
Oh, I picked up on it.
You hear that, Mr. Hopper?
I do hear that. I hear that very loud and clear. I will decline at this time.
Very well.
Anyway.
Yeah, it's my curse. I can't remember a name for longer than 1 second. So I got the Ra part. Deborah, Barbara.
Yeah,
I was close.
You were kind of close.
It's in that same vein.
You guys will never guess that Orangeman was made up on the spot.
Really? I had no idea.
And her father's name was
Orangeman
Grape.
also?
Grape Orangeman.
God, I'm hurting. I hate this.
Oh, so
What a lovely woman.
where it be? Where it'll be?
Well, I saw the sign, and there was a big, friendly giant that said they were meeting on the promontory. And she kind of points over to the west, where you can see there's this cliff face that juts out over the sea. It looks like there's no easy way up from here. You would have to go out and then across the jungle ridge until you got to their front gate. Apparently, they're trying to get some people together for a job.
Oh, I had my first job yesterday.
Your first job? What did you do?
Oh, I went into the desert.
You would know that was like literally almost a month ago, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, a month ago. Whatever.
Yeah, sorry, time definitely passed during that montage. It's been a long, long journey. The desert. There aren't deserts around here. You must have come from far away. Where's your home?
Oh, my home. It's far away.
Far away? I've never heard of far away.
Why? What? Thank you very much.
You've been very sweet. Take an orange, please.
Oh, I love orange.
That'll be a copper piece.
Oh, okay. I'll give her a copper piece.
You're so kind, dear. Thank you.
Oh, I wanted one anyway.
It's a good orange. This is prime
I'm
orange
not gonna
growing
eat it
territory.
yet. I'm just gonna hold it so I can eat it.
You can add an orange to your inventory.
I don't trust someone whose name's Orangeman to sell me an orange.
Grandma Naranja, we always say.
Naranjo. Lady Naranjo.
Abuela Naranja. Naranbuela.
Wait,
Naranbuela.
It's Naranjo.
Branch, I have to leave the city.
Branch is gone.
Oh yeah. So let's go to Branch real quick. Yeah, that's right. You're going into the temple.
Left.
Okay, I'll pull out a little puppet of Branch. I'll be like, I have to go. Oh, and I don't know. I'm not gonna do a impersonation just yet. I'll wait.
Nice.
All right. Branch, easy enough. They're not with you currently. Kill them. Get these guys out of here.
Fuck
Get
them
these
up.
guys out of
Fuck
here.
them up.
Ah, get out of here. Easy enough for you to arrive at the Famador Abbey of Venus. The sun is shining. It's a pleasant day. The streets are busy, even though I don't have any tokens on them right now. everything appears to be pretty smooth sailing, pretty normal.
Somewhat bright smile on his face. Branch opens up the Abbey door. Definitely a little happy about what is probably what he thinks is probably his last day. And,
Certainly.
Busts in, screams, "Sup, fuckers!"
Several of the other priests and priestesses kind of cover their mouths and shake their heads. A few of the guards look at you and they've got like smiles on their faces, partly because they know this is your quitting day, and partly because they know they never have to see you again.
Still extorting Lady Orangeman, Jim? He points to some random guard who's probably like fucking. He knows is like.
He's got a coconut in each hand that has like a little like a fruit drink in it with a bunch of orange juice, and he's just got a big old smile on his face. It's lunchtime. Everybody's kind of on their lunch break.
Hell yeah. Okay. Probably goes out and points out some of the shittier activities that each of the Justicars are like kind of doing on the side, like out loud, and
okay, so
until he arrives.
To be clear here, are you just doing friendly bants, or are you using your last day on the job to out everyone's secrets?
Out literally everyone, yeah.
Cool.
Attaboy.
Awesome. We are full on burning this bridge. Let's go.
30-minute fuck you, I'm gone.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Eventually, you get motions.
How are those orc kids you arrested, Charles?
Everybody is kind of just like trying their best to pretend they're not hearing it. Some of them cover their faces. But you also do see, eventually, as this commotion is happening, a face emerges from one of the side rooms. You watch as Deacon Selenea comes out over here and looks at you with her arms crossed.
Oh, I give her the most sarcastic bow I can muster.
She just crosses her arms.
Lady
and scowls.
Selenea?
It is Deacon Selenea, Bradley.
You're like the only one on the planet who still calls me that.
It is your name.
That name, I ain't go by that as much. Usually gets me fucked up around here.
Would you watch your? This is a temple. This is a holy place. Ebis is watching our every move within these halls. Could you please show some couth?
Oh, I never noticed.
Alright, through the main...
Big man never showed up personally. How was I supposed to know? Branch probably, like, walks backwards into the door, like, one arm out in that pose, into, like, fucking Claude's office or whatever it is.
You do actually find that he is in the main chapel. He's up behind the pulpit, and he appears to just be doing some, like, practice recitations. It seems like he was in the middle of giving an oratory to nobody, and he sees you open the door, and he closes his books, and he starts to walk down toward it.
Hey, and that, like, sarcastic, like, jovial, like, mood, the wide smile, that, like, cockiness probably disappears, like, a little bit as soon as he sees Claude again, and yeah, I survived.
You see that on his face. He's got an expression of, like, he's proud. He's happy to see that you made it back. And there's a little bit of happiness that he knows this is it, that you finished, this is your graduation day. And there's a little bit of almost kind of fatherly pride to it. Like, we did it. We got this guy through. He made it. He survived the whole thing. Right. I trust that everything went well. Did you find anything?
Well, first off, Branch flashes the, like, necklace he bought. You won't believe how much I dropped on this. And, like, dangles it in front of him a little.
Can you afford that?
After last night's job, definitely. It's like 2 or 3 copper from where I got it from. Ever hear of Delwero?
Delwero, the city of the dead?
Yeah, we found it.
That's
just stumbled across it on my own.
Just stumbled across it. That's unusual. And he kind of actually, he takes a moment, and you can tell that he's looking over you physically, top to bottom, as if he's expecting something to be wrong with you. What happened on your job?
Relax, everything's fine. Met a few folks. They went to the shrine with me. I did most of the heavy lifting in terms of taking down the obelisk, of course.
Obelisk. What
Oh
obelisk?
yeah, I thought you all would have already known this, but the fucking that shrine, the shrine of what's its fucking name? Branch genuinely doesn't care to remember, and
We had heard reports that there was necromantic activity, and you found it.
yeah, shrine was activated.
And you said you destroyed it?
Yep,
Oh.
sledgehammer in my own one hand.
That's impressive. I'm very proud of you. That is a job well done. You've probably saved a lot of people.
Oh, definitely.
Well, this is it, I suppose. We'll have you fill out paperwork, report. But Mr. Chirsal, we have no more work for you. You are free to go on your own as soon as you finish the report. May I ask, and he kind of lowers his voice and he looks out towards the door. Was that all that happened while you were out there?
Absolutely not. But I don't think you want to hear that out here next to all these bastards.
Perhaps we can, come with me.
Okay.
And he walks back up through one of the doors. Oh god, doors are so... and into his private chamber.
I should drag my guy out.
If you feel like
My
it.
branch out.
I don't worry too much about tokens until they actually matter.
Awesome.
But he does close the door behind. You found it, then?
And a couple seeds, too. And I dropped this shit on the bed.
Do you... Yeah,
On fire.
It's on fire.
Branch does loosely toss it because he definitely forgot how fucking volatile it is. And if the cloth comes on down, he's quickly gonna go in and try and fix it.
Okay. Give me just a flat luck check, I guess. Give me a d20.
Oh, can't wait for the 5.
See if some shit goes down. That's good enough. It flies open for a moment, and flames kind of gout up from where the asbestos cloth unfurls. And you and Bradley you and St. Claude both run over and, like, rewrap it so that it doesn't get out. And he looks at you wide-eyed, like, okay, alright, well...
That proof enough I was at the shrine?
No, I believed you. I have no reason not to believe you. You wouldn't...
And I did that all on my own, right?
Well,
like,
okay, now I don't know if I believe you anymore.
No! I'm just fucking with you. Of course I took it all down on my own.
Well, this job was extracurricular, and so I do not care what you do with this. And he fishes out from his own personal money 30 gold pieces, which a fuck ton of money, enough to live in low comfort, but with a roof over your head for a year if you wanted to. You could have a year to just chill in the slums and have a place of your own if you wanted to on 30 gold pieces.
I can buy so many necklaces with this.
Depending on the quality, you could buy at least 2, yes.
Yo, Claude, how much you make over here? I know how much I made. It was barely enough to live by, but what about you? Is this a good chunk?
The church gives me a very small stipend. They give me a roof over my head and food in the morning. In truth, most of the money that I make is left over from the settlement, and it is dwindling.
Christ, man.
I don't have many years left. I'm of the opinion, and I have no heirs to leave it to, I'm of the opinion that what I still have should be used to give myself some peace and comfort. And so, that is what I'm doing with it.
Branch takes a seat in the room and just looks at Claude and like, what's it for? And he points at the bulb.
He looks at you with... Suspicion is not quite the right word. He's scrutinizing you to try to figure out whether this is safe to tell you.
Hey, I'm not a Justicar anymore. What am I going to do with this information?
Tempered in part by the fact that he heard you screaming on the way in everyone else's secrets as you burned the bridges to this place. Give me a diplomacy check, and give it to me with a -2.
Alright. The consequences of my own actions.
Yeah, well.
Okay. rolled like shit today.
He looks back and he kind of begins to take the onion and he rewraps it a little more carefully. I intend to buy myself a little peace and comfort. And that seems to be all he's willing to part with for now.
It's funny. I managed to pry out basically every secret I had working here, and I can't find out a single one you had.
I don't have many secrets, Branch. I'm very simple.
You know you're like one of the only good people in this entire abbey, right?
His gaze kind of droops downward. I wonder sometimes. I think there are many here that are good. They just don't have, what was the term we used? The means to enact that goodness. I think that sometimes goodness gets smothered by squalor. It is easier to be good when you have luxury. Or nothing to lose.
Part of me thinks that... never mind. That... she out there right now? She always has the habit of popping at the worst of moments.
I suspect that she is not listening at the door, or I would not be having this conversation, but I would keep your voice down.
Right. You think you can bring back the roots of all issues here? That bitch, that thing that just wandered into the abbey one day.
No, certainly not. We were in squalor before they arrived. They simply exacerbated and exploited some of those issues. If I had to point my fingers to the problems that plague me, I believe that poverty is the first step, and I believe that poverty is the result of hardship, specifically the monsters. And if I had to point my fingers at the cause of the monsters, I think it was our inaction. I think that perhaps if the church and if Eden had taken action when action was needed, maybe we could have stopped all this. But we failed to help when we had an opportunity, and although I learned a lesson a long time ago that you can sometimes choose between being right and being happy. And I believe that we were in our right to remain neutral in that conflict, but I believe we would have been happier if we did not. I think that our inactivity has come back to bite us. We are now facing the consequences of our actions.
So you think Edith has it out for you too? The most dedicated man to him in this entire fucking room? And he hasn't shown a little bit of fucking appreciation for all you've done?
I do not deign to know what Edith thinks. I know that in many ways I have failed him, but I also know that in many ways he has extended his good graces to me. He has healed me. I have received magical healing through him. I have received visions that I know were from him that later turned out to be true. The gods are careful not to intervene, and I suppose that may have been what inspired us to remain on the sidelines of the Edendric conflict with the Emmerichs. I just don't know if we're meant to follow in the footsteps of the gods.
You do what you want, alright? I'll do what I want to. I don't care about any of these conflicts. I'd never willingly go to war. And I'm only a Justicar here because you fucking cut my head off as well as my arm if you do.
Oh, I do. I am obligated to remind you that you can no longer wear our colors or call yourself a Justicar.
Branch, this is like an out the door thing, right? I've got some spare sets back there that I can change into later, right? Okay.
He smiles and says, "It's not even out the door. I'm just obligated to tell you."
All right. Can I keep them for as long as I don't wear them?
He looks at you, and then he kind of replies, "As long as you don't wear them, yes. I understand if they have sentimental value." And he doesn't quite wink, but you can tell that if he wasn't a man of God, he would have just winked.
Hard to find a cloak that covers one arm.
It is. Good fashion is hard to find.
Especially in Famador these days. You should have seen them in Delwero, colors of all the fucking rainbows, even some that I didn't know about yet.
You really were there.
Yeah.
I've heard it's beautiful.
Find some kid named Hopper if you ever want to see it yourself. He knows the way.
Some kid named Hopper understood.
Fuck. Oh, Branch definitely didn't ask him any more than that. Okay. Where's the big guy? Can I talk to him?
The big guy. Which big guy?
Edis.
Oh, Edis himself?
Yeah. You got a shrine or something? Fuck. Well, definitely. I definitely know where it is, but it's like I've never. Maybe like I should do like a little bit of a farewell to him. He's been with me for my entire career here, as Selenea pointed out when I walked in.
Yeah. You would be aware that there is the chapel, which is where a lot of their services are held, but there is also a statue out here in the front, which includes a couple of prayer mats, an altar, and a donation plate. And there is a statue here of Edis himself. The three-faced man, a giant, with the face of, if I remember correctly, it's an eagle and two dwarven people, a man and a woman, but I'd need to double-check my notes. But yeah, there's a statue right out in the middle of all this where people do come to pray and to give offerings and donations.
I can't say I won't miss it a little, calling myself a Justicar and all that.
Well, our doors are always open, even to the public. If you ever need prayer or work, then, you can come and find us. Someone will be here.
They have you welcome me back if they fix all their shit?
After that tirade that you just went through, you may receive some strange looks. I will have to investigate all of those accusations over the next 3 weeks.
Oh, I was planning on telling you directly if they weren't here.
I would actually.
If they weren't already here, and if you want to hear the rest, I've got an entire list in my room.
Christ! All right, wonderful. Yeah, he'll take you up on that. If you're willing to literally sit here and rat out all of your friends before you walk off, he will do that. And the whole time you're getting the vibe of like this brings him no joy, but now that you've mentioned out loud, he is obligated to do it.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, friends in massive quotes. Chris got it right. Yeah, Branch definitely solemnly, at least a little solemnly, looks at Claude, and I know there's at least a little bit of resentment for you inside, for me inside there, right?
He takes a long, long time to respond to that. But he does eventually look in the eyes, and he nods.
Same here. I'd still have a family and a right arm if it weren't for you.
I would still have my wife if it were not for you. But I think I've learned that what we put each other through is only the animal instinct of what we did with our circumstances.
I'll say this once, and you can respond in kind. Fuck you, Claude.
He doesn't respond. He looks at you and he nods, and there's a little bit of a smile. He can't bring himself to say it, but he nods back at you.
I knew that'd be the most I could at you. Alright, I'll see you around.
And as you head out,
I do want to at least go by the statue a little.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, you make your way out to the main, whatever this area would be called, the main walkway. Find the temple or the statue to Enos with the altar.
Didn't realize it'd be so, well, he definitely knew it'd be so public.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. How's that elf you beat up earlier, Gerald?
Several people have just gotten up and are walking away now.
Oh, that means there's no line. Hell yeah.
True.
Okay. Branch doesn't know how to do this. He's or at least do it without looking a little awkward. So he like kneels and then realizes that this looks like nerd shit, and just leans against the altar, like back against it, one leg postured against it, and like is like, yeah, okay. So you've been with me for this past 7 years, 7 months, 7 days, 7 whatevers. No response, fuck. He just knocks on the statue a little. can't say you weren't always with me, right? Like, I'm still alive. I definitely thought I was gonna die those when they first brought me here. You remember that? Probably the highlight of your life, right? Not your life, maybe the year. Hey, you got any like casual legs, big guy? Like, what's your favorite fruit?
Still no response.
Nice. Well, I did the best I could under these circumstances, but I can't see I ain't guilty of anything more than these bastards are. You know that, right? Most of the people who worship you are just a bunch of fucking bastards. Knocks on it again.
Give me a religion check.
Okay. God.
Understood. Everything remains quiet. Your words kind of echo off of the inner chamber here.
Right. Well, just wanted to let you know. I had a little bit of fun. But with everything you've caused, you were indifferent to. Everything that brought me here, can't help but you were a little responsible. So honestly, if there's one mistake you've ever made, it's letting me keep my right arm. Because I swear I'll bring it down on you and make you pay for all this shit. And he gives the statue one, like, big punch.
Yeah, like with the intent to damage it, if possible.
With the intent to damage it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Give me an attack roll.
Oh, finally a 10.
Roll me some damage. The statue has hardness, but you certainly hit it.
Okay.
You slam your fist against it, and you feel the cold marble. You hear a little bit of a pop as one of your knuckles kind of bends, unfortunately. Not enough to hurt you, but enough to sting a bit. And you look and you see that the marble is unfazed. It is unchanged. The statue is older and bigger than you. It has seen things far, far grander than your troubles. And its faces continue to look unwavering outward and onward and upward in every direction except for yours. And nothing happens.
Oh, muddy son of a bitch. I'll make you feel that one for real. You and that fucking deacon in there. Just storms out.
All right. You return back out to the streets. Do you intend to regroup with the rest of the party?
Let's say Branch just takes a deep breath, lifts his cloak and looks at the gone arm and just spends like a while just wandering around with the newfound freedom. And if he runs into them on chance, well, that's convenient.
Perfect. To keep things moving along, some time passes. You spend a couple of hours just enjoying your life, your free life in Famador for the first time. Not on patrol, not... Oh, important question. Do you take off any stuff or you keep wearing it?
I take off any symbols, I keep the cloak on.
Okay, understood. Eventually, you regroup with the rest of the party. Baby Boy, Narafi, Hopper, and Foster. You eventually find Branch is back, kind of just wandering the city. What would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna go over to him. Oh, Branch, I think I never see you again. He comes up and like gives you a big hug and like picks you off the ground.
It's been 3 hours.
Yeah, but turn around and you're gone.
I gave you silver before I left.
He put you back down.
Yeah. Well, I quit my job.
Oh,
Kind of have to watch out for the Jester cards for a bit, probably. That was a little impulsive. But maybe the world's all better for it. Alright. What y'all doing?
Hopper kind of chimes in. Apparently, there's a big meeting happening up at the Landfall, the old campus. I'm going to go see if I can try to catch it in case Prospero's there.
and I found out where Bill Grimm is. He's outside the city. Up,
25 gold doesn't sound terrible right now. I'll go with you.
Why doesn't that sound good?
How about Narafi? You just sticking with Hopper for now?
Yeah, he's not saying much. He's just following Hopper around. He's doing that silent bodyguard thing.
Wonderful. Alright, time begins to pass. It gets a little bit into the evening. It's about 4 or 5 p.m. It's almost time for dinner. Your stomachs are starting to get a little bit rumbling. But eventually, you all arrive at a little fort at the top of this cliff, just beyond a little jungle passway. Some of the guards first worry about letting you in, and then they stop to clear you, make sure that you mean no harm. It's odd, they seem less concerned by Baby Boy and by Foster than by Branch. But eventually, they are able to kind of, figure out, okay, you're not with Cyrillin, you're not the law, you're just an adventurer. And one kind of motions, if you're here for the meeting, it's at that big tent way up that way, and he kind of points up this road.
I'll check it out. Definitely ain't undercover or anything. I can assure you, no one working no one working as a Justice Cards gives a shit enough to do something like that.
Legit. Most of them couldn't if they wanted to, because this is super extrajudicial. Eventually, you find yourself here. Basically, right where we left off at that other cutscene. You can see that there is the giant from before who is talking to a handful of people. And there are a bunch of adventurers that are all just kind of mulling about, including several in front of a job board over here that's been posted.
Jane, Bill. I just start yelling names out and just looking around to see if anyone will respond to me.
Yeah, the second or third time that you call out for Bill,
Bill Grimm.
The skeleton over is give me just a moment. I'm going to go see what this is all about. I swear I don't know this person. Just if I don't come back in 5 minutes and I give you the hand signal, come rescue me, please. And he begins to walk over with his cane. Yes, hello, I'm Bill Grimm. What can I do?
Do I recognize that he's an illithid skeleton?
Give me, this is much easier for you. Give me medicine or occultism. Or if you have an applicable lore skill, that would also be appropriate here.
I'll do occultism. I'm going to use a hero point, because
Sure.
I have one.
Yeah, speaking of hero points, Branch and Baby Boy, get your second hero point.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is wild how many times in this campaign we have rolled a bad roll into another bad roll. There was Jane during the combat. Tex, I think, has done one at one point. Foster for sure has done one. You've done one here just now. We're getting, on average, one per session, and that's wild. Just landing these 1 and 200s all over the place.
It's at least a 2. Another crit fail.
With an 8 in occultism, he certainly is not a human skeleton. You would remember, because of your ability to quickly identify symbols of cult, he's wearing a lot of black and purple, which is vaguely reminiscent of the cult that I told you about. That's a little strange to you, especially because it is accented with gold. And to a certain degree, black, purple, and gold just look good together. It's not impossible for people to just wear those colors on accident. But it does at least kind of tickle the back of your brain because you're good at recognizing that. With that said, you have no idea what species he is. He's some sort of non-human.
Seeing that, I'm just going to connect with him telepathically, and I'm going to speak with him in Illith. Be like, have we met?
No, I don't believe that we've met. Who are you?
How does he respond?
Telepathically in Illith.
Oh, my name's Baby Boy. I was told to find you.
Hold up, one moment. Your name is Baby Boy.
Aye.
Like your real, actual name is Baby Boy. Is Boy your surname?
No, my name's just Baby Boy.
Your name is just Baby Boy. Okay, well...
Well, no, just Baby Boy. Just no part of my name. Baby Boy.
Well, right, yes, that's quite obviously what I... Yes, okay, so your name would be, if I were to address you, Baby Boy.
Aye. No last name.
What can I do for you, Baby Boy?
Well, first off, Deborah Orangeman says,
Barbara.
God.
Barbara, get it again.
Has she... She's still alive after all these years. First of all, that woman must have been 90.
Oh, yeah, she's right, honey, for you know.
I'm a skeleton. I was a skeleton when I knew her. How can she... You know what? I will never understand. I will never understand. That's quite all right. That's fine.
But that's just side business. Mainly, I'm looking for Jane. I don't know her last name in real life. I keep forgetting every single time. Croxton?
Crichton.
Crichton. Jane Crichton?
Jane Crichton. Jane Crichton.
Jane Crackhead.
Crichton.
Oh, and then I pulled the puppet out.
I'm quite sorry. I don't know a Jane Crichton. If she's a fellow adventurer or she was looking for work, then perhaps she'll show up at some point.
Aye, that's my hope.
Right. So, is there anything else that I can do for you?
I guess I just have to wait.
Yes. Well, forgive me. I am quite busy. He doesn't have eyes to roll, but you can tell that he is trying to roll his eyes. I admit I am not normally the one who handles the ingress of new students or adventurers. You may want to speak to one of them. And he motions over to the Leonin, the lizard and the giant. They're more people person.
I'm no adventurer.
Ah, then right. You're just looking for one. You're looking for Jane. Understood. I'm going to walk over here now, if that's quite all right.
Aye. Thank you. That was weird. I say to my group. Though I guess they probably just saw us like staring at each other.
Yeah, what was going on? You guys just like looked at each other. I thought there was like some tension going on.
Oh.
Were you just sizing each other up?
Oh no, we were talking. Do you want to experience it?
Sure.
You feel this connection to your mind. You just hear these like squelching noises in your head. I don't know if you speak Illith.
Oh, no.
Just no.
No.
Just no.
That's how you say hi. I'm baby boy.
It'll be difficult for me to pronounce, but maybe I'll get it some point. It's a lot of tongue motions.
You ain't found your chrono lass yet, I'm assuming?
No, he no know her. But she should be here soon.
She'll be
Maybe.
here for him?
She wrote his name in a book.
Okay.
Famador Bilgrim. Maybe she's going to kill me.
And I'm looking around at the people, the adventurers.
Yeah.
In quotes. They all look ramshackled and like shitty at whatever.
Sure, there's a little bit of a difference. There are some that are gathered, like, there's a guy in a suit with chainmail that looks pretty nice, but most of them are like scrappy leather armor, an old sword, like, their dad's shield, a longbow that they just recently had done, stuff like that.
Alright. Well, Hopper, maybe you do have a foot in the game. You at least can afford actual armor and traveling sets.
You might be right. I was kind of expecting... this place used to be prestigious, almost known worldwide. They had a whole campus here, and everybody here is just... And he looks around like, these are just commoners. These are commoners picking up swords.
25 gold, anyone's gonna get that. It's enough to live for like a year.
Yeah.
Oh, a year.
Oh no, Famador isn't the...
Oranges, a copper.
You can buy a lot of oranges with 25 gold, baby boy.
I try and rob Hopper.
Oh yeah.
All right. Tell me how that goes down. What do? You just walk over and try to pickpocket him?
Yeah, I go over and I start just kind of looking like a sweet little cat.
Why is that cat armed? I point at it with the dagger on its thing.
Wait, do you not see that really tall thing? Don't go over there.
Hey.
Okay, it's all tentacle-y. It could be from Monarch. Oh no, he's gone.
Yeah.
Gosh.
You guys see a cute little cat with 2 tails, a backpack, and a knife come over and start just brushing his head against Baby Boy.
It's sheathed.
Who are you going up to?
I'm heading up to Hopper.
Aw, you have too many parts too. Look at you, you're so cute. And he stoops down with all 4 of his hands and starts just like scritching all over it.
Wow, I wonder what that's like.
Oh, here. And I'll like.
One moment.
I'll scritch you.
Can I do a esoteric check?
Absolutely. On text, what are you looking for?
What the fuck is that?
Sure, yeah, give me an esoteric lore check.
2 tails? The marking on the back specifically.
Okay, yeah, excellent. Sure.
Did you just nat 20 on stealing again?
It was a will save.
Okay.
I thought for
Do not
sure that
kill
was
him for
another
fighting him.
thievery check, and I was just like, you should just be a rogue. Just give up and be a rogue.
I should have done the thievery check first, but no, he stays focused on his mission. He does not get distracted by the belly rubs.
Perfect.
I don't think I know.
Narafi, certainly not a normal cat, probably an awakened cat of some sort. There is enough there that makes you think, oh, this is somebody's familiar.
Branch, who doesn't do this check and just sees a cat wandering around with a bunch of shit, and usually wild animals don't have use for any objects, just looks at the like hand on his like around his neck and is like, what's this? And tries like snatching it off his neck.
You're snatching what off my neck?
Oh, great. They're stealing from each other now.
The little hand thing.
I'll try and bite you.
Right. Should I do a check, thievery?
So initially, when you go for it, sure, are you trying to do it without him noticing? It'll be hard. You guys are all like, you're the only thing he's paying attention to.
He's a cat. I don't think he cares. I wouldn't think he cares.
Okay. Then when you go for it, expecting him to just not care because he's a cat, what you find is that he does care, and he bites you quickly when you try to unclip it off of its like keychain fobble thing.
Shit! This one's got some
don't
fucking
try-
bite to it.
Don't try and take stuff from a person's familiar.
It's a cat. A familiar.
Familiar.
Okay. That's a familiar? Who's the fucking master?
He looks around. Whose familiar is this?
Yeah. You got someone you take orders from.
I just roll over and start cleaning my face.
Mm-hmm.
Adorable.
It's a dud. All right. Probably some male cat or whatever.
It does have a backpack. Very nice.
Yo, whose cat is this?
Why does it have a knife?
They're still too far away from me. Riku doesn't feel like he has to respond. Tex is getting into his own shit.
Look at the board. Don't say anything. He'll be fine.
Sketch. What is that thing with the tentacles?
Well, I'm gonna try taking the hand again. I will actually try and sneak take it without him like noticing if he's gonna.
Good God.
Okay, so there are multiple things. First of all, I'm going to give him a bonus to his perception DC because he is aware that you want this. I'm going to give him a +2 to his DC. Second, when you try to steal somebody or something that is like being worn by somebody, there is a -5 penalty unless you have pickpocket. I don't know if you already have pickpocket.
I do.
Okay, so you get to ignore that. Give me a thievery check.
Oh yeah.
No, Tex, the moment you turn around, you see that Branch is going for your hand again.
Oh, do I have anything?
Bite
I sure
bite.
do. I'm gonna jump onto Branch's face and knock him to the ground. I'm gonna try and do a trip.
Hell yeah, let's see.
All right.
Full on Monty Python bunny. Let's go. Get him by his throat, Tex.
Imagine not having fingers. I mean, I guess just thumbs.
Imagine only having 5.
Hey, nice. Alright, let me double check. I think that's against your reflex DC, but a 23 has got to be right. I think.
Yeah. I do have a high reflex.
Oh my god, you do have crazy high reflex. With that said, it is still only a 20. So yeah, Tex gets up and just like tackles you and kind of does a tripping motion, and you feel yourself land on your ass.
It's very consistent. Fuck! Cat has claws! Cat has claws!
I think I like. You know that scene in Detective Pikachu where all the APOMs start forming on Tim? That's kind of how Tex fights, and whenever he like trips somebody, he's just like all over their body.
Oh god.
So he like jumps around Branch, knocks you to the ground, and then he's gonna leap into Hopper's arms and try and look all cute and innocent.
I'm going to laugh at this.
Hopper scoops you up. He's like, "Aw, aren't you cute? This is so sweet. You're just so cute. You're so cute. Whose are you?" And he's like looking around trying to see if anybody claims this.
There's Ruko, like, he's got a stance, like he's a dad in the crowd, like, yeah!
I point at Ruko and I
He
gesture
stops.
to come here.
He stops, turns around, and like acts like he's talking to a sketch. Who are these weirdos? X is in trouble.
Don't know, but should we go get Tex back? He's near the weird
I don't know.
thing.
I feel like they'll walk over here.
Or is this just a trap to
start
get us to
walking
move
over.
close to the thing? And then he's
God,
gonna
what
grab
is
with
that?
his tentacles, and then he's gonna drag us back to wherever Madame Monarch is.
Come on, Mr. Hopper.
Yeah, as you're having this conversation, you see that they are all approaching with Tex still in Hopper's arms.
Oh, I'm gonna walk on all fours over.
Like a normal person. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, before I do that though, I like stretch my neck out. You guys can hear it like kind of crack and pop as my neck like elongates a little bit to like allow it to like look up a little bit better as I'm walking on all fours.
Even though that's freaky as fuck, Ruko's eyes dilate. He's like, what the fuck is this? Ooh.
Branch finally gets up, checking himself for fucking cat scratches and mange, maybe.
Come on, man.
Okay,
Dally.
Yet you'll slip behind the sign, even if people see him. I'm gonna roll. See
Yeah,
how
give me a stealth
stealthily
check.
he does it.
Yeah, let's see.
How do I rotate?
Shit. It's like shift scroll wheel.
I think you right click.
Ah, there we go.
You can right click and there's like the buttons.
Nice. Hey, yes, get
Yay.
as that whole commotion. So you and Ruko are like, "Oh, should we hide? Should we run? Should we hide? Should we run?" And then Ruko turns and sees everybody walking, turns back, and you're gone.
Let's just go.
Yeah.
Oh. Hello, you've
This your cat?
yeah, he's my cat.
Keep a tighter fucking leash on him, alright? I'm a Justicar. You know what happens when
Assaulted
you
an
fuck with
officer.
us?
Okay. If you haven't learned anything about this cat, you put a leash on him. He'll choke you with it in your sleep. You'll die.
It's not that hard, okay?
Who are you?
Oh, me? I'm baby boy. Who are you?
Oh. He ponders a fake name for a while, but he gives up. Ruko.
Oh, hello, Ruko. This is Bear. He like points at the black hole that like locks eyes with you, and as you look at it, it kind of just like pulls in your gaze, like staring at a campfire after a long day.
Yep.
And
he's
just
gonna
like this
keep staring at it. Though.
thrum comes out, and you feel like a vibration in the air coming from this thing. He says hi.
Whoa.
Can I esoteric lore his emblem?
Yes. Ruko's?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was like, what?
Yeah, it's an easy
Do I
view.
notice
He's
anything
just
about it?
staring at this orb of
Yeah.
imminent death in his antlers.
Here you go.
Baby boy, your thing applies to cults.
Occult stuff only.
Okay. I will give you a bonus to an occultism check. It's not quite a cult, but it's a little cult adjacent.
I just realized something for my role with Tex.
Yes.
If that was a fail, you can give me one piece of true information and one piece of false information.
Gotcha.
And I have to determine what's what
Okay.
because of this dubious knowledge.
Wonderful. Okay, here, I should probably, not make the mistake of saying one before the other. So let me prep them both and I'll get back to you. In the meantime,
no problem.
both of you looking at his symbol can recognize... You, boy, oh boy,
Baby boy.
baby boy.
What is this creature? Does nature apply?
Okay, so that is on baby boy? Okay,
Yeah.
let's run through all these. We have Narafi on Tech, then we have Narafi and baby boy on Ruko, and then we have Sketch on baby boy. Okay, let's run through these real quick.
These sound like crack pairings.
Yep.
It sounds like the who's on first.
Okay. Narafi, the two pieces of information, one true and one false. Either this is a homunculus, or it is a inhabited animal, like a possessed animal. One is made by witches, the other is sort of like a natural occurrence.
Right. I'm leaning toward homunculus. Why else would it have a knife if it didn't belong to a witch?
Let's see.
So which right behind you?
Nurafi and Baby Boy, as you look at the symbols on Ruko, you would recognize them. You don't recognize the exact sect or the exact organization, but it uses a lot of symbology that kind of reads to you as like animist or shaman or spiritualist. It looks like an organization that probably handles spirit.
You are a man of spirits.
And then Sketch 19. Sketch, let me also get a perception check from you.
Yep.
Just leading from behind the sign.
Okay.
He's peeking out.
Certainly resembles Illithid in some way. Doesn't look like any specific monster that you know of, but, it has all of the telltale signs of an Illithid or an eldritch creature of some sort. It has the tentacles, it has kind of like the big monstrous body. His proportions are weird. He's very tall, but he's also kind of like thick across the trunk and gangly in the arms. Very bizarre proportions, very inhuman proportions. But you don't know exactly what it is. It just looks like some sort of an eldritch creature.
Okay. Does it sound like... Are there any weird fairy tales about a weird creature? No?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, there are fairy tales about weird creatures, but none that perfectly match
None that
his
match
appearance.
this. Okay.
Right, exactly.
You ever heard the story about not feeding your dog calamari? That wasn't in character. My bad.
Well, everyone's distracted, pondering each other. I'm gonna try and rob Popper now.
Right, of course. Alright. Give me a thievery check.
-5.
-5, yeah.
Before you say anything, when using a hero point, do you use it after you know the results?
Yes, it works like a Blood Bowl reroll. You roll it.
Okay.
You roll it afterwards, but you must take the new result.
Sure.
Currently, the result is that you have failed, and he notices that you are trying to go for his coin burst.
Obviously, I'm gonna use that hero.
Hell yeah, let's do it. You gotta keep this streak going.
When you use your hero point, does that negate circumstance penalties and stuff?
No.
Okay.
That is, I think you're thinking of assurance.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, no modifiers for assurance.
So, you start to go for this thing's coin purse. And he's like, oh, no, that's not for you. Good kitty. And he just keeps kind of scritching under your chin. And he does kind of he gives a little bit of a look to Ruko. He's not quite confirmed that this is Ruko's familiar, but he's got a pretty good idea. And there's a little bit of an expression hey, your cat is playing with something you shouldn't be playing with. And he kind of starts to set you down on the ground. Okay, you get out here now.
Yeah, when he gives me that look, though, Ruko's giving that stiff smile like you're playing with something you shouldn't be playing with.
Yeah, he kind of sets Tex down and pats him on the head a couple times, and then he straightens up and he folds his arms behind his back.
Even the cat's got into the pickpocketing game here. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I wonder who taught it that. He looks over at Ruko.
Ruko looks behind him like you're looking at someone else.
Well, is he yours? Is this little shit yours?
I'll head back over to that champion that I was standing on previously, and I'll jump into his arms and start nuzzling him.
Perfect, yeah. He, at this point, has grown very fond of you, and he just kind of takes you under his arm and starts to, pet you like a cat.
And then...
Are you socializing? Spirits?
Yeah, socialize for a bit. You know that dinner is coming up really soon, 5 or 10 minutes, but you guys have time to talk.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm Baby Boy. Who are you? You Ruko.
Ruko. I'm on the run. I don't know what else to say.
Maybe don't lead with that next time.
Sketch. For the record, we are in a place where everyone's on the run.
I used to be a cop until 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, but you're not anymore.
He was a crooked cop. He was lots of fun.
What if he's a double agent and he comes back?
Well,
Yeah,
he's
relax.
just gotta double stab him.
Incognito.
I'll relax. And he just takes out the like symbol of Edis, whatever symbol of Edis he was wearing before, and is like, I'm not allowed to wear this thing. That's how you tell the difference between who's actually working and who's not. Right? So on the run from what?
Whoa. Meanwhile, this black hole's reflection is just all that's in Ruko's glasses right now. It's just a reflection of that in his glasses. He just can't get over this. He needs answers before
He's
anything
gonna
happens.
turn. Big Boy's gonna turn to you, and then he's going to in Basali. He's just good. He's gonna be like, "Do you understand what I'm saying?"
I do. Wait, do I?
Not Basali, no.
Wait, I think we were gonna. Ixolocal.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how you wanted to play. But like, obviously, like, in fact, meta real quick. Like, we both have like, we kind of both, without we knowing, both decided on the same accent.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so there are two ways we can handle this, and I think I've like talked to each of you individually, but let's hash it out real quick.
Why do you
Ixolocal.
have the same accent, sis?
So,
The ancient language.
if you're both rooting from the ancient language, that would be Ixalacal.
Oh.
With that said, Ixalacal then branched into both Basali and Blemish, just because of all of the refugees from the Golden War. Some headed south, some headed north, and then right back down into Basal. So it's kind of up to you if you guys would like to. You have three options. You can either settle on Blemish, settle on Ixalaxi, or you can just, one of you keeps Blemish, the other keeps Basal, and you recognize that you speak, like, sister languages, basically. They're very similar. They have a similar accent, they have a lot of similar root words. It is kind of like the Romantic languages, in that they're all kind of branch-offs of the same thing.
I'll take it. I took Wuja just because I didn't know what to take. Can I just trade that? I don't know if the other language is worth one or two.
I like the
no, they're
idea of
both normal.
Ixolocal sharing an old, weird root. That sounds spicy.
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Then yeah, go and swap out that Wuha for Ixalacal. I am cool with that. We are not committed to
What the
that
fuck
yet.
is Wuha?
Wuha is Wex's ass.
Really?
Yeah, Wuha.
Instead of yeehaw?
No.
Is that what this is?
Do you think
How
I
do
would
you
do
spell-
that?
legally
You
distinct.
think,
You said
you think I would
Uxolotl?
name things in a silly way that helps me remember them easily?
I swear, if there's freaking cowboys that ride around going yoo-hoo and woo-ha, I'm gonna be so mad.
I think that's why Yoshi is named that. It was like Yahi instead of Yeehaw.
That makes sense.
What is this language called again?
Ixolacal. Ixol. OKL, I think?
IXIL, you
Hey.
unlanguaged
Look
fiend.
at this guy. There you go. So yeah, you run through a handful of different languages until eventually you land on Ixolacal.
Oh,
You and Mr. Hopper have very similar glasses.
Where did you get yours made?
That place in Blementil.
Ah,
But yours seem different.
are you, he kind of like taps his fingers together a little nervously. Are you, myopic?
What?
Oh, it means nearsighted.
Sort of.
It's a yes or no.
Yeah, he kind of eventually just turns. It's like, okay, well, have any of you guys seen a skeleton around here? Very fancy dress. Not this one. This is my good friend Foster, and he introduces you to Foster, who's not actually here.
you mean Bill? I just talked to Bill.
Not Bill either, although you're right that is another skeleton. I think this
Prospero.
one... Prospero, yeah, Prospero. Moresco, or Prospero von Moresco. Wait, hang on. Prospero... Oh shit, he would know this, and I've forgotten. There's something Moresco von Wittershins, I think, is right.
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought just on a fluke maybe he'd be here because he's been traveling around here lately.
Is it Moresco? Because there's a guild called the Moresco.
No, actually Moresco is a city over far on the northeast shores.
Is it named after him?
Von Moresco, yeah, Prospero von Moresco. He was originally from Moresco, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baby boy.
Is Rudico still staring at Mare?
Yeah, he's staring at everything. He's like, what is going on? He's not
Do
in a
you
bad
wanna-
staring.
Do you don't want to feed him?
No. Whatever that means. But yes,
No,
if you do it,
He just wants his orange.
he eats food.
Okay, I'll like hold it up, and you just notice like the barrier starts to like recede, and like you kind of feel like just the space around, more around Baby Boy, and then the top of his head starts to kind of like contort, and as he reaches up, his hand starts to kind of spiral and twist, and then he like drops the orange, and it goes, and it like goes inside the barrier, and you see it just start to shrink, 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 and then it goes through the clouds that are around his black hole, and you can just no longer see it.
Man, this is a freaking rural boy looking at a bug zapper right now. Holy. Whoa. Who? Wait, but what? Who? I'm so confused. Are you a spirit?
No,
Or-
he's no spirit.
And you?
Oh, I'm Baby Boy. What time is it?
It is coming up on maybe 6:30. The sun is still in the sky, but it is starting to set. It's coming up over the horizon of the east. Hard to see through the jungle.
Oh, if you wait a bit, I might be able to show you more.
Sure, but and you know the old language.
Oh,
One
I.
of the ancestors.
From when I was wee.
He's really entertained by just everything right now.
And you? You know it? You can?
Oh, I cannot. Well, bleh. He gets real weird. Nobody knows what he's saying anymore.
I assume at some point they just get so ineligible to everyone else that like no one can understand what they're saying.
For sure. It's like
I didn't really ken if I went about the Famador government. What the fuck?
Right.
I look over Hopper's shoulders, like, what are they saying? I stopped.
I'm keeping up with it a little bit. My Ixalocal is very, very rusty, but I'm getting the gist of it. Context clues.
You get glass in crickets or some kind of hopper, some kind of fucking nerd, no? Eh?
Hey.
Oh, alright. He's all
I
about
heard
books
cricket
and reading.
nerd.
Went to a museum.
I heard it fucking.
A tour of a museum for fun.
It is at
He's
this
a
point
fucking dweeb.
that you guys all hear a dinner triangle being rung. And you watch as Gigi turns, "Oh, come, the food is ready. Come on now, everyone." And they all begin to make their way into the tent.
Ooh, he said it's
good
curry
food.
today.
Ooh, curry.
Does Sketch have any occult stuff on him? I know that he like hung out with like the madam.
That is a good question. Sketch, you get to paint whatever you want on yourself. Do you make your identity in your homeland known, or do you paint personal things? What do you wear? Would he be able to determine any of your affiliation or homeland from what you're wearing?
Possibly. Let me think about what he would paint today if he painted anything.
Absolutely.
Paint's more of a special occasion, not an everyday thing.
Understandable.
We aren't in bad drag still, are we?
No, I mean, that's up to you. I assume that you've taken a bath.
I have taken it off, yes.
Yeah, if we're
What
taking
is-
a bath, there probably wouldn't be any new paint. So probably
I am
can't really identify
not
him.
caught up, so I don't even. I'm just gonna leave it to my imagination.
Perfect. While Sketch is deciding what he's got on today, Sidra, what's up?
Well, if there was still a little bit of time before the fucking gong rang, Branch wanted to just kneel down and look at Tex, cigarette already, a tobacco roll already in his mouth, and one in his hand, unlit still, and is like, "You smoke, cat? Definitely got a lot more going on than you look, than you're letting on."
Oh, now I have to roll for does he smoke?
Would
Do
he
you-
smoke?
Do you fall to peer pressure? Do it. Be a cool cat. Be cool. Smoke.
All the cool kids are doing.
All the cool cats smoke.
Yeah, just kind of stares at you really like blankly, but all with this like very just judgmental cat stare.
You an escapee from the home for talking animals? I've gotten my fair share of, well, we'll call it protection money from her herself. Probably why she had to move out to that little bit of worse district, right?
You would know a big part of it is she just couldn't keep up with the rent anymore.
Fair. That get anything out of text?
It. You notice a very visible like twitch.
Branch just Branch gives you like the like slightly too aggressive like cat head rub, and then like fucks off. Is like, if you wanna, I won't be sending you back there. I ain't no fucking, and I ain't animal control. What the hell? And he'll just leave the cigarette in front of Tex just to see what he does with it, and head off.
You see a magical hand form out of the little hand on his backpack, and it goes and picks up the cigarette and tucks it into his backpack.
I love it.
Hell yeah.
I love that that's how Tex kind of reveals himself to Branch for the first time.
Knew it. All right. Hopper's an easy target. Try again and you'll get it.
Rude.
He comes over and jumps onto Branch's back.
Yo. Does this hurt?
I mean, as much as a cat jumping on your back hurts. Yeah, it
Full claws.
tries to get onto your shoulder, so he's not like really digging in too much. But
as you guys make your way in, the smell of some sort of a sweet and spicy curry begins to just wash over you. You can also see that there are some beans that are being cooked, a little bit of steamed rice. But there are a couple of cooks that are going around just giving out pretty healthy portions of a nice meal. And as you finally receive it, you see that it is some sort of a spicy pineapple curry. And when you dig in, it is delicious. If you enjoy curry at all, it is very, very good.
Can I, like, take the bowl?
Yeah. They just kind of give it out in these cheap wooden bowls, yeah.
Yeah, well, like, I'm not going to eat it here.
You're just holding onto your bowl.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get 3 bowls because I need a lot of food.
Understood.
I look at my bowl, there's pineapple, and I just go like, ugh, and I give it to baby boy.
I'm just going to try to put it in my tentacles in the back. No, it's just going to dump everywhere.
I assume that Foster is also like, oh, I can't eat here. You just
Okay, I guess I'll just take those ones then.
We just give you our bowls.
Having undead friends is great. They give you all your food.
I just don't like pineapple.
Right. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Ruko's been so entertained by baby boy that he's probably noticing what he's doing. I don't know.
Right. Branch asks for like chili flakes or something to make this spicier. Then he eats after.
Excellent. Yeah, the cook will glad. It's this kind of big, jolly, a little bit overweight orc guy with one tusk that's much longer than the other. Oh, spicy. I can give you some more spice. Give me just a moment. And he eventually comes back.
Me too. Wait, don't give me some, please.
Certainly. How brave are you feeling? And he looks to the both of you.
Are you a 1 to 5 scale or a 1 to 10 scale?
1 to 5.
4.
4. Well, all right. Suit yourself.
Strongest you got. This ain't doing shit for me.
Really? Do you mean that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He shakes his head. All right.
Grew up with Menko days.
He eventually comes back with.
Wait, as he's walking past me, can I give him a copper and be like, make it spicier?
Sure. Give me a thievery or a stealth check. Either one's fine to do it without them seeing.
Go say fuck him up.
And I like hear him.
Oh, this is just for Branch. This is not.
Oh,
I'm not
okay,
doing
okay.
this to sketch.
Okay. All right.
My first nat 20.
Very, very important. Nat 20. Eventually, he comes back with a couple of little dishes, and he pours some spice into each of yours. The spice on Sketches is this kind of like bright orange, and the spice that he brings over to Branch is just like a pinch of some very dark black powder.
Hell yeah.
And you're like, as he sprinkles it down there, you can actually, like, he flinches back a little bit, and you can see his eyes starting to water a bit as he puts it in. Eat up. If you need to throw it up, do it over there, not in the tent.
Branch doesn't wait. He just shovels that shit into his mouth immediately.
Watching
Con
intently.
Give me a fortitude save, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The local spice known as die fucker die.
Ruko leans in to sketch. Sometimes magic isn't required for poop magic.
Did you say for poop magic?
Ah,
Yeah.
Don't ask. He keeps talking about it. I think he just really likes poop.
I really don't.
Looks like
It's
the
just
type.
very effective.
Poop is very effective.
Yes, when you're not expecting it, you
Oh,
can't
most
do
people
anything.
poop.
You're
Yeah,
trying to
most
make
people
someone
do.
sick.
Yeah.
We're eating. Don't talk about that.
Keep
Yeah,
an
it's
eye
gross,
on that one,
Sketch.
Hopper.
You brought it up, not me.
You started it.
No, you did. I just ordered spicy
Well,
food.
You're
Just
acting
because
like
you
it was
can't handle
weird.
spice and it gives you the runs doesn't mean it gives me the
I
runs.
can handle it just
Well,
fine.
Uh-huh.
No more talking about dietary things.
Is
At the
Branch,
table.
is Branch dead?
Branch, by about the 5th or 6th spoonful is when it really starts to build. Your eyes are red. There are tears streaming down your face. Your cheeks are bright red. It is. You're not going to throw up. You're used to spice enough that like this is hot, but it's not so hot that you're going to throw up or something. It's up to you if you kind of power through it just to kind of make a point. And for what it's worth, it is very good. It is not just spice for the sake of spice. It's got this kind of flavorful high note, almost like a caramel to it, that pairs really, really well with the pineapple.
yeah, Branch ain't no bitch. He's gonna finish. He probably lick the plate clean.
All right, you are like full on snot weeping by the end of it, but also it's delicious.
Oh yeah, he definitely looks like he's about to die.
Look like a family member just died.
Definitely dares a few of you to take it, at least a little bit. Even the cat, but like,
Yeah, I have come over to BB first, and I see there are like 4 bowls of food, and I push my empty bowl and I start patting at it. And I'm like, "Woohoo."
Sketch, by the way, you're able to handle yours just fine. It is just the right level of kick for you. It's delicious.
Perfect. Hero point worth it.
Yep, absolutely. It's got a little bit of kind of like a Serrano thing to it, where there's like an underlying buzz that kind of draws out these softer flavors.
Yeah, that's right.
yeah, Kitty, I got you. I got some for you. It's like,
I look at Branch, and I just look at the guy who gave him the spice, and I'm just like, could I buy some of that?
oh,
Can I
want some.
weaponize that? No.
Definitely gonna take this for the road.
Perhaps it is quite expensive. I had it imported from Moonma.
Oh, okay. Well, if we were just from there, we could have just picked some up.
Yeah, and actually, Narafi, give me a nature check, or if you have crafting, you could do that too.
I could do nature. You want it hidden? I'll just do it.
Yeah, you can do public. This one's not important. This one's a silly one.
Yeah, I could also do esoteric lore with a -2. It's 1 higher.
That's fair. Yeah, go for it. I mean, that
Unless the
applies to...
DC's higher.
Or, well, that only applies to any creature, right? It's not just anything. It's for creatures.
It's anything.
Okay, yeah. go.
If anything that isn't a creature is a -2.
I see. I gotcha. Then yeah, -2.
Yeah, there isn't a hunt as well. But yeah, here. But it applies basically to everything. Like I am trained in that lore.
Perfect. Let's see.
Here, this -2.
Yeah, you're not super familiar with this one. It kind of strikes you as odd when he says it's for Moonma because you are not familiar with this one.
What's it called?
It's Defukadir powder. It's from the Defukadir pepper. It apparently only grows along the rivers in the desert.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
What's up, Rico?
Can I figure out what the fuck, generally about Nefari?
Rafi.
Sure.
Nafari or something?
Yeah, give me, give me a society check. Definitely. Do you want to reroll it?
Hero point.
Fuck
Hero.
it.
Everybody gets 1 for free.
Yes.
All right, perfect. He is definitely Unyo. He is from the city of Unyo in Unma, the desert. He is wearing armor that designates to you that he is almost certainly a high-ranking mercenary or possibly a guard, although there's a lot of overlap between their two. They have a mercenary guard, effectively. Not a lot of symbology apart from that he is from Unyo. He appears to be Leonin, although he's fully wrapped. He's got a mask on, which you would know is pretty standard for the Unyo guard. Yeah, those are the big beats that you get with an 18. You would see also And you tell me, Frisk, what does he see any implements, and would that mean anything to him on an 18?
Let's see, 18. He's not really hiding anything except his main implement, which is like this. It's just on his hip, easy access. A very scarab-shaped flask with a crystalline shell, where you can see like fluid in.
Perfect. And that doesn't like stand out to you as like a symbol of anything, but he has something that is probably esoteric or part of how he fights or part of his lore or something valuable to him. You can see that there's a chalice of some importance at his side. Also, text 22 on a fort save. The spice is great. You're kind of in the same boat as Baby Boy. Or, sorry, as Brand. It's a lot for you, but you can handle it.
Full cat sounds?
Yeah.
I know, buddy. But it's great.
I'm gonna.
He gets about halfway through, and then some of the heat starts to kick in. Eyes start to water, and he does like full hairball back into the.
Oh boy!
Is this after that you came to me for food? Because I was going to give you food.
I imagine that this is before he throws up some of the hot food and then comes over to you looking for some regular food.
I'm going to like take one of the bowls and only scoop out like the meat and the curry because you're a cat.
Okay.
You only eat meat, and then while I'm doing this, I'm going to be like, "Oh, do you know a chronolassie named Jane?" And then you just see like a tentacle kind of curl come up next to the table with a little sock puppet on it of a human.
God.
Tex's pupils kind of dilate, and he just starts kind of batting at your tentacles a little bit.
Oh no, my name's Jane. I'm getting attacked by a cat.
What the fuck?
Do homunculi eat?
What a good fucking question. Let me check.
That's my... I'm rolling for it, basically. Current theory sees a homunculi.
Yeah, give me a check.
Homunculus.
Yeah, give me your choice of Arcana or Esoteric.
Esoteric for a creature, so it applies.
Yep, absolutely it does.
Full. Bad.
You're not
Do
entirely sure.
Well, give me false information or correct
Oh,
information.
right,
And
of
one
course.
correct.
You would know that either they eat nothing or they eat clay.
The other... Okay, this cannot be a homunculus. It's eating. Or maybe that's why I threw up. It's not supposed to be eating.
As you're pondering this to yourself, there is
Maybe
suddenly...
it's just slow.
Oh, boy.
It's just
like
the
a-
homunculus.
It's like a fish. It'll just put anything in its mouth and doesn't realize it could kill it.
Oh no. Don't give it grapes.
As you guys are eating, there is suddenly a ding against a glass. As you see, the Leonin stands up and kind of waves for everybody and motions for a moment to speak. Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. I hope the curry is good. It's some of the best I've had. My name is Darbin Timpo. This is my husband, Finn. If you're just here to make some money, I promise this will be brief. But I know that many of you are here because you're in need, and I believe we can help each other. This place, these ruins, they used to be the campus of a guild called Landfall. And as he looks around the room, you can see that several people recognize it. You can see, actually, that several people are wearing tattered old clothing that is kind of matching his clothing. You get the sense that there are some scraps that are left over from that guild that have reunited here. For a short time, I used to run that guild. Landfall, we used to do great things. We helped people, we fought the things that were too big for others to fight, we built the things that were too big for others to build. We healed the sick, we fed the hungry, and most importantly, we empowered the people to help themselves. And several people kind of like raised glasses to that. Over time, though, things changed. We were stretched too thin. Between the war and the monsters, we started running out of resources, and eventually we started taking contracts from the Adendric government just to stay afloat. Those contracts pulled us farther and farther from the people until eventually we crumbled. We lost the people's trust, and with it, we lost our purpose and our sustainability. A lot of time has passed since the guild officially disbanded. This place does not belong to anyone now. It is not mine any more than it is yours. But the world has changed, the garden has grown, and so have his people. This new generation, and he looks around to all of you. And you can tell as he does this, there's age in his eyes. He seems a little weary. He looks like he's probably in his mid-50s or so. He's well exercised. He looks like he has stayed in shape, but he is getting older, and he seems to recognize it as he says this. This new generation has learned a hard lesson, that we cannot depend on the systems our fathers built to serve us. But we can pick up the pieces, and if you're interested, that's where you come in. I am not asking any of you to join a guild, or swear an oath, or even commit to anything beyond the job in front of you. But I know that many of you are in need. And as he says this, he looks over to Sketch. And as it turns out, so are we. Within these ruins, and he unfurls a paper, are a myriad of treasures. Let me see if I can pull this. Most of the material goods within this place have already been picked clean, but this is a place that is rich with magic, and once upon a time we built devices upon that magic that I believe could be useful once again. Tools for you, tools for us, tools for all of the people of Eden who have been left behind. For the Wildfolk, because that's what we are now. The first step is to survey the area so we can see what has survived, what can be rebuilt, and what we need to do to fix everything. In the morning, we plan to take a few parties with us deeper into the campus to investigate these ruins and assess the damage, so we can figure out our priorities. This will almost certainly be dangerous, but you'll be paid for your assistance, 25 gold pieces each for 1 day of work. In addition to this flat fee, any treasure found along the way will be returned here, sold to the highest bidder, and then the proceeds will be split evenly. If one person finds something, we all profit. We need about 30 people in total. And he motions up to Gigi. Gigi will be taking half of them to watch the walls to make sure that nothing breaks into the camp while the rest of us are exploring. The other 15 will be split into 3 groups. He points down at the map to the northwest, that blue building there. I will be taking a group of 5 people to the old gateway building to investigate the Landfall windows and the ethereal vault. The windows are a series of teleportation circles, and if we can get them back online, it would be easier for us to go on long-reaching adventures to fetch the materials we need. The vault is a secure demiplane that'll give us a safe place to store those materials, along with anything else we find along the way that needs protection. And let me get a perception check from Tex, Sketch, and Ruko.
Damn Sketch.
Damn, Sketch.
I roll so many 19s. That's the only thing in my roll data was I just roll a bunch of 19s.
Yep.
Oh no!
It's too busy looking at baby.
Speaking
Yeah,
of roll
just,
data,
just staring at Mare the whole time. Tex and Sketch. When they mention the vault, and when Darbin mentions storing valuable things in it, both of you notice that Finn, next to him, looks at you 3. And then Darbin continues, while we're there, we will also be checking on the dimensional manors. I know that many of you are here because you simply can't afford to live in Famador anymore, either because of the rent or because of our lovely new overlords. The sooner we can get the manors up and running, the sooner we can all sleep soundly at night. Not to mention we can finally be rid of the outhouses. Meanwhile, and he points to the red building in the bottom right, Finn will be taking a group of 5 into the Alcazar to investigate the bulwark generator. The sooner we can get a proper wall around this place, the sooner we can stop worrying about monsters breaching the palisades overnight. And Gigi chimes in at this point, and if I can stop playing guard, I can go back to smithing, which I'm sure many of you will appreciate. I've been holding my tongue, but most of you are walking around with tools that I would not trust a child with, let alone a soldier. Darbin kind of nods along. Once we're secure that the promontory is secure, we can start to bring in more people from Famador to house them and to have them help with reconstruction. Eventually, if we can get the Bulwark's anti-divination spells online, that would also shield us from some of our nosy neighbors, and he looks again over towards the symbol of Cyrillin. I'm sure that as we rebuild, they will start to notice, and I don't intend to bend the knee like Famador did. I suspect this will earn their ire, and I would prefer to not have their eyes all over our land. Finally, and he motions over to Bill Grimm, who nods. Bill will be taking a group of 5 to the Athenaeum to check on the dowsing pools and the murmury, and he taps the purple building in the top right. I know a few of you are here, and he looks to sketch because you're looking for loved ones, and if the murmury is still alive and well, it's a good place to start. Information and communication are of paramount importance, and with the help of a little divination, we can stop fumbling around in the dark and start making informed decisions about where we need to go and what we need to do next. And then he taps down to the green building. We intended to have a 4th group go today to investigate the sanctuary, but I'm afraid that one of our old members is still unaccounted for. Rita Connors, our wizard. It's not like her to disappear like this, and we've received some troubling signs that she may be in danger, but hopefully we'll hear from her soon. Now, I promise I'm almost done. If you do well in this job, and if you're interested in more work, there will almost certainly be more jobs to come. There's no long-term obligation, of course. You're not signing any contracts or joining any guilds. This is just a job. But if we can get some of these devices back online, those of you who help will be among the first to use them as you see fit. And even if you decide you're not ready for adventuring, our camp is safe-ish, and you're welcome to stay, to rest, to eat, at least for a while, so long as you don't cause any trouble. And at this point, Finn looks once again over to Tech. We've done what we can to ensure that there's nothing too big and scary lurking around here, but I want to stress that there are still many parts of this plateau that could harbor monsters, especially within the ruins themselves. They tend to prefer abandoned buildings. I would not approach the Academy for any reason. We have reason to believe that there are at least a few powerful monsters still residing there. Until we can fully secure the promontory, I would caution you to stay in groups, to keep watches, and don't let your guard down. That's my entire spiel for now. I'd like to get to know each of you over the course of the night. But please finish eating, take your time, talk amongst yourselves, and decide where you'd like to go. We will set out in the morning. And with that, several people kind of raise their glasses and toast. He takes a drink and then sits back down to eat.
Baby Boy has, the moment he mentioned Rita, his hand, went up.
He actually is going to sit down for a second. He whispers a few things to Bill and to Finn. But then he'll come around, and he's got a big smile on his face. And he extends a hand. It's like, oh, I don't think I've seen anything quite like you. What is your name?
Oh, I'm Baby Boy.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Baby Boy. And he gives you a big handshake.
This is Rita. Is she a chrono lassie?
She had a little knowledge in most schools of magic, but I believe she was dabbling in some chronomancy, yes.
Oh.
Are you in need of a chronomancer?
Oh, I'm waiting for one. She should be here soon. Was she looking for Rita?
I couldn't tell you. Who are you waiting for?
Jane.
Jane, it doesn't ring any bells. I'm sorry.
I pulled the puppet out. Should I have this?
Did you make that?
Oh, no. This was made by skeletons.
Oh, well, it's very good. I'm afraid I still don't recognize this person, but I'll keep an eye out. And if you wanted to see... Do you know Rita?
Oh, no.
You've simply heard of her?
Aye.
Well, with any luck, she may show up soon. If there's nothing else, I have a few more people I should meet.
Oh, aye. It's good to meet you.
It's great to meet you.
None of my 2 things go off with this guy, does it?
No. Nope.
Okay, cool.
And he kind of wanders off to keep talking.
If I... The first important person who'd pay me mind, I'd probably look at them and flash the symbol of the Justicars at them. Just tilt the head over to try and get their attention.
To one of these 3 folks, or to Gigi?
Either or, whoever will give me the time.
Yeah, so here's what happens, actually. Let's do that. When Darwin gets up to start talking to people, Finn takes a little time and continues to eat a bit more. He comes over, and he will take a seat of right next to you, Branch, but in the middle of Ruko, Tex, and Sketch. He cautiously plays it off very cool. He kind of rests his arms on the table, crossed in front of him, and then he sweeps his hand over towards Ruko. And almost without it being noticeable, when he retracts his hand, you look down and eventually realize that there is a small metal box sitting in front of you, Ruko.
What is that?
It's about the size of like a matchbox. It appears to just be kind of a metal box, currently closed.
Anything engraved on it? Anything besides metal?
Just metal as best as you can tell. There's no engravings, no symbols. It appears to just kind of slide open with exactly the same mechanism as a matchbox. It's like you push at the end and it pops out.
It's not a Zippo.
It kind of looks like one. It honestly looks a lot like a Zippo. Except that it has a push-open mechanism instead of like a flip top.
I'll look at them first because I know what, pipe bombs look like, but this is not.
Yeah.
He definitely would continue to sit there.
What is this?
You should put it in that. And he looks to you and to Tex and then to Sketch. You shouldn't be walking around with that.
Do I know what he's walking around with?
You haven't seen it, I don't believe.
All right.
I appreciate it. He'll tuck it underneath his little shawl sleeve thingy, whatever he's wearing.
Where?
And he'll nudge Tex, or not Tex, Sketch, wherever he is.
Over here.
I guess we should. Branch will turn to Finn, maybe like if he tries walking in, maybe put his good arm on his shoulder and be like, "This for real?"
Is what for real? The job?
Your little spiel your husband gave there, is that real?
He gives you a little bit of a look. Yeah. Why wouldn't it be?
A lot of people like punking the gullible citizens of Famador for a quick buck.
He gives you a little bit of a smile. I appreciate your skepticism. You shouldn't trust anyone until you've learned whether they're trustworthy or not. You got a good head on your shoulders. Speaking of trustworthy, though, I really would not flash that in here. You will not make friends.
Just trying to be a little discreet by showing it to whoever. I ain't working for them anymore. Don't worry.
That's good to hear. Falling out.
Maybe it was never in the first place. At least never wanted to be.
He's gonna do a thing real quick.
Meanwhile, Sketch and Ruko have gone outside to gremlin squat somewhere else very inconspicuous.
I forgot how to change poses. Fuck.
If you right-click,
Right-click
be
the pictures. Yeah.
The pictures?
If you right-click, there's a little thing
Right.
in the bottom right.
There we go.
He looks at you and he kind of like puts his arm on the table and he lowers his voice a bit. I guess that lines up. 7 years, was it?
7 months and 7 days, too.
Huh.
7 weeks and 7 days. All that.
For what it's worth, I think Ada's made the right call. You were never a murderer.
Just kind of, I guess, like, exhales aggressively at him and just tells him to just leave.
He stands up, kind of gives a nod. And he is going to... when Sketch Ruko left, were they making... Did they seem like they wanted time to speak alone? Is that kind of the vibe you were giving?
No, it's kind of the vibe of like Ruko really had to pee or something.
Okay, wonderful. In that
I don't know
case...
what Sketch was doing.
Oh, did we both have to pee? I thought you
You
were
look-
giving me
you
a
look
box.
Yes, I was, but I just, make the impression like you really gotta go. It won't bug you.
Nice. Yep. Went right through me. Ugh.
Yeah, I can smell it in your
Yep.
breath. It's like hurting my nose. That was spicy.
Yeah, it was pretty good though.
Wait, were you
Anyway,
gonna say something, Feck?
no, you're good. I was just checking to see whether Finn did something, if he saw that you wanted time to speak alone. But keep going.
Yeah,
You're good.
he could probably tell that we were being a little bit sneaky.
Okay.
Ruko was playing it off like he had to be.
Noted. In that case, he
All right.
deliberately makes a point of not following you, and he just goes to talk to other people.
Can I perceive Finn?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for like a sense motive sort of deal.
Yeah.
Cool. Finn is quiet. He walks quietly. He has sharp eyes. It's very clear to you. So within 11, you have no idea what he's trying to get up to. But you do notice that he keeps glancing over to Darbin. He seems to be... he's on sentinel duty. He is watching. He is the eyes here.
Andy's hot.
When Finn hands... You just think that because he's the first gay character that we've met.
No.
Darbin was the first gay character we met. And he's also hot.
Yeah, you met Darbin first, technically.
Well, they're a couple, so they go together.
True.
There's Argus.
Oh, that's true, too. Argus is very, very gay.
Argus is... There's no way that Argus isn't bi.
That's also true.
That's also true.
He's Pan.
Oh, yeah, he's Pan as hell.
When Finn drops the Zippo, can I glance up at Gigi? See if there's
Ooh, yes.
Maybe he informed.
Yes, give me a perception check. I like that. I'm really good at reading things. Finn seemed...
Can I smell if there's anything going on?
Does anything smell stinky?
Since I have scent and perception and sense motive are the same skill.
I'll let you make like a separate...
I mean, you can't smell fear. So, like, other emotions can probably be smelled too.
I'm going to keep your 12 for your insight, but if you want to give me another perception check, give me another perception check for reasons.
It's okay, I guess. If you're telling me for reasons.
Yeah.
Already been very generous in giving me 2. Yeah.
No. Gigi seems to be completely preoccupied. It looks to you, and this would have been obvious as you were looking around, when the conversation ended, you watched as like 15 of these adventurers rushed over to Gigi as if they're like, oh, we want to get on this real quick. We want wall duty. Wall duty sounds the easiest. Let's do that. And he is kind of talking to these 15 people that have crowded around him and they're like, okay, yes, can you fight? How do you fight? Do you know how to work as a team? Have you ever worked as part of a unit? Do you know what a spear is? Do you know where the pointy end goes? Things like that. He's starting to evaluate people and he seems very preoccupied and doesn't notice the conversation with Finn.
Okay.
Lush, what's up?
Few things. If it gets annoying for me to keep saying, I won't. But does Hopper or Finn set off my thingamajig?
Neither of them set off your thingamajig, no.
Okay. And then Baby Boy's gonna go outside, and he's gonna just start setting up his tent.
Okay. Yeah. Excellent. Perfect.
And then I'm gonna go in. I don't know how long it takes. And then I'm gonna go inside, and I'm gonna seal it, and I'm gonna go eat.
Understood. All right. Cool. Yeah. Nobody bothers you.
No. Narafi has been going around. He just sticks a jerky under his mask, like slowly.
Yeah, starts
nibbling, and he's like walking around. He's making conversation, but he's actually sizing people up. He's trying to see who here is good at fighting, who here can do magic.
Love that. That feels like another perception check. Perception's kind of the catch-all for what do I see and what do I think about it.
Yeah.
Unless you have like military lore or something like that.
Nah. I do have, again, esoteric lore for creatures.
All right.
But I'll do perception because I'm trying to notice.
I'm just a kitty cat.
Tex is just a kitty cat with
Actually,
a knife.
Just a kitty cat with a knife who took down Branch.
A knife and a magic hand, yep.
And a magic hand.
Although I think only Branch saw the hand.
If Tex would
I didn't
take
see the hand. Good.
Branch will like lean over, offer his shoulder to the cat on the table, and like, come on, I'll show you some shit.
All right, let's run through Frisk's thing real quick, and then we'll jump to another part.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Also, Eli's here.
All right, excellent. Yeah, he hops on.
Eli.
Hello, welcome.
I'm glad you're here. Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Happy anniversary, you two.
As a quick recap,
You're both so cute.
you guys you guys have completed your trip. It took several weeks. You've made it to Famador, where there was no sign of prosperity. We'll jump back and get your skeleton stuff taken care of in Delwero. Maybe this session, or possibly first thing next session, we'll do a flashback before you join up with Jane and them.
Yep,
just
totally
to
cool.
Really delay how long we can put off resolving the Jane, Kaz, and Fetch situation.
Love
Yeah,
that.
it's funny because she's
she died at
actually...
sea.
Yeah, she's just dead. I don't know what you guys talk about. We're trying to figure out what to do because she's super dead.
Yeah,
Zika's been rerolling a character.
Gotta really just start rolling that new character. Let me finish up the thing with Frisk, and then I'll get you caught up. Frisk, take a look around. Most of the people here are doing this because they have no other option. You see a lot of commoners who are picking up a sword for the first time. Out of everyone here, I'd say that about a fifth of them have some actual martial training. You can see that they are holding their weapons the correct way. They have armor, and most of those people are wearing the colors of Landfall, this brown and green. You get the sense that many of them are returning people who were just kind of sent off on their own when the guild disbanded, and are now coming back to do some work now that there is an option available to them.
A lot of the times I'm shaking hands and feeling for like weapon calluses.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also get some work calluses. You can see that some of the people here, there's a very, like, there's a carpenter who really looks like he knows what he's doing. He's got all of his tools around his belt. In addition to military people here, you get the sense that there are some skilled tradesmen who are showing up. Most of the tradesmen are almost exclusively wearing guild brand. You get the sense that they're not here to do a job. They're here because they want to be part of this guild again, and they're trying to make that happen. And, you know, they're not sure whether that's really going to happen, but this is the best hope that they've had in a while.
They could help with utilities.
Absolutely.
Eventually, I guess, I see that Darwin is the one doing a lot of talking.
Yes.
And I don't talk to him immediately. I do notice that Finn is skulking around.
Yeah.
And that he hasn't said much.
He's very quiet.
Yeah. That tells me that he's attentive. Because that's what I do.
Yep, very similar to your role. You can tell that, you would know this just because you both are performing essentially the same duty. He is on guard. He is looking for signs of danger, and he's trained well to do it. With a 15, you can see that he has a couple of, actually, you would see that he has a handful of shuriken that are kind of like down at his side. But he keeps this pretty well covered under what appears at first to be a leather bracer. But when he extends a hand at one point, you can see that there are mechanisms within that bracer. There is some sort of a hidden weapon in his bracer.
Assassin's Creed, motherfucker.
Something like that, yeah. Something along those lines. A guitar or a hidden blade or a wrist blade or something like that.
I go over to him, and I just ask, like, who catches your eye around here?
Give me a diplomacy check.
Sure.
Oh,
it's a good time to use a hero point.
Sure, go for it.
Can't get worse.
It can get worse. Well, it
Right.
could. I could roll a second one. It's happened before.
I mean, then it's just
Then
as bad.
it's the
It's
same.
not getting
No,
worse.
that's
Yeah.
true. Oh, it was close to another natural one in my thing. 24.
Imagine having actual numbers on your dice.
Right, why? He looks at you and he gives like a little bit of a wry grin, and he says, "The truthful answer to that would put them in danger, so I can't tell you. But there are several talented fighters here, and I can see that you're one of them. Unyo. Majai. That's impressive. Why would you come to a place like this?
We're mercenaries, are we not?
Surely the pay isn't better here."
He just thumbs over at the board outside. 25 gold a day?
Isn't that like the price of a single oil of unlife?
Exactly. I have a way to keep myself alive, and my friends alive. And he looks over at, like, Foster. Oils of unlife aren't cheap.
Ah, I see. You're with him.
I'm with these two.
Oh,
It's with Foster and Hopper.
that's very progressive. I'm happy for you.
Progressive.
Yeah. He, like, pats you on the shoulder and then continues to walk.
Just goes right over his head.
Good.
Are people allowed to marry each other now? He just thinks to himself, like, hey, are dudes allowed to marry each other?
You can give me a society check if you want.
I liked it better when you just said people. Can people marry each other?
Are any
Sorry,
people allowed to...
Is marriage allowed?
Yeah, listen. Magi training is very extensive. Let's see. Let's do... I don't have society, but I do have esoteric, so this is -2. Hey, can people gay marry? I don't know.
It's so
No, they definitely
appropriate.
can't.
It's so appropriate that you don't know the answer to this. So wonderful. Perfect.
I'm like, when he said, like, he was married to, like, Darwin, I was like, wait, husband?
Yeah. It really probably... You're probably under the impression that in most places, it's not necessarily even that it's illegal. It's just abnormal enough that nobody would even think to do it. Your
It's
background...
like dressing up your dog in clothes.
It's especially fitting coming from Unma. Your background is one such that, like, people don't get married at all. Why would anyone get married? So it kind of makes sense that you would not know a lot of the rights and customs of marriage.
We don't do that where it come from. Okay, we just kind of stick with people we like.
Yeah, typically marriages in Unma are for business purposes or for political purposes, which in Unyo is just business purposes with a different face.
Does Darbin look like a rich man?
Darbin, oh boy, on a 15, Darbin has a very nice spear and a very nice suit of armor that he is wearing.
I snap my fingers. Political.
I have an odd one. I served a famous house. Does he look rich?
Give me society. Or perception. Either one is appropriate.
That was my whole thing, though.
I think perception is better. Okay, hold on.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm going to jump over to Sketch and Ruko soon. I know you guys are having a conversation out there. 17.
Oh, yeah.
He has nice things on, but none of them scream nobility so much as they scream knight. The closest thing that you can think of is all of his money is in his equipment. This is somebody who looks like they care very much about being able to fight. And granted, he's in kind of town's clothes now, but even in his town's clothes, he's wearing a gambeson. And that gambeson appears to be high quality. It's well stitched. His spear looks very nice. It appears like it might even have some magical properties to it. It's bizarre, though, because although his equipment is nice, and this could just be the sign of a practiced politician, but he seems down to earth. He communicates like a commoner, even if he is wearing the equipment of a knight. He doesn't walk around with his nose held up like knights are usually doing. On the other hand, Bill, for sure, is he's a skeleton, but he is sitting there with his arms crossed, very polite, his cane at his side. He has the poise of a noble, for sure. He kind of gives off rich guy energy.
Generational wealth.
Tell me about it.
All right, we're going to come back inside here in a second, but let's jump out real quick to Ruko and Sketch, who have been having a conversation.
Let's see what those gremlins are up to.
Yeah, what are these guys up to?
Sketch gave us a box.
Oh, why do you give us a box? Do you think it's for the...
Yeah.
How did he see that? It's been in my pocket the whole time.
I don't know. You have stupid...
Oh,
Do you
wait,
even have
we-
pockets? You just
we
hide in your
literally
loincloth with a fucking
detect
banana.
magic. Well, I have pockets in my cloak.
Well, then why'd you hide the banana? Okay, never mind.
Because there's knives in the other pockets, and you can't cut the banana on the knife.
Well,
And
okay,
it felt a little weird putting a banana in the same pocket as the really expensive moonstone that people are shocked about. So it was just the only pocket left.
He objects to all of this. Okay, he's gonna open the box and he fully expects it to explode.
All right, you cautiously, like holding it away from yourself at full arm's length, carefully slide this box open, listening to see if there's like a ting or a click or anything like a mechanism's being triggered. And you find that there isn't any. It just slides open. It basically is the size and construction of a metal matchbox. It kind of slides out like a drawer. And when you look inside, you can see it's just more metal. It's kind of a dark silvery color. It appears to just be a box, just big enough that if you wanted to, you could put it inside there.
Can I tell what kind of metal it is?
Yeah, I'm sniffing it already.
Give me nature checks unless you have like crafting or something that would be applicable to recognizing metals.
We both just start licking it at the same time.
Yeah, what is this? It tastes like brain damage.
That's really good.
These two.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Ugh.
This is actually appropriate. Both of you would kind of have different reasons for recognizing this. Sketch, you are very well aware of what lead is because you're from Zulakara. The ground is constantly reshaping and lead deposits form all the time. Your people have known for hundreds of years, don't eat the lead, don't put your food on the lead. You have also known, because of your position, and this is where Ruko comes in, lead has a lot of anti-magical properties. It is good at suppressing magic and also suppressing divination effect. People store valuables in lead boxes if they suspect that people are going to be looking for them.
That seems like lead.
Yeah, that definitely... You're not supposed to taste that. We should probably go wash our mouths.
Yeah, hold on.
There's water right here. We got it. It's fine.
So I did this math poorly. That is a cliff that goes way down. On some of the other
I spit over the cliff.
Perfect. Yeah, the wind carries
that'll
that.
work.
Here, Ruko hands you a little water sash thing. Water
Oh,
bottle.
okay, we can gargle it. I'm not actually gonna gargle any liquid because I'm out of drink. So you've lucked out, but
God, they really do need techs.
Oh yeah, in the past 48 hours, they have eaten creek fish that they electrify, gross fish soup, and lead. That has been their diet.
and curry now.
Oh, and curry.
And
Yeah, you had some
throbbing
very delicious-
bananas.
And throbbing,
and throbbing
bananas.
bananas. Yep.
Okay, well, I guess we totally
Okay.
should put this in there. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, put it in there.
Okay.
Do you want me to hold it, or you can hold it?
I can put it in this pocket. It's really hard to see this pocket, so like, even if they look in all my other pockets, they might miss this one.
What pocket?
Exactly. He'll just rub his hand on his cloak and it'll
Oh.
disappear.
Weird. Okay. All right. Well, this is fortuitous. I mean, cool.
Yeah, I have to thank him later and... Or wait, is that a bad idea? Is he gonna find us in an alley and kill us? Or...
No, I don't think so.
Okay. If you say so.
Hmm. But never trust him, though. I mean,
I mean, his husband seems nice and he's offering to pay us a lot of money, so maybe he doesn't need money?
true, but his husband's really hot.
True. They're both pretty hot.
You agree? Oh my god. They're just gonna start giggling. Probably.
Christ.
As they walk back in.
Yeah, the two girls go off to the bathroom together and they come back giggling.
Yeah.
All right.
Take a dump in the woods.
Boy. They do actually have an outhouse here, which is, better than nothing, I guess. Baby boy, you're eventually able to finish up and come back.
Yeah, with 3 just completely empty, or I guess 4 empty bowls of food.
Yep. The sun has set at this point. You can start to hear crickets are coming out. There are a handful of fireflies that dance around, but everybody's kind of congregated in the tent. And many of them are like trying to say, like, okay, which job do we want? The Athenaeum or, the Alcazar? And there's just a rabble. There's a rabble going on inside here as everybody kind of playing.
This man is 4 kobolds in a monster suit. That's why he needed 4 bowls of food.
I love it.
He's an
Um,
illithid in a fursuit.
So before it gets actually dark and the sun sets, Uruko said he wanted to see Mer.
Yeah.
No? Come. He kind of thought, anyone else wants to see him come too?
In a weird way, Ruko, as you walk out, like he'll just casually say, I actually fear for my life right now, but this is kind of cool.
Oh, no need to fear. Mer is good.
But what if he eats you like he did that orange?
Oh, no. It's complicated.
Okay.
But then,
I'm
like,
gonna stay over here, though.
as the sun is setting and like the first star in the sky appears, he'll point up at it. There he is. There's Mer.
You look at the star. Look at the black hole in your antlers. Look at the star. What?
That's Mer.
You've got some explaining to do, but
Oh, he's not really here. It's no, he's there.
Baby, what are you showing them?
Oh, I'm showing the Mer. Look, and he points up at like the first star in the sky. It's just starting to appear.
Do you think he would have shown Branch this if he had an ass? Because he probably didn't.
If you didn't show interest in Mer, he has no reason to show you.
That's a cute star, I guess.
Oh, no, stop no more.
What do you mean?
No, I'm not.
He's just like that, all right.
I'm just more confused now.
If you just smile and nod, most stuff just kind of walks past. Just starts making sense with him, all right? He ain't no
Okay.
trouble.
Ruko's just sitting and staring at the star. He's like forgotten people are around him.
You see like Mer staring up at it too. Just kind of taking it in himself.
Guys, I'm so confused. In a good way. Bran? You name?
Branch, yeah. So,
Sop, I guess. Like wet?
I said S-U-P, sup. Hey, ¿qué haces?
That's slang for being soggy.
Do you... Do you speak Adendric?
I do.
I think everyone
all right.
has to.
Yeah, by law, everyone is required to. All right. What you want?
He doesn't even respond because he knows that might bug you.
Hey, can't just get my attention and not speak. The fuck?
Just seeing the way you react. Curious. You make me anxious without saying anything. Interesting.
Do you have... Branch just doesn't... He's encountered several fucking weirdos by this
Yeah.
the journey.
Probably literally everything about Ruko is weird. You don't even know what he is. Like, are you a cat, a dog, a raccoon?
Fucking... I don't know. Hey, what's that? I was around when he handed him the box, right?
Yes. In fact, I think you were the closest person to him because he had to sit down next to you to get in the middle of the three of them.
And he deliberately handed it to them while I was still there, even after I flashed like the symbol.
He did, yes. Although you would have noticed because you are a pickpocket. He did so in a way that was kind of discreet. Not discreet in the sense that, like, oh, this is a matter of life and death, but discreet like a dad performing a magic trick. Like, he was very clearly not trying to draw a ton of attention when he dropped the box off, but he still needed Ruko to see it, so he's like, okay, here it is.
Word of advice. Don't put your shit in that box he gave you. Whatever it is, it's not gonna be... Whatever it is, it's not gonna be there when you open it again.
He looks a little concerned.
I'm going to open it. Oh, no, I'm not. This is a bad place to open it.
Yeah, but, maybe he'll check later. But,
No. Do what you want. It ain't no business of mine. I'll probably stick around until we get the 25 golden dip. You know that speech they gave?
Oh, you gonna talk about how terrible it was, huh?
No. I think they did a great job.
Me
Most
too.
people here seem to be believing it. Nothing's gonna come of this.
Yeah. When everyone speaks inspiration, you just feel like the anchor dragging behind the ship.
Are you talking rhetorical or talking about me?
I don't speak in any other way.
You only speak rhetorically?
Usually.
Oh, remind me never to answer yes or no to you.
So when you asked my name, you already knew?
Mm-hmm. No. I just... Do you want to play cards?
Do you want to see me very scary?
Oh.
You can see his tentacles start to waggle happily.
I don't like that. What is it?
Oh, watch
He seems
this.
entertained.
Watch
but
this.
He
Goes
scared.
back behind this wall, and then he you just see horror movie style his hand, one hand grabs the wall, and then the other hand, and then he peeks up behind it. Hold on a second.
Amateur.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, Tex. Do better.
So he can't speak.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
shit, Stumpy.
Did you feel that as you climbed up me?
Well, I was on your other shoulder, so.
Nah, fair. Congrats, Detective Giddy Paws. You figured it out. Come on.
Oh man.
Anyway, Hopper keeps his coin purse on his bedside, not protected anywhere. You want to get it, you steal it then.
Hey,
Noted.
Branch,
Guy needs a lesson. What?
do you want to go on an entire emotional journey?
Are you
The
offering?
answer is no, obviously.
What are you
Yes.
offering? This ain't a sex thing, is it?
No.
All right. What do you want?
You want to play cards?
Sure.
That'll fuck you up. Don't worry.
All right. Sure. I'll play cards with you. All right.
Okay, I mean, yeah, cool. Maybe later we'll chill out for a bit, have some food, more food, drink, sleep.
Do you get anyone's attention for any like actual present reason, or do you just make reservations with everyone?
No, I just want to make them feel. I just want them to make them feel, anxious about their future.
Right.
Ooh,
You know what? I could use some direction. I just quit my job.
I could tell the angst was. Ooh, he like tastes the air. I can feel it.
This is the best day of my life so far. Best day for me in the past 7 years. I ain't angry. I am doing great right now. Okay.
Great.
Boy, Brat, where's the kid?
Oh,
And let's jump over real quick. Neo, what is Sketch up to?
Yeah, just sneaking off to go open up that lead box real quick, just to make sure it's still there.
All right. You kind of go off a little ways into a bit of the tree cover. You can see a lot of the trees have been chopped down here. They've been cleared. But you put your back against the tree, make sure you've broken line of sight, and you carefully open up the box. And there is a soft, gentle glow of moonlight. You see the stone is still there.
He'll breathe a sigh of relief and close the box back up again and put it away.
Give me a stealth check, please.
Okay.
Suddenly bright light.
As you are making your way back, you see a shadow kind of step out from behind the tree. You know, if I was going to kill you, I would wait until you were sleeping, somewhere far away from all the witnesses. Where did you get that? Is that the Abelbend one?
Yeah, it was.
Can I see it?
If you were gonna steal it from me, you do it, when I'm alone over here by myself. Yeah, is it okay if I still hold it?
Good answer. Good enough. And he starts to walk.
Okay. Huh. He'll pat the pocket again just to make sure it's there. And head back.
You guys see Sketches returning, just as you mentioned him.
It's still there.
what didn't Turtle?
Turtle. I mean,
Oh wait, never mind.
Gross. What is it with Jaeger and poop?
Wait, what? That wasn't a poop joke.
turtle is a poop joke.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it totally is.
There's a thing called turtling.
That's when something so violently unattractive your front turtles.
Oh.
Your front
You
turtle?
reverse.
What does that even
You know,
mean?
you reverse have interest.
you're
physically.
so unerect that
turtleneck.
your junk
Yeah.
goes
It
up
comes
inside you a
of
little
I
bit.
got
Yeah.
you.
What the fuck does
Well-
it mean in the other way?
Turtling is like when your poop comes out a
No.
little bit and goes back inside you.
No,
I hate
that's,
this. Stop.
That's groundhogging.
that's prairie dogging.
Whatever.
It's
And-
it's too late. You have
It's prairie dogging. It was a rat race joke.
Yeah.
Ruko has made too many poop references. He's the
Guys!
poop person now.
Yeah.
No. I'm from a bog. I do witchy shit.
I'm
You
sorry,
know?
I didn't know witches were so poop related.
Was your
Well,
fur
yeah.
always brown, or did you dye it that color?
Oh my god. I hate all of you guys. You guys are the worst.
It's at this point that Hopper comes out with another bowl of the curry that he's gotten for himself. Man, this is really good. All right. So what are you guys thinking? We doing any of these? Or are we leaving?
I got nothing better to do with my time.
Oh, I already accepted one earlier today.
A job?
Yeah, that was before you announced them, though. But I think I picked the right one.
Oh, I see. You okay? Yeah. You wrote your name on the sign up.
Yeah.
Well, which one are you looking at?
It's unfortunate because it's the word I don't know how to pronounce.
Athenaeum.
Athenaeum. It's that one. I was. That's what I need. I could make use of the communication thing. I can always go unsign myself up, but that's the one I want.
Frankly, I'm kind of on board with that. It would be helpful for locating Prospero.
You all you care about here?
Kind of, a little bit.
Wait, why no Prospero?
Give me a society check.
Tex considers how familiar that name sounds and then shrugs it off.
With an 11, you don't know anybody, like, famous by the name of Prospero. It sounds like a normal name to you, but you don't recognize it by name alone.
Was the month long enough for me to read the entire book?
Probably. Well, okay, it's an encyclopedia. It's less of a read cover to cover and more of a look articles up and, find
But why
things
wouldn't you
need
just...
them. But you certainly, a month is a long time.
What else am I going to do?
Yeah, exactly. So here's where I confess that it has been a long time since I've read a book cover to cover. Could a human being read an encyclopedia cover to cover in a month? That feels like a
Why
lot.
not?
Finish it in 3
Yeah,
days.
I think so.
Really?
Or
Yeah.
less.
Yeah,
I used to do it as a kid all the time, entire sets.
some people can read extremely fast.
That's wild. And Baby Boy is very smart. Then yeah, absolutely. You've read through his entire almanac. Yep.
Very nice.
Nerd.
Can you give us a lowdown on some of these quests? Because reading is
Yeah,
difficult
absolutely.
on being a person.
For sure. Let me go through these real quick. First of all, the gateway is the teleportation building. There's a lot of things that'll activate there, but the most important one is teleportation circles that would let you guys jump all around the world. It would be a quick way to basically fast travel between major cities. There's a couple of other cool things there, like the vault, which is a cool, secure place to store important things. If that was something that was of interest to you, and if you were willing to trust the vault with it instead of carrying it yourself.
Nope.
The Athenaeum. In fact, can I pop these up? Is there a way for me to just show these?
We can just double click.
Yeah, you can just double click them over on the board there to the right. The Athenaeum is the divination and communication place. That is where you would go if you wanted to start doing divination magic. If you wanted to try to find or locate people, they have the messenger roost and the murmury are used for talking to people over long distances. They could let you quickly locate missing people and try to speak to them. And then, of course, divination stuff.
Man, that just sounds like something we're going to regret not doing in the future, but we don't need it right now.
It is worth mentioning, many of these things are things that you guys will eventually be able to do yourselves. So helping is completely optional here. But, these things could be useful to you to get online ahead of time if you feel like helping the guild. And then finally, the Alcazar is the defensive building. It would put a wall up around this place. And what that really means is, because Gigi is planning on staying here, and because he's going to be spending all his time defending the wall until the bulwark comes back online, if you can get the bulwark online, Gigi is suddenly free to do crafting for all of you. He can potentially give you better equipment, he can upgrade your stuff, he can turn it magical. There's also some other useful stuff there, like a foundry, there is the training grounds, there's a prison. But the big thing is it would free Gigi up to do crafting for you guys.
Scrying defense, too.
Oh, yes, divination protection. So if you guys were worried about being spied on or located, that would probably be something you would handle at the Alcazar.
Is that important for any of you? He just looks over the group.
Is it important for you?
Not really. I'm not on the run. Are you?
The first thing he said to us was he was on the run.
That is literally the first thing he
Yeah.
said to you guys.
In the same vein.
You said
I
everything
think,
was rhetorical, so I just wanted to make sure you're not being...
No, I like to speak in metaphors. Not
Sure.
currently.
Okay. How much? How much trouble are you in?
A lot. For doing nothing.
See,
This is your real face? You're not disguised or anything?
Nope. It's me. Why do I look weird?
He has a deep exhale of breath.
Nah, you look like I don't know. I can't say words.
Ferox.
I really thought you were getting it, and you broke so quickly.
I know. It was just that, like, I started it, and I was like, I actually don't know how this word ends. So
Feroxa.
No, not you, Ruka.
no.
What? Okay, Tex. Well, here's a new lesson for you, friends. Look at that. Look at that. These guys. They're cool. Right?
Define the cool.
yeah.
He looks a hopper. useful. Maybe not cool. Anyway, I vote for portals.
Ugh,
Sounds good.
I want to see places outside of Famador. I'm stuck here for 7
Plus,
years.
if you're running away, you could just disappear.
Portals are nice. I must abstain. I cannot get involved.
I would prefer to work on the walls. That way, the giant will be able to equip these people and give them a better chance of success. But I'll do whatever
Yeah.
Hopper wants.
Yeah, you seem like the defensive type.
If we do the Alcazar first, then we could have magic items to do the other ones with. So it doesn't seem terrible.
It is worth mentioning, small meta note. Some of these other adventurers are going to go do the ones that you don't pick, so it's likely that they will all get done. It's just a matter of whether you personally.
Yeah, but I've seen them, and a lot of them are not very good.
That's fair.
Most of these fuckers are gonna die on the first day if they take these jobs.
You know, we did encounter some monsters on the way here, and it would be really bad if we came back and they were all dead.
Yeah.
This place has kaiju, no?
Oh,
That's a mess.
absolutely.
What?
Giant lizard creatures outside the walls. That's what bedtime stories to tell kids not to leave are made of.
Hey, but
Oh, hi, Bill.
in the defense of portals, you can.
Listen,
If there's dangerous things on the road, we're more likely to die.
25
Pilgrim, come
20
out to smoke.
Yeah, literally, I'm looking for an icon for smoking right now. You watch as Bilgrim, this skeleton of a mind flayer, comes out with his cane, looks at all of you, but pays very little mind, and he goes over to the corner here, pulls out a pipe, and lights it, and begins to smoke his pipe.
Then he becomes a mind freak.
Why are you all standing in the dark?
Does Tech say that out loud?
Yes.
The
If
dark
everyone
side?
else was, and I felt weird. I tried going over here, but no one followed me. So
One of those mob mentality things.
You can
They just
talk?
kind of stick around.
Yeah.
Cool.
I just follow wherever Hopper goes.
Yeah, he'll.
I'm more impressed that you can talk without moving your mouth.
Oh, I practice.
can I perceive him to see if that is his face?
Sure.
Okay.
Tex and Sketch give me perception checks.
Also, does Ruko appear injured?
Maybe a little. I don't know. Has it been days since they first came here?
It has. You guys can all be at full.
Full health.
Need all my bananas that you want.
Tex and Sketch can both tell easily enough that his face doesn't move when he talks. It's probably a mask, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Is what's under your mask scarier than the mask?
Oh, I'm far too cute.
Okay, that's what I thought. Definitely.
Y'all know how to fight.
I'm surprised you're asking that as the one-armed man who was taken down by a cat.
Damn.
You need a protector. Looking for bodyguards.
Well, if you're offering, I could use a little meat shield to throw at any monsters that don't want that try coming at me first. You don't seem that easy to capture. You don't.
I
seem
hope
that
you're
hard to capture.
left-handed.
I wasn't, but I learned.
He's pretty cute.
Branch takes the little whip wrapped around his arm and like swats at Tex a little with it without trying to hit him, just next to him a little.
He starts batting at it like a cat with a toy.
See?
Little feather thing.
He's got that little kitty instinct still. He ain't as tough as he looks.
Is he putting on an act?
Absolutely. He's a cat.
I want to make a roll. Is he putting on an act and acting like he's acting like a cat, or is he actually like acting on instinct? Stuff like that happens.
That feels like
Give it perception.
yeah, perception versus a like a secret deception DC or performance DC. Let me see. Tex, you may reveal the truth however you like.
It's a little bit of cat instinct.
Gotcha.
See, he's got a bit in him, and still just a cat. Still just a cat at heart. Assuming that's why you travel with these two, eh? They protect you, feed you.
You look at Ruko, he's spinning a flaming stick in his hand.
Ooh,
He'll do
that's
something
impressive.
with it. He'll do something with it in a moment. He's getting it real close to Hopper to see if you like sketch out, I guess.
Sure.
Nefari.
What's a flinch check? That feels like a will save. Give me
The
like...
moment you get it close to Hopper, Narafi raises his Kopesh. Easy now.
Give me a
He
performance
just
check.
keeps twirling it and he's staring at you, kind of smiling. Performance?
Yeah, give me a performance.
oops, all little shits.
It's gonna be
can't
beautiful.
Yeah,
really
Hopper,
can't
Roll high.
Hopper seems more entranced than anything else. He's seen this show.
Seems like
You've spoken to the kid for 5 minutes. You can tell that I'm the one who does the protecting here.
right. You attached to him or something? Seems pretty easy to ditch if you just wandered around a little.
It would be cruel to leave him to just die in the wilderness.
Meanwhile, Ruko has licked lead and played with fire today.
It's so classic for the marshals to be like level-headed and reasonable, and the mages are like smoking pot and dancing.
Fair point. See that thing right there? And he points at baby boy.
He waves.
Kind of useless at what I originally intended to use him for. Just a big scary fuck off monster, but he's the worst big scary fuck off monster you've ever met, if I'm being honest. Not really good
So
at
small.
it.
And what do you need a monster for?
You saw it earlier. I got one arm. How am I going to survive outside?
That's a good point.
Yeah. And you're a cat. I'm assuming you're in the same boat.
Unlike B2 over there, I'm not a teddy bear.
Rico,
You think you can...
Rico,
So you
Narafi,
think
give yourself a hero point.
Yeah, thank you. Did you say B2?
Yeah.
B2. B2. He's just...
Who was he looking at?
Baby boy.
Oh, no,
B
B2. B squared.
Then what are you?
What do I look like?
A cat. I've been saying that this entire time, Gato.
Way to go, detective.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
Real quick, Foster, before you walk away, were you over next to Bill?
I was.
All right, let me jump to that room. Bill, at first, kind of just over here, smokes a pipe. But he does look over, and he looks to you. And he extends it. For the record, he's tall. He's like 7 feet tall, which is especially comparable to you, very tall. He is not human. His skeleton appears to be that of a mind flayer, although I don't even think Foster would know what that is. To you, it just looks like a weird, monstrous, not human skeleton. Very sharply dressed, purple and black. He has a nice cane that he carries around. He's smoking from a pipe. And he looks to you, and he offers the pipe if you want it. And he asks, natural, or did somebody raise you?
I'll decline the pipe. Someone raised me.
Someone. Do you know who?
Yeah, his name was Olin. Olin Ravel.
Olin. Why does that sound familiar? Olin. Oh! Yes. Oh, you must be very old then.
I guess so. It seems like it. How long have you been? I'm sorry, I'm kind of new at this.
Awakened or risen, it's all fine. A skeleton, frankly. I'm not much for labels. But I am also new to it. If there's a culture, I imagine you probably know more about it than I do. I've been this way for... He takes a drag and looks up at the stars. Probably 5 or 6 years now, I guess.
Oh, that is pretty new.
It was a last resort of sorts. I was running out of natural time, and I still have quite a lot of work that I would like to get done here, so and he rolls up the arm of his sleeve, and you can see that there are some crude, kind of purplish runes that have been etched into his forearm. I did what I had learned. I put it all to the test, and it went okay. I was hoping that I might have been able to keep a few more of my faculties, but all the same, it is suitable. I can continue my work, and I'm still here.
So you chose this?
Oh, quite. It was this or death. It seems like an easy choice to me.
You didn't leave anyone behind?
He looks at you with a bit of a blank expression. The only people that I had to leave behind are those in that very tent, and someday they will move on, and then will become the difficult part. They have opted out of my services, and so they will depart for good. I suppose it's then that I will feel the effects of being left behind. Fortunately, I can always just, drink a vial of holy water if it comes to that. But no, I can't say that I had a lot of friends. Colleagues, mostly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, I guess.
I did it to myself. I'm devoted to my academics. To be frank, I've never been very good with people anyway.
I guess me neither, really.
I like the flowers. Those are not native here. Where did they come from?
Oh, they're from the forests of Cyrillin. Well, I guess it's not Cyrillin anymore, but...
Somewhere along the south, then. That makes sense. You are quite a long way from home. I assume that you're on your way to Delwero.
I've actually already been.
Oh, you left.
I did. It felt empty.
That's understandable. I've heard good things, but I've never been myself. I think I would be lost without some sort of a purpose.
I'd like to go back someday, but And I look over to Yildwoad for a second, who's kind of just watching this interaction.
Sure.
I got some things I need to figure out.
What was the term you used? Loved ones that you've left behind.
Yeah.
I have never been a salesman. That is Darbin's job. I'm not here to pitch you on anything, but you seem like you have a good head on your shoulders. One of the reasons that I agreed to this entire operation is because I ran the Murmury, and I would like to get it back online. There are people that I would like to communicate with, especially since Rita has gone missing. I suppose if I was to have a loved one, she would be the closest thing I can think of, although I truly don't think that there's any love between us. I at least have some academic interest in her studies. She's gone missing and I'd like to find her, and if you are looking for people and we get the Murmury back online, what I'm trying to say is that we may have something useful for you here. And I'm trying to do it without it sounding like a sales pitch, and I'm realizing it's not going too well.
No, I appreciate that. It doesn't sound like a sales pitch. To be honest, Mr. Grimm, I'm not sure what exactly it is I'm looking for. I don't remember much, but I don't think I have too much left in this world. I think I'm just trying to find my way.
He looks to you, and he takes another drag of his pipe, and then he looks to Fieldwood. It's a little unusual for an animal to travel alongside you. Is there, anything more to that?
Oh, Yieldwoad? Yeah, she's new-ish to me, at least. She, I guess, was sent to me. It's kind of hard to explain. I don't really understand it. It's more like a feeling, or I guess the best way I can put it is an instinct. I know she's supposed to be here.
A calling.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, out of character, did you already give your name?
It depends. The I wasn't here, like the PC wasn't here.
Gotcha.
Depending if we did introductions, I would have introduced myself.
Okay, at the point that you did some basic introductions, honestly, it's kind of been a group thing. You know what, he's going to extend a hand. I apologize, I've been announced, but I haven't caught your name. Bill Grimm, and he extends a hand.
Yeah, I reach out and shake his hand. Oh, Foster Nasir, and that's my companion Yieldwood, and the rest of my companions over by the fire.
Mr. Nasir, I don't mean to tell you your business, but if you have felt a calling, you may indeed have business left on this world, at least for a time. Listen carefully. Nothing whispers in the dark for no reason.
Yeah. Thank you. That's quite encouraging. I hate to be a bother, but I originally came over here because, and I point towards his pipe. Do you know how to grow tobacco?
Boy, let's see. Let's find out. Well, I suppose I kind of assumed you just put it in the ground and water it and it comes up, but no, I'm afraid that I have all mine imported. It doesn't do much, but it does enough, a little. Why do you need tobacco? We have tobacco if you just like to buy some.
Oh, I told one of my companions I would figure out how to grow it, and well, they were there for someone when I couldn't be, so I owe them a favor.
I see. Well, it sounds like you have a noble quest in front of you to learn the art of tobacco growing.
I guess that's a start.
With that, he kind of takes the last drag, pats the ashes out of his pipe, and begins to stow it away. If you'll be around for a while, and if we get the murmury up and running, come and see me again. I'll try to help as much as I can. If not with locating your loved ones, then with helping you learn how to grow tobacco. Surely some spirit of the land would be willing to deign their guidance on that matter, if we can get the dowsing pools back online.
I'm sure I will, Mr. Grimm. Thank you. I hope you have a good night. And I know this probably doesn't mean anything from a stranger, but I hope you find Rita. And when you do, I hope you hold on to her, okay?
I appreciate it. I, at the very least, will not let her go until I've gleaned all of the information that I need from her.
I think you know what I mean.
Give me a diplomacy check.
I'm not good at this.
We'll see.
Can I sell you on undead empathy?
If that's a thing you have, yeah.
It is a thing that I have.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
What does this do? Undead empathy. Okay, yeah, this is one of those weird feats that is built on their basic, system for social roleplay. I'm just going to give you a +2 bonus for having undead empathy.
Okay.
Yep.
And you said diplomacy?
Yeah, diplomacy with a +2.
Oh, that didn't add to 2, but...
He nods.
Oh, +2.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. I do hope she's alright. And he will begin to walk back towards the tent.
Yeah, I'll walk towards the fire, and Yieldwood will run off to probably hunt something.
Perfect. Excellent.
Baby boy will wave over to you. Like, pat the stump next to him.
I'll walk over. Boy, this fire sure does feel, I'm sure.
My God.
Can you not feel the heat?
No.
Oh, what do you feel?
It's weird. It's hard to explain.
Like, pats you on the shoulder.
Man. Nefari's just like in
Yeah.
full murder stance behind Ruko. He like doesn't look at you, he puts his hand behind him and you feel him pat on your your thigh plate. And he just keeps trying to read what Hopper's reading.
Okay, so you're trying to lean over and read what Hopper's currently reading?
Yeah, he cat swats like behind him, like he just like pat on your.
What's what
like,
you're touching?
Yeah. You
What?
want to play cards soon, Ruko?
Yeah, fuck you up. I want to figure out this thing. Real quick.
As you look over Hopper's shoulder, you see that he is also reading through the almanac, Prospero's almanac. He has a red piece of chalk and is doing a lot of highlighting, a lot of annotating, a lot of cross-referencing. You can see that in his main set of arms, he's got that, Prospero's almanac, and in his lower set of arms, he's got his own little almanac, handwritten notes, and he is like flipping back and forth and comparing the two.
Ooh.
And what really gets you is every now and then he finds a segment that he has written on, a monster that they've both observed, and he compares the two, and every now and then he's like, oh shit, yeah, I got it right. And he just gets this big, like, beaming smile on his face, like, yeah, he did it. He got something right on his own. His own research kind of lines up with Prospero's. And then sometimes he sees things that he got wrong, or, like, misunderstandings that he corrects based on Prospero's research. But he's just kind of being a nerd and doing his own little peer-reviewed research based on Prospero's journal.
He does this a lot.
Whoa.
It's fascinating, really. He is one of the most well-traveled people that has ever walked the earth. He's had the advantage of wealth starting out, but also the advantage of being born in that period of technology when world travel is easier than it ever has been. His birth nearly coincided with the invention of the three-masted sail. He's been able to travel even over into the barren lands. He's done research on Imernus. He's done research in past the European Ocean. He's been to places that I've only dreamed of going, places where you can't even use magic to get an advantage on this sort of thing. He's a revolutionary. He's a hero. The things he's written in this book have saved thousands of lives and enriched the lives of thousands more. The history will remember Prospero, and that's a real hero, right?
Does he write about spirits?
Certainly, tons of spirits. What do you want to know about spirits?
Everything, actually, and the Whistling Isles seem really cool, and also part of the South. There's everything.
All right, let's start with the Whistling Isles. That one's easy.
Here, I'm going to walk over and I'm going to hand Ruko my copy. Just give it back.
Lovely.
Whoa,
Follow
what is
along
this?
with him. It's the same book that he's reading.
Whoa. He looks up at Nefari. He's like, "You deal with this nerd?
Nods once.
That's amazing. Cool." Starts craning his neck over his shoulder to like read some things.
Yeah. And for a little time, he kind of just goes through all of these notes on the Whistling Isles. You find that they are... Oh, okay, here we go. So most of them are barren and empty, partially because they're believed to be haunted. They actually run on the same necromantic ley line that runs through Unma. It wraps around because all of the ley lines kind of do this spiraling pattern that meets in Mount Avalon at the center of the planet. But the necromantic ley line wraps through Unma and then up into the Whistling Isles, and as a result, you get a lot of ghosts. But it kind of borders on some of the conjuration, so you also get portals to the Shadowfell. And then, as if that wasn't bad enough, Basalt came down after their revolution, after the Empire split, and they tried to settle it. But when they killed a lot of the ghosts, they brought curses on their own heads. So now there's cursed and haunted places. It's really just a nightmare over there.
Idiots.
Yeah, real idiots. Real gumshoes. Real numbskulls. Everybody knows that you don't just kill ghosts and expect everything to go well. And you just...
Bog-trotting dove fuckers, yeah.
Run that one by me again? Bog-trotting what fuckers?
Forget it.
I liked it. That was good.
No, there's two of them.
Yep. And for like 30 minutes, I assume that you guys just sit here and geek the fuck out over literal ghost stories in the wind kept isles.
It's around a fire. We're supposed to ghost stories.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
While he does that, I'm gonna like get on all fours and walk over to Sketch. I'm not sure if he's actually sleeping, but Sketch. Want to play hide and seek? You hide, and I'll find you.
It's fucking terrifying.
Not now, Fish. Mom said we have to be up early tomorrow.
Okay. He'll like tuck your little cloak on you, go back and sit down. He looks bored.
You'll probably wake up shortly afterwards and realize that that wasn't a dream. And just kind of slink down below the stump, trying to hide from you behind whatever this is.
Give me a stealth check to like covertly slink behind when maybe boy turns his back. Oh, that's pretty good, but let me see, what is your...
My passive is 15.
Gotcha.
Or 14, sorry, 14. Not 15.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, baby boy, you turn around and you do notice like 5 or 10 minutes later, everyone's here except Sketch. Sketch has kind of disappeared.
I start to slink around.
Oh God, no.
Sketch.
God.
Come out, whatever you are.
God.
You just hear him like giggling to himself. Like he's like he's like being scary, but then he just gets like some giggles. Not very good at looking, so.
Yeah, just going to like slink around this tent to have the tent between you and him at all times.
Yeah, and for a while you're able to kind of keep the hide up. For as long as you need, at least for the next minute or two, you're able to kind of dance around him. For another 10 minutes. Now it's like 10 or 15 minutes have gone by and he still has not spotted you.
But yeah, he'll do that for a little bit. We don't have to keep role playing that out.
What goes against intimidation? What would I roll for?
I think that's will DC. So whatever your will DC is.
Will? Okay.
Yeah, I think it would have failed against yours. I can click on you and do it if you want.
We'll click on it again. We'll see. Yeah,
your roll DC. Your roll
19.
DC.
Yeah, so 15.
It's like it's your DC. You don't roll for it.
Yeah, 10 plus 9. So you're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys can roleplay it out however you want. But Sketch, you kind of have the upper hand here. You are neither afraid of him nor is he able to spot you if you keep hiding.
I keep rolling like, ooh, you're frightened.
Uh-oh.
No, he's immune for 10 minutes.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, and also just kind of out of, like in an exploration or an out of combat thing, it just rolls for a while. It's not like you can keep rolling until it works.
Gotcha.
Where is like our sleeping quarters at?
That's up to you guys. You guys, baby boy set up a tent. I don't know what you guys are doing yet.
Oh, okay.
Narafi kind of leans toward Tex. You're clearly the most competent one in their group.
I was thinking the same of you.
You hear Ruko in the distance.
What have you been doing to survive?
Struggling.
I feed him 12 times a day.
12?
I catch him fish and I catch him fish, and this is the thanks I get.
We have a private eater. So we have to stop and set up tent every time it's time to eat.
That sounds tedious and like a waste of time.
I know.
Maybe seeing his face would suck out our very souls.
That's what I worry about. The bubble between his antlers. Sometimes it sucks. Is that the right word? It sucks.
Seems like something that could destroy all of us at any moment.
It's probably fine.
Probably. Anyways, it looks like we might be splitting up for the time being to do different missions. If you happen to be with the brat, keep an eye out for him.
Which one is the brat?
One with the glasses.
Okay, and the other one you've mentioned
The
is
nerd.
the kid.
Ruko takes off the glasses.
I don't care what happens to the kid, and they're more competent, frankly.
Wow.
I want to be upset, but I'm also complimented a little bit.
It's a backhanded compliment.
Backhanded
You have to
compliment.
accept it.
That's how they manipulate you.
He just nods. I'll keep
The
an
gays are
eye
here.
for your glassest one. Ah, good company.
What's with you and the corpse?
He's with Hopper.
The other nerd.
I think this ground would be good for maybe bluebell or dog rose, maybe.
He does flowers.
They're all nerds. Everyone in this party's a nerd.
What a nerd on all his coworkers on his last day.
I just had a druid aneurysm because I was thinking about good plants that would be in this environment, but Ruko probably doesn't know.
Always grow more banana trees.
When you Eli was just playing Jaeger IRL.
Tex gives Eeldwoad the stink eye.
Oh no.
Oh no, a rivalry.
Yeah.
Look at the size difference between the gays.
Darwin
It's
does
adorable.
kind of sit down over here, Finn in front of him, and looks over to Sketch. And with the quietest voice that he can muster, which is not terribly quiet because he just kind of has a natural booming tone to his voice, he does say, "How many other people know?"
About what?
Here or total?
Both. And first he kind of looks around. He's trying to keep his voice as low as he can. I would not want to speak much if not everyone here knows.
Oh yeah, that's a good question, Feck. In our group, how much of us knew about the Moonstone?
You guys just got back. I guess each of you who visited Famador can give me a society check to see if you've heard of it. It is recent news.
Sure.
None of you know that they have it. That is for certain. Hopper overheard the news. You overheard the news, baby boy.
I'm not sure.
Narafi was too busy playing bodyguard. Branch was too busy worrying about his own job. Ruko knows that a moonstone fell in Applebend, yeah.
Ruko has forgotten everything that has happened.
So Hopper and Baby Boy, and this kind of makes sense actually that Baby Boy would know. You've heard, there's a little bit of a rumor, a little bit of a buzz going on that a moonstone apparently fell up in Applebend several weeks ago.
Do I know what a moonstone is?
Give me any magic check. Religion would probably be the best.
Could I sell you on occultism or
Yes.
academia?
Absolutely. Occultism would be good too. Oh, very nice. Very nice. The reason that you know about Moonstone is because a lot of people that come to visit you and your place and your creature ask about Moonstone. And it's a very frequent request. You have learned that Moonstone is something on dust that occasionally falls from the moon, allegedly. Sometimes as a gift directly from Styx, the goddess of the moon and of death and the ferrying of souls. And sometimes people conjecture just as a natural event. It is a component that is used in expensive and extraordinarily rare resurrection rituals. It has a lot of necromantic power and a lot of healing power. Resurrection is a thing that typically doesn't exist in this world, but once every decade to 3 decades, one happens. And when it happens, Moonstone is almost always involved. And apparently, a little shard of Moonstone fell to Applebend here, up across the sea a few weeks ago.
So people ask for information on Moonstone, or they're asking for location?
Both.
What do they ask? Okay.
People are asking, A, if we get our hands on Moonstone, how do we actually do this ritual? And B, where can we get some? Where is Moonstone?
Has there ever been a Moonstone in my house?
What a good question. What good question. Let me see.
It lines your toilet seats. So common.
Honestly, probably.
No, you've never had a Moonstone in your house. Anyway, jumping back to the private conversation over here. So Darwin asks Sketch, how many people here know it? And if you prefer not to answer, it's fine. I don't want to give He gives you a look. I understand this is very serious, and if this is making you uncomfortable, then it doesn't have to happen. I don't want to come across as a threat to you.
You gave me the box. If you wanted to take it, you could have just, killed me in my sleep, or something. 5 people, no, including you two.
That's not many. That's good.
Well, here. 8? 9 if you count a gorilla.
Is the gorilla smart?
Yeah, pretty smart.
We'll call it 9 then. That's, It only takes an ember to start a fire. It is good that you leave it in that box. People may come looking for it. I wouldn't even know where to begin on telling you what to do with it. I simply want to make sure that it is protected. We have reason to believe that Cyril, in particular, the Queen, has been looking for Moonstone.
Ooh.
And they are our neighbors, so for as long as we can, we'd like to make sure they're not trampling around here while we're trying to get work done.
Yeah, of course. There was a lot of Cyrillian guards. Wow, I walked right by them a lot.
Probably not wise.
Nope.
I'm glad that you made it through okay. If you need help protecting it, we will try to do what we can, but until then, I'm going to pretend that I know nothing about it, because frankly, that is safer for all of us. I can't help but wonder whether you have been chosen for something, but even if not, it seems that luck is on your side.
Right. Huh. Just chosen for something, though. Is it that rare?
At this point, Finn kind of chimes in. It's pretty rare. Once a decade, once every 30, 40 years. It's usually taken as an omen. Whether that's true or not, it's kind of hard to say. But, the moon doesn't drop tears to the earth every day. And even if it did, it would still take a month's of supply of them to bring somebody back.
Well, I'll go keep it safe then, for sure.
Of course. And he just kind of goes quiet at that. I'll leave you all to it. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't need any immediate help with anything. If you choose to stick around, I'll look forward to seeing you in the morning.
Was that loud enough that we could hear it?
Yeah, that was kind of to everyone.
No, like the whole conversation.
The conversation was intentionally hushed, but if everybody goes quiet and if Sketch seems comfortable with it, he will continue the conversation even if others are listening. So that's kind of up to Sketch. If Sketch seems like he would rather keep it private, they are content to, turn their backs and kind of have a more private conversation like that.
Yeah, especially after Branch was kind of nosing in, he might want to keep it more private.
Understand.
So.
Okay, cool. In that case, they whisper, and if they realize that whispering is not quiet enough, they'll actually walk away. So for the time being, that conversation was private.
Cool.
But they do eventually turn around and say, I hope to see some of you in the morning if you would like to do this job. And if not, please stay as long as you need to. And they are going to walk off and find a tent.
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah, of course.
What does Rita look like?
Oh, Rita, she was human, woman, probably in her late 50s at this point, something in that ballpark. Usually keeps her hair up in a bun, glasses, not quite as thick as either of these two, and he points to Ruko and Hopper. Kind of a little bit of a tanned complexion. She's from OXSS, so she has kind of that look about her. Somebody who spends too much time in the dust and the sun. Sweet woman, though.
All right.
Branch will finally go up to Ruko and be like, "You finally get those cards ready? I ain't betting money on this because if it takes this long for you to prepare, you've got something off your sleeve."
Prepare. Oh, he just unbuckles this nice little pouch. He's like a satchel. pulls out this deck of cards and he just like arcs them between his hands, so they do this big arc and land in the other hand.
Oh, cool
I've been
party
ready.
trick.
Yeah.
So what's this?
Well,
Hold'em, blackjack, poker. Do any of these exist, or am I just making up words?
you're making up words, but no, it's more insightful. You can makes you think. It's I can almost guarantee you won't like it, but you'll like it.
Hold on. Can I see one of those?
Make a choice. You'll fan them all out. There's a lot of them.
He picks one from the edge.
All right. Good choice. Take a look at it. It's the Hermit.
Oh, you're a fucking fortune teller.
Oh, rolls his eyes.
Yeah, rolls his eyes too. If this is what Landfall is recruiting, I rescind my statement of 3 weeks earlier. They're lasting 1 week. What the? You know, when real magic exists, you probably shouldn't be practicing shit like
Real magic. This is real magic.
All right, prove it to me then, boy.
Phase bolt to the face. No, I'm just kidding.
Throws a card at him.
Perhaps in a more relaxed situation, we can go through these individually. But real magic.
I'm
Hey,
relaxed.
baby boy.
Hi.
Wait, maybe later. I have a trick I want to show you.
Oh, I like tricks.
Okay, the Hermit. So I can gather. You keep things guarded, defensive, no? Spent a lot of time alone, but in the presence of people.
Doesn't answer and just stares at you.
He doesn't seem phased. This is normal. Care to choose another?
Sure. Yeah, takes one from the middle this time.
All right. Let's see. 5 swords.
Can't say I've ever heard of that part.
Well, another one full of defensiveness. It says to be cautious about the people you meet, or that you feel cautious about everyone you meet, perhaps. You know. But, yeah. Okay. Hermit and caution. Pick something better.
Once again, rolls his eyes and picks another card. This time without looking.
Okay. Let's see. Ruko, he's still keeping his smile. He looks pretty convincing if you look close. He's like, oh shit. The moon.
Uh-huh.
Right. Generally this will be some sort of... It can be interpreted, you see. In combination, it's sort of an emotional turmoil. A changing face that comes back and forth and back and forth. Not sure which face you wish to show for your friends or those you meet. Could be a time of complexity for you.
Bro,
Which face do you want to show to the world?
You know, this act might be a bit more convincing if your answers were a little more concrete.
Well,
but
it just sounds stupid.
Maybe if they came through. But again, that takes real magic. Although, a falta de pan, que sabe. Like, you work with what you got.
Yeah, it's not necessarily like fortune telling. It's
Branch snatches another card from his hand if he still has them out. What's this one say?
Huh? This is 5 cups.
Uh-huh.
So it shows like let's see. It shows are there Dragonborn in this world, or is it all lizard folk?
There are Dragonborn, yep.
Okay, Dragonborn figure, and he's gazing over 3 cups that are all spilled across a table. And it just looks disappointing. It looks like something bad has happened to this man. Yeah, so 5 cups, all spilled across the table on the cloth.
Oh, and while you're giving the explanation, Branch just takes another card from you.
And
It's just
the tower.
uh-huh.
Right. Tall
That
tower
one's got
struck
some
by
stuff?
lightning. Yep. Profound possibility of possibilities after traumatic events.
All right. What's this one with this oddly muscular figure doing a rather erotic pose?
That you need to find a strong protector, but it can
Alright.
also lead to unexpected pleasures.
You know, this one feels kind of sticky.
We don't talk about that one.
All right.
X threw up on it.
And just to get the gist, Branch just starts picking random cards and like a bit like that annoying guy who's always trying to prove this shit is fake. See if you have a response for literally all of them.
Ruko looks more entertained by this. He shuffles the deck and he lets you look at them all.
All right, and this one,
Yeah.
and this one. How about this?
Ace of Wands, the Hermit again, 7 swords instead of 5.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Well, my future seems to be changing quite a lot.
sure does. It depends on which ones you pick.
Uh-huh. So I can
not
just
your
roll
future,
this
it's
until
your-
I get fortune, right?
No, it's your past, your present, and your future. It's an advanced way of doing a vibe check.
My vibes
Yeah,
are
you could take a look at them. But if you damage them, well, I'll fillet your penis and throw you in the fire. So,
That's
yeah.
oddly specific.
Sure.
I've seen him do it.
He did it to one of the giants on the ship. It was a really big penis.
Why?
It was such a challenge. I needed the whole sword.
Could feed three families for 7 days.
The filleted penis.
No, but for real, don't damage them. But you can take a look. It's interesting. I know it's kind of a game, but you can weave magic into it.
Well,
It's interesting.
you believe it?
Yeah.
Fucking hell! I guess I'll at least humor you a little bit. So, what's my
What's the-
what's your advice for me, Mister Soothsayer?
You find allies, and your shifting face, like the moon, you'll find the one you want to settle on. That's what I think.
All right. Well, I got someone to tear down an obelisk for me the other day. I guess this works. I guess this is working out a little.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I feel bored of my own face. Baby boy. Do you... Wait, are you here?
Aye.
Do you ever feel like you want to be someone else? For just a time, just to be creepy about it? I want to show
For
you a
fun?
trick. Yeah, for fun.
Okay.
Okay, he's sitting crisscross and he's gonna like shuffle over to baby boy, and he's gonna touch his arm. Exchange image.
Okay, baby boy, I need to have a talk with you for a moment. Baby boy,
Uh-oh.
you can feel that a spell is being cast on you. And as the spell is cast, you can watch as the tip of your finger starts to change. It starts to look like the tip of Ruko's finger. You can also see that the tip of Ruko's finger is starting to look like the tip of your finger. Do you resist this spell now that you understand what's about to happen?
Yes.
Please give me a will save.
Exciting.
Yeah, Ruko looks just like a kid that's about to have fun with a toy. He's looked really excited about this.
Oh boy!
You're so lucky.
You are such a lucky son of a bitch.
Yup.
Ruko, you begin to cast the spell, and Baby Boy, describe what it looks like when Baby Boy realizes what's happening and resists suddenly. What does that look like?
So he like looks down and sees his hand, and not just him, but Mare like looks down, and then all of a sudden, in about, I don't know, 10-foot radius, a whole bunch of just weird gravitational anomalies appear, just like little tiny bits of gravity that just start like picking up dust and just whirling around, just appear out of nowhere, and you just feel your magic being shunted at you very violently.
And then, before you can react at all of you watch as the collar around Baby Boy's neck begins to whoop, and he disappears in the blink of an eye. He's just gone.
Wait, I don't get time to say something cool?
Not yet, but it doesn't last for long. Baby Boy, for a moment, you feel yourself hurtled back to the library. Just like when you had your conversation with Jane, when you look around, it is drained of color. It is dreary. Everything feels just a little off, a little weird, a little diagonal in ways that they aren't supposed to be. And then after 2 or 3 seconds...
Can I try to grab something? Just something random.
Sure, absolutely. Give Boy... I'm not even going to require a check. There are lots of things nearby that you can grab. Probably the closest thing is a book off a shelf. And you reach for it, and as...
Can it be like a toy?
Love it. Absolutely. There's a toy on a shelf nearby. And you reach for it, and you try to grab it. And as your hand touches it, it gives away like sand, completely weightless. You don't even feel any resistance. It's just particles of this toy dissolve around your hand, like you're moving your hand through water or through sand. And then, whoop, you reappear in front of the campfire.
Did it seem more like I displaced the space around it, or did it like disintegrate when I touched it?
It seemed... Boy, how do I even put... We've had lots of conversations about how if a superhero could really move at the speed of light, then anything they touch would simply be disintegrated by something moving faster than the speed of light. That's kind of what you feel like might have happened here, is the object itself just was immediately evaporated by you moving faster than the speed of light to touch it. It parted, the atoms and molecules that made up that toy parted around your hand as you moved through it.
The moment I reappear, he's like, oh, I really like that toy.
Well, that's new.
Whoa!
That hasn't happened before.
Oh, it's happened before.
no,
That's
it
how I
happened.
met him.
Aye.
Oh, you've seen this happen before.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, not since I first met him, but he just kind of appeared one day. Hung around me ever since, like a stray cat.
And as I reappear, there's like a chill, like frost that comes off of me, right?
Yeah, just a little bit of kind of a cool air.
That was cool.
What did you do to him? He asked Ruko.
I tried to look like him, and he like me. But what?
I may have overreacted.
You want to do it again?
I'm gonna message back something real quick.
Sure, absolutely. I think I know what you're about to ask, but we'll
Are
see.
you okay?
Can I kill Ruko?
Why?
No, it's just funny something to fuck. I think if Ruko and Hopper exchanged looks, it wouldn't be very different.
Wow.
It's just a race swap.
Call me a nerd.
Uh-huh.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
All people with glasses look the same to you? Is that what this is? Mr. Buff Guy?
I think you guys have the same prescription.
Oh my god.
No, right now.
Branch is dead.
Branch passed out.
At some point, Gigi comes out of the tent. Looks down at
hello.
all of you. Hello, are you guys taking well to this place?
Got nowhere else to be. Only one person recognized me so far, though that's good.
It's a good start.
He's Branch. That's two.
Yeah.
You're from Blemodil?
Wait, this is to Gigi?
Yeah.
Not originally. I was from Patakak. I moved to the Hiddlins a little bit after the Imric War.
I like that name, Patakak. It's like patty cakes.
It is a little like Patakak. It was a nice place. Honestly, not too different from this. Very jungly, very rainforesty. I had a good home there for a while, and then, well, you know the story. The Imrics came.
You're a smith.
I am, among other things, a smith.
You work with magic?
Rarely. I have started to dabble only recently. I'd love to develop it. That's one of the reasons that I'm excited to be here. I also just missed my friends. But if we can get the forge back online, I would like to try my hand at crafting magical armaments. I figure I can grow along with them.
It's your specialty, bro. It's what you're the most proud of.
In truth, one of my proudest works, and he looks down to Tex, is that backpack. It had a lot of very intricate leather work, and leather is not my area of expertise.
You made that.
I did. I met Tex delivering the mail in the Hiddlands all by himself, and I was impressed. I figured I would do my part to try to help him out.
You've impressive manual dexterity, my friend.
Thank you. I trimmed my nails special.
They have little hands on them.
Wouldn't that be funny? If he lowered down a fingernail, there was a little hand carved into the tip of his fingernail.
It's like how pirates use hooks.
Awful. Like the little baby hands attached to his nail.
It's just a toenail that he clipped off.
Oh, God. In truth, I have many assistants back home who do most of it, but I like to practice. I think it's important that I can at least hold and touch most of the things that I do. Anyway, I need to make my way back to the wall before I sleep. I need to be there in case they need me overnight. But you are welcome to... Do you have tents? Do you have a place to stay?
Actually, I kind of worry something about it yourself. Does anyone official over in Famador know about this whole operation? I can't imagine the Socializing guards would be too happy about what's going on here.
They probably won't be, but I'm hoping that they'll be too busy keeping Cyrillin under check to mess with us for a while. In truth, I believe that they are already too busy dealing with some other guilds to come for us. We're just looking to restore this place. And this is just between me and the lot of you, but I suppose it's a bit of an open secret. If I were Cyrillil, and I was to Cyrillil the way that Cyrillil likes to Cyrillil, I would wait for us to turn all these devices back online, and then I would come steal them. I suspect that that's what they'll do. Which is why I think we should get the bulwark up before we get any of the more expensive devices functional.
Defense and stability first.
That's kind of where I'm leaning, but I also understand the importance of getting information. They're all valuable. We'll be sending teams out to all of them. With the exception of the sanctuary, I had very much hoped to get that up quickly, but we'll have to wait until we hear from Rita.
Can I ask a weird question?
Absolutely.
As he's talking, the thought just kind of crosses my mind. Was Cyrillil as, negatively viewed as it is today back when I was alive?
What a good question. Give me...
If I remember at all.
You might. Give me a...
Fighting son, praising son of a bitch.
Give me a society check. Oh, that's so... Hell yeah, that's so good. No. You would know that at the time that you were alive, Cyrillin was... I mean, they had conflicts, as any nation did. But if I need... Hang on, let me go double-check the date on something real quick so I don't give you bad information.
I'm stealing the cards from Branch.
Take him.
I'll teach you how to do it if you want. It's fun.
Telling me my love future?
Could be a good panhandling trick if things go south for me. Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's not panhandling.
Never mind.
How much money you make off it? Oh, go ahead.
Foster, looking back, and some of these are these are memories that have been kind of triggered by Hopper just rambling about history at you for 2 months now. When you were alive, Cyrillin was a pretty normal nation. They were pretty well respected. In fact, there were a lot of people that kind of looked up to them because they were... how do I put this? Imagine a world where being the world police didn't suck. They were willing to go over to the Barren Lands and deal with problems and then return and expect nothing in return. They were kind of the idealized dream, the utopian vision of what world police could look like if they didn't inherently suck. And for a lot of people, they were kind of respected for that. They killed monsters. They were like the nation version of a guild running around saving the world all the time. What you've learned from Hopper is that shortly after all of your stuff went down, they began something called the Golden Wars, where they started to go imperial. They started to make land grabs. They especially started to take territory to their east in what is now known as Blimadil, but used to be kind of an independent wildlands territory that belonged to a collective of small nations that were collectively known as the Affixi. That went really well for them. They had the strongest military at the time. A lot of people kind of get the impression that they did all this military work and then realize they have this big military and nothing to do with it, and they're like, fuck it, let's grab some land. And then things went south fast. They are widely looked down upon by the other Ender Kingdoms as warmongers. They collectively put together a bunch of embargoes and rules in place saying you need to give this land back, you need to stop your warring, or we're cutting off trade and we're treating you as an enemy. And reluctantly, they ceded some of the land back as vassal states, which is where that's the current political situation. They continue to impose heavy taxes, they enforce draconian laws, but technically they gave the land back and they aren't doing any warmongering, so everybody's like, okay, fine, everything is cool now. Since then, everybody is kind of just suspicious of them all the time. They're like, okay, when is Cyrillin going to start doing dumb shit again? We trusted them once and they fucked it up. We can no longer trust them. And granted, that was 300 years ago, but it is a nation of elves who live 600 years, which means it is by and large many of the same people. The queen is still Laflaeanus Remus, who was the queen at the time of the Golden Wars. She started the Golden Wars and is still alive to this day.
Okay, tight. I don't act on it right away. The thought passed my mind.
For sure. To jump to a little bit more of your original question, at the time, they were very agrarian and nice and normal. They were kind of just a feudal society that kept to themselves for a long time. Anyway, Gigi will look down. I'm going to go to sleep. You guys don't stay up too late, especially if you plan on doing any of those jobs in the morning.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye now.
Good night, Gigi.
Have a good night.
Good night, Dad.
Don't let the bed... Wait, what giants? Wolves bite or something?
The bed
They don't get-
kobolds.
Yeah. The bed
Rafi
bolts.
is scrutinizing Ruko.
Ruko is fanning his cards over his face. And watching you.
I need to head to bed, guys. It's like
Legit.
super late.
Yeah, have a good night.
Good night.
For your planning purposes, we will have you in on the 7th to join whatever
Yeah.
happens when Jane shows up.
Yeah. Hopefully everything will be fine with Jane. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Sure. For sure, totally.
Yeah,
I'm sure she won't be crazy or anything. We'll see. Everyone in this group has been so well. Okay, we have like one calm person in this entire group.
You got two, sort of.
Tex bites people, and he also
That's
pretends to
true.
be attached to
Usually
manipulating
calm.
stuff from people. Like we have one person who's like a normal person.
Foster's calm. I don't know if I'd go all the way to
Foster-
normal, but he's calm.
He has amnesia,
You're right.
and also like he just sat there and was like, "I can plant plants." It's super cute,
It's
but
pronounced
Are most of
Bonisha.
them
God.
Bonish?
Boy.
I'm normal.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'm the most normal. Y'all weird. All right.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Night.
Ketch appreciates Foster being a man of few words. And at some point, he'll lean over and be like, I like your flowers. I think those are morning glories. Right? Or some of them?
They are Morning Glory, Mandevilla. I like your markings. And are your eyes visible? I assume
Yeah.
so, but
Yep. Eyes are visible. There won't be any. There wouldn't be any paint though, except for a small tricolored. Oh God, what is that word?
Oh, hang on, let me find it.
No,
Trigram.
Might be trigram, let's see.
Already
Triskelion?
Triquetra.
Triquetra? Oh, not
Yeah.
Triskelion.
If you're doing what I think you're doing.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, it's kind of a shape sort of like, let me go find it. Triquetra.
Yeah, I like how confident you said that word as if anybody is going to know what
Yeah,
a
kind of like that.
Quettro is.
But rainbow colored.
Oh, okay. It's the charmed symbol.
Oh, yeah, kind of like Celtic dot.
Yeah, a little bit like a
Yeah,
Celtic
a little
knot. Tex, you know that one for free.
You got some charcuterie on your arm or something?
Charcuterie.
No, it's just paint, but I don't have very many colors right now, and I don't want to waste all of them, so I'm just using a little bit on my arm. I also like your cloak. It looks comfy.
It's frankly, it's more utilitarian than anything. It just, if it gets too bright out for the flowers, I like to cover them up.
Oh, that makes sense. That's pretty smart. I wouldn't have thought of that.
Thanks, I like to take care of them. Your eyes are quite striking. In a good way.
Thank you. I get that sometimes. My brother's eyes aren't like this, if you were going to ask that. His are just one color.
Oh, well, I guess that makes you, unique.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it does.
So, how did you get wrapped up in all this?
Those two came to my circus, and then we found out that the circus lady was some weird eldritch abomination, so we ran away, and then we ended up here.
Ain't that just the way?
You know, it happens. Do you know Baby Boy? Because he kind of scares me.
We met a while back before we went to the desert. I think he's mostly harmless. He likes to play cards. I'm sure if you asked him, he would play with you.
So he's not eaten anybody, though, that you know of?
Not that I've seen.
Okay, that's good. Okay, maybe I'll ask him to play cards. You could play with us too, if you want.
I think that could be fun. So you know that giant that just walked by?
Yeah, that's Gigi. He helped us get away from the people that are chasing Ruko.
So he's not going to turn me into bread?
What a good pull.
God!
Okay. About that. When I was on his boat, there was a bag of flour. They kept calling it flour, but I could have sworn I saw a hand, like your hand in there. So we'll have to be careful and make sure that he doesn't catch you alone. I don't think he'd eat you. He's pretty nice, but what if he got really hungry and really wanted some bread?
Okay. I'll be careful around him.
Okay, I'll watch your back.
Thanks, Sketch.
Yeah. I know you don't have eyes in your back of your head because there's no socket.
I don't have eyes in the front of my head either.
That's true. How do you see? I just assumed that you had invisible eyes or something.
It's hard to kind of explain. It's like there are eyes there, they just aren't physically there. I kind of
So they're
see
invisible
normally.
ghost eyes. Got it.
Yeah, ghost eyes.
I bet your eyes were striking too. Yeah.
That's very kind. I don't really remember what I looked like, but
It's true.
Well, you were short. We know that much.
yeah, I was short. There's no way around that.
But that's okay. At least you know that about yourself. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll stop talking.
No, I'm always here if you want to talk.
Okay.
As that's going on, it sounded like Narafi and Ruko were scrutinizing each other.
Yeah.
What do they think bone meal is?
I don't know, something to eat?
It's bone flour.
They call it bone meal for a reason. I don't know.
You're quick on your feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't expecting, like, gravity to be, everywhere. It's
I mean,
faster.
the cards.
Oh.
The more he drew you, the more you just spent. It made some sense.
Just have to read the cards. You want to try?
Who lolled in my name?
Me. I'm sorry. I'm still getting used to the fact that if I have anyone selected, it talks as them, which is wild.
That's fair.
Who dares use this profane slang?
You're either good under pressure or good at hiding your pressure.
Wait, was that not real magic?
Could be both. It is real magic.
Oh, okay. It certainly seemed real.
You strike me as someone who's good at coming up with something on the fly, but not much for planning.
You know, I can read things. I can read, sure. But a people person. I read people, sense things, see things. That thing. I have a sense for a lot of things, magic or otherwise, I guess.
Social cues?
Yeah, that. But the challenge of having a mask on makes it so much better.
You're trying to read me.
Why not? You're doing it to me.
I'm an open book.
Yeah, doubt that. That's what makes it fun. You want to play?
Alright.
Alright, he will shuffle it real quick. And he
draws his gun. You see him take out several bullets and put in one.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Ruko eyes a couple flaming rocks in the fire, just making sure those are there.
He's just gonna point it somewhat in the air, close to Ruko's face. I want to test how good you are under pressure.
Jesus.
If I don't like what I hear, I'm gonna shoot you.
Am I going to be deafened?
No, just in the foot.
Well, I don't have to walk around. I won't be very useful on your mission. I thought you were a smart guy.
I could carry you.
Extra weight.
It's not much weight in that. He just looks at you.
Hopper is just like staring at both of you with his eyes wide. You shoot him?
Branch is taking out a cigarette and just is really entertained by this. Like, fuck him up in our hobby. Hell yeah.
Ruko has...
I'll draw a card.
On Ruko's insides, he has genuine fear, but also this is very entertaining. Okay. Draw a card. Is it from middle, left, or right?
It's gonna go right.
Yay. Sorry, there's a cat that just attacked my entire head just now. Holy
You have a whole
Welcome to
lizard
cat.
folk light up. The racial smoke of blood skill.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The card you've chosen, the Veil of Shadows. So what you see here is, it looks like a wisp of smoke that becomes more material. It kind of twines itself into an actual veil over this shadowy face. It can't quite tell if it has wisps of smoke that compose a pale white skin, or if it's so gaunt that it's bones itself. And this one speaks of obscurity, mystery, something hidden deep and dark, perhaps you don't even know of. Who knows? Maybe you've experienced things or know people who have. What?
If I've experienced things or know people who have, that's a bit general, isn't it?
Well, of course, it has made a significant impact on you as a person or character. Something veiled and shadowy. Yeah, not so creative, huh? You're wearing a mask. You want to try another?
He clicks the gun. Sure.
Ruko does that cat flinch, like with the metronome when you do it, but his expression remains the same.
He draws the center this time. You can tell he's just going right to left.
Okay. Second one. Blade of Destiny. So this one will signify power of choice, the weight of responsibility. Path is formed by your decisions and actions that will shape your fate and that of others. Alright. Generic guy, huh? You're another.
He unclicks the gun. And kind of pockets it and just takes the left one.
Okay.
They pocket him in holster. Just put a gun in his pocket.
Yeah, just...
He doesn't even have pockets.
Alright. The third one is this, it looks like a jade serpent wrapped around the base of a statue. And the statue and the serpent both become more fleshy and real toward the top. This third one is the Serpent's Embrace. Sorry. It kind of conveys a warning and a promise in a way. It speaks of treachery and alliances, hidden agendas, potential transformation and renewal through the process. So those who could deceive you, yet they trust in your ability to shed your old skin and emerge stronger. Okay, that one's tough. Out of character, that was tough. Oh fuck.
Better than I could do.
Yes. Despite deception, alliances will hold strong, but be wary. You will grow through the process.
I am a hard reader, aren't I?
Yeah.
You did well, as far as fortune telling goes.
It's not exactly a fortune, but yeah, it's sort of a thing.
It's a science, more than a magic.
It's really hard when you don't react when I read cards, but
Pulled out a gun on you, what do you mean?
Well, your face react. I mean, that's a reaction, but how am I supposed to read? Oh, he's cocking a gun. Could be fucking with me or not.
I was checking to see if you're good under pressure.
I don't know what it's like not to be under pressure.
Yeah, you barely started. I like you. I'll make sure you don't die.
I'm not sure if I like you, but I think you're cool.
I don't need you to like me.
Appreciate
Perfect. X. Come, just be friendly.
He's friendly.
When he wants to be, or if he wants food.
As
He's
far
a
as
cool
cats
guy.
go, he's very friendly.
Yeah, he's really cool. Did you see him roll that guy?
That was impressive. I've seen that guy do many flips.
Yeah, he can steal so much. If he wanted to. Not like he has or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Rook was
Your
having
lack
a
of
time.
discretion is going to be the death of both of us.
I know, yeah, okay. I'll tell you what. In the morning, let's think of you disguising you, huh?
Why does everyone want me to be disguised?
You're in trouble. Do you know the meaning of this?
It means you all think
People
I'm
are
ugly or
looking for
something.
you, looking for your face. Is Ruko
For
your real
what?
name? Did you just tell me your real name?
Yes.
He gives Tex a fucking He just looks at the...
For the record, I have lived my whole life undercover. I've had to deal with this for so long, and now we are so far away. And it's the first time I could finally not do this. You know? But apparently it's still a terrible decision. I can't just... whatever.
Well, eventually. Maybe when we're inside, not under the stars, you know?
Stars watching?
They can. Stars are always watching.
Makes sense now. I always feel like I'm being watched.
Why do you think a moon fell from the sky?
moon has bad aim.
You think it was trying to kill you?
Anyone? I don't know, honestly.
I could think of no greater irony than being struck dead by a moonstone. So unlucky and very lucky.
Not only that, but smote by the god who doesn't like untimely deaths.
Right?
Honestly,
there are many layers.
The best way to go.
That would be pretty wild.
Killed by a moonstone.
Wow, somebody's life who's worse than mine.
Hex, you had dinner.
That's all it takes.
That's all it takes, yep.
You had more food than me at dinner.
Eat faster.
It's not good for you. You'll throw it up.
He did.
Oh, yeah, you did. Good point.
In my bowl. Whatever.
You offered. If you weren't done, you shouldn't have offered it.
I offered you a spoonful in a separate fucking receptacle. I don't know if you know how pieces work, but you're not supposed to eat directly out of the bowl. That's heretic behavior.
I just hold up my paws.
I saw the hand earlier.
I need to use my mouth to use that hand.
Does he?
It has verbal components, I think.
At least to summon it. I think you can continue controlling it for the duration, but I'd have to double check.
Well, I'm glad you have enough etiquette to not talk with your mouth full, but still talk, but still eat directly out of the bowl without a plate. Yeah. I think maybe this whole like cat act might be good for you in terms of just acting like a normal person.
Just wait until he turns into his regular form, Fred.
Regular form?
Oh, is he a salesman?
He's got curly red hair. He's a gnome.
Gotcha.
If that truly is his true form, and he's doing a good job at disguising himself. Better than you.
Well, Ruko is actively standing behind a log where Tex cannot get him, so...
You could learn a thing or two from him, probably. I'm assuming for these past few days,
What's that?
What happened?
He turned into paste.
What the? Why is he so little?
Is that water? Is he in the water?
What is happening? What's Tex doing?
I'm just glaring at you, Ruko.
Tex, we're not fighting. I'm trying to make you have friends.
I just noticed earlier that I had a new sprite that was just called Eyes.
Yeah.
Just eyes.
Oh,
right.
I haven't gotten to see it yet.
That's from the your dream, right?
Yeah, but they were different in the dream.
They
Those are
were
like angrier.
Yeah.
I have some new ones
They
too.
were very different.
You're all gonna have some
Mine
new ones
was-
as soon as I finish up the sitting and sneaking ones, but I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
Mine was updated to have the ribbons from the gauntlets.
Can my sneaking one be me on my hind legs?
Like a person.
Yeah, like Scooby Dooing it.
Sure. I like it. I'm into it.
No, please don't do that.
Like the cats in Cats Don't That what's it? The Cat Returns.
The cat returns, yeah.
An entire procession line where they're all walking weirdly.
Alright. It is starting to get a little late. A lot of people have made their way to tents. You guys are welcome to sleep whenever you want, but it is starting to, yawns are going around the campfire.
Fine, I'll make my wisdom save.
Are you on the run as well? He just looks at Sketch.
He's a
Wow, racist.
Actually,
you started it.
I am curious. How much would Branch know about like the Sealand colonization of Zulukara? Or like,
Yeah, give me a society check.
all right.
I've made such a huge
Technically-
mistake calling this nation Cyrilin and Cyrillil being its adjective. They're so hard to say.
Cyrillil,
Cyrillil.
The Cyrillil Inquisitor from Cyrillin
Breakfast Cyrillil.
likes to lilt lilies. With the 10, they don't fuck with Zulukara. They're too far away. You would know that they're already like crossing the sea just to get to Famador. And, like, maybe there's a world where Famador is the first step to taking control of Eden, and then Zulukara would be kind of available to them. Like, Zulukara is almost as far away as it can be within the Wildlands.
Gotcha.
It's a pretty far stretch, and they don't seem to mess with it. With a 10, you would know Zulukara has problems, but their problems are not with Cyrillin. It's from other people, especially from invaders.
God, Jane just looks like a pile of skin.
Yeah,
Because she is.
The guy's from Zulukara. Of course he's on the run. I wouldn't want to live there for my whole life, I'd say. Honestly. Although I can't say Eden's much better.
I'm actually trying to go back there. I'm running away from a evil circus woman who owned me. So.
You've got a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
They don't know you anymore?
Technically, yes, but I ran away and I can buy myself.
So they don't own you anymore?
Technically, they do.
Nope.
Nope.
They don't own you anymore, all right?
But I didn't pay for myself, so...
All right. Well, you're not getting any solidarity from me.
Your name is Sketch?
Yeah, that's right.
You, Naruko, see me in the morning.
What?
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's gonna whip you into shape, boys.
I don't need another personal trainer.
We already did this on the
We're
boat.
not training.
Okay.
I don't
Not
need to
your
fight
dad.
for my life.
Fucked me up real good the other day, I'll tell you that.
If you were my dad, that'd save me
gross.
some trouble, but yeah, you're not my dad.
That's gross too, Sketch.
What?
We
He's
are.
not.
We are
Wait, what are
going
we
to
talking
scout
about?
Alcazar, though, so that we can get this training ground ready for both of you.
Excellent idea.
Wait, but why? Why are we meeting? What's happening?
I think we're going to bed and we're meeting him tomorrow.
Yeah, in the morning.
Where all of us
Before
get
you show
together?
your face around town, we're going to get you some disguises.
Oh.
No. We tried that. We
Mm.
got halfway there. We
He
didn't
just
look very
pulls out
good,
his
though.
disguise kit.
Oh, that's so much
Whoa.
better than what we were doing. We had like 4 wigs and a couple of shirts.
Yeah.
For fur, you need dyes. It'll last a few days.
You can see that Narafi has the full kit. He has outfits, he has makeup, he has... I mean, you're welcome to share as much as you want. He has a proper disguise kit.
Awesome.
Whoa.
Ooh, okay.
Sometimes you need to go undercover.
Under wraps, you say?
Don't make me laugh.
I'm sorry.
First guy
It
I
was
see
just-
yeah, there you go.
It was right there.
Yeah.
I had to.
Those are hidden in the compartment.
Understood. Cool.
I like how Sketch talks to him like a timid 20 feet away.
True.
Tall.
Well, Ruko's just completely close. He doesn't care about danger whatsoever.
Ruko is like a 5-year-old with a fork next to an outlet at all times.
You know those videos where the cat constantly saves a toddler from falling off balconies and stuff? That's
Yeah.
Tex and Ruko's relationship.
There's definitely a Tom and Jerry about this, I think.
Have a good evening. Rest well. Tomorrow we're going to dye you.
Usually say tomorrow we're going to die.
Ah,
I like
He
this
likes-
option. Life's getting better.
Bill eventually saunters out. And he takes a seat. And he kind of... is it quite alright if I join? I don't intend to keep anyone up with
Sure.
conversation. I just need somewhere warm that is outdoors.
He nods.
Somewhere
Mr. Green.
that feels, quote unquote.
Over time,
Can
you
you
do...
feel it?
Yes, over time you do develop the ability to feel. I can even taste a little bit now, although that one took some time.
You do smoke.
I do.
Something to look forward to, eh, Foster?
Foster looks, as much as a skeleton can look visibly anything, visibly confused by all that.
How long have you been awake? Both of you. I don't think I ever got that.
I've been awakened for something on the order of 5 or 6 years.
Ah. You, Foster?
I don't know. It must have been months, maybe years, maybe longer.
Just let me know when you when you want to give smoking another try. It's good at relaxing, at de-stressing.
Catch naked now.
How long were you asleep?
At least 300-ish years. Back before the Golden Wars.
It's a very long time.
Long nap for a person, short nap for a corpse.
Yeah, I guess so.
Pretty long nap even for a corpse. Bones don't last forever.
It certainly
Especially
felt
out in the
long.
open.
Suppose not.
Hey, Bill, how do you keep your shoes on?
He lowers down and kind of rolls up his pant leg. And you can
Thigh
see...
highs.
No, it's not thigh highs, but it's honestly kind of close. He's got little, like, suspender things that go from the interior of his very nice shoes around his ankle bones and kind of like...
Little garter belts?
Yeah,
Like a
little
really long
belts.
garter belt?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really is kind of like a garter belt, yeah.
I don't see many skeletons take the effort to dress themselves as well as you do.
Well, I wanted to maintain as much of my etiquette and personality as I could. To be frank, I wasn't even sure if I'd wake up at all. I've been quite satisfied with the results. I feel like me, just deader and
The
a little drier.
results. This was something you were anticipating.
It was. Everyone dies eventually. Even Illithid.
No, by which I mean you anticipated coming back.
Oh, certainly. I did it to myself.
Interesting.
That your case, Narafi? Still haven't told me what you are. Just a skeleton with meat.
A skeleton with meat is just a person.
Yeah, are you a person or are you undead?
That's something to answer at a later date.
Yeah.
Bill kind of... Well, let's see how this goes.
Ruko scoots away from Branch to dissociate. Momentarily.
Oh, son of a bitch. It's so appropriate, though. Branch, at the last second, you hear a as the staff is starting to come to bonk you in the back of the head. And you duck. And he looks at you a little flustered and looks at this cane. Well, that is quite rude. You don't just ask someone if they're undead.
Or a person.
And what if they get into he definitely like limbos under it or something more than just ducking.
Yeah.
Something fancy.
Yeah. And what if we got to know their and what if we got to know if we got to bring them back to life or whatever? Or like you need like special healing and shit, oil and all that.
I suppose that is a good thing to know ahead of time, but that is his information to divulge.
Sure. I get you. He didn't need to share.
If he's even undead, Bill kind of like looks you over. That is just the normal garb for an Uni guard.
He just kind of holds his hand forward, and he takes his kopesh out, grips the blade, and some blood comes out, drips onto the ground.
Yeah. Bill shrugs.
Well, something I had to think about, considering where he used to work. Or the people he hung around, usually.
At this point, actually, I think it would be Hopper that chimes in. Uni culture, anonymity is one of the most valuable things that you can buy. People tend to walk around with a lot of money, having made a lot of illicit deals, and as such, most of the wealthiest people in the state keep their identity secret.
Fair. So you're a Nepo baby, huh?
A Nepo baby?
Daddy's money rider, right?
Doesn't say anything.
Yeah, I'll let you keep that one. Probably a class of people that they like even less than the Justicars.
If you're talking about wealth, like, I have about as much as you do. So,
Just silently tucks away the pocket of 30 gold.
The richest person here.
moral branches hypocrisy.
Yep.
Yeah. Living in squalor. That's why we're getting the 25%.
I have station, not wealth. And
Fair.
that station means nothing here.
All right. So why are you here? They really like you over in Delwero.
I like most people in Del Muerto.
So why didn't you just stay there?
I haven't been there in a very long time. Sometimes people need to move from where they're at. Things get stagnant. It's also not a very good place for living people to live in. No food, for example.
Plenty of alcohol, though. I mean, correct.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Eventually skeletons can get drunk.
Can they?
You probably don't know, but you could give me a society or occultism check.
I want to find out.
If that was
It's
at
not
me.
easy.
It's absorbed through the bones.
Through the marrow. Oh, we haven't wiped down Foster yet.
Wiped him down.
What happened to Foster?
His marrow still works.
It is worth mentioning, we're still going to do a little flashback for Foster to Delaware. So you did find that they have the baths, where they basically have a bunch of beetles that chew away debris on the skeletons. They bathe in beetles.
Oh, okay. So can the skeletons get drunk, or are they just role playing that too?
With society, you've at least heard stories that pirate skeletons drink.
I guess that makes sense. Why would a town have alcohol if they can't drink it? I mean, the stuff tastes like shit. You can't get drunk off it. I mean, whatever.
Yeah, if you could absorb alcohol with your skin and didn't have to drink it, I think people would just bathe in it.
Oh my god, I'd bathe in it. I'd bathe in it every day.
Be a lot more undead that way.
All right.
Yeah.
The night does wind down, but there's one last thing that happens before bed. Who sleeps where? Do you guys just all find your own tents, or who's paired up?
Branch probably sticks with sleeping like in the same tent as BB as we have these past few weeks.
Excellent. He's got a tent over here to the northwest.
Narafi asks where Hopper wants to sleep. Does he sleep in the city or does he sleep in the tents?
No, I don't want to go back through the rainforest at night. That sounds like a suicide mission. I'll probably just set up a tent right next to BB's, honestly.
Yeah, then I'll just station in his tent or around it.
Understood.
Sit outside it, sharpening the copet.
Perfect. Wonderful. How about Ruko and Sketch?
I don't know if I have a tent. I have a bedroll, and that's about it.
I didn't really feel safe unless I'm with Tex, because he's in danger.
He's
so I
in
have to
danger?
protect him. Yeah, he's the one who needs protection. That's what's really going on here.
Yeah, for sure.
We can just set our bedrolls over here.
Yeah, I want to hang out with Sketch too, because I know him better.
Sick.
Yeah, we'll figure something out outside, I guess, and make a
What's
tent.
everyone gets so flat when they're sleeping?
It's because I'm reusing the dead sprites.
Oh.
Oh, oops, I am using the dead sprite.
Here we go. Just add Z's.
Okay, wonderful. Or go ahead.
I probably spent a little bit of time next to Narafi, and pass him my dagger and he'll sharpen it for me.
I just nod and do so.
And I stay kind of like between Narafi and Ruko and Sketch for a little bit, and then I'll eventually, after the blade sharpened, I'll go and once Ruko's fallen asleep, I jump onto his chest and start kneading, and then curl up.
He
Perfect.
polishes it too so it doesn't rust.
Sketch probably sleeps naked but curls his cloak up like a pillow.
Aw, that's cute.
Oh, he also cleans his gun so it doesn't get gummed up tomorrow.
Naturally.
Probably I'll stay close to the fire. Since the three of us don't have a tent because we're poor and weak.
Yeah.
There is probably a point where, as you guys are all rolling around on the ground, Bill's like, you know, there are extra bedrolls in the mission tent if you would like.
Rook was up instantly. Yeah.
Wonderful.
I get flung off of Ruko's chest into the fire.
I was wondering why they were sleeping out in the open. Okay, makes sense.
Perfect.
Get
All
used
of us
to
are
it.
privileged.
Lisa's not sleeping in a bog.
What's wrong with bugs?
You sink.
As everybody settles in and as you reposition and finally are able to get some sleep, Narafi, as you were standing guard for a little while longer, under the moonlight, it is still bright. You guys are just a little bit past the full moon. There is a little shape that kind of skitters across the ground from the campfire. And at first it's hard to tell what it is, but as it gets closer, it's a little familiar to you. It feels like a thing that you've seen in your dreams a few times. You watch as a little hieroglyph kind of skitters, until it reaches this rock. It kind of whoops up onto the side of the rock. Just this flat painting. And it kind of just looks at you from the rock, silently.
I regard it, and then very slowly I walk toward it.
It's only a few inches tall, but as you get closer, you can see that its shoulders kind of relax a little bit, and it extends a hand, just big enough for, like, you know, the tip of your finger if you wanted.
Yeah, I touch it.
You feel cold rock. There's nothing there, it's simply an image on the side of the rock. But there's kind of a nice feeling of, you know, some sort of connection that happens when you just touch your fingertip to the fingertip of this little hieroglyph. And then it fades away into nothing.
I put my hand where it was before and just lean against it. I let my shoulders slump and my head bow. Then I inhale, rotate my shoulders, and go back to my guarding position.
Alright. The rest of the night goes pretty uneventfully. And eventually you all wake in the morning. Mostly to the commotion of hundreds of people, well, not hundreds, but 30 or 40 people all kind of gathering once again, putting on their heavy armor, the clinking of metal as people start to sharpen swords against whetstones, and people beginning to crowd around the job board to try to claim the jobs that they want. Let's put this to an official vote. It sounded like a couple people had already made up their mind. But what are y'all doing? Let's see, we got
I am dying these boys.
Alcazar.
Yeah.
We got the Athenaeum, and we got the Gateway.
Where does Hopper go?
Hopper is most interested in the Athenaeum, but he also is kind of a social pushover, which means he'll go where the cool kids are going.
Who are the cool kids then?
Mostly you and Foster, so it's kind of where you and Foster want to go.
I asked Foster where he wants to go. I want to give him some agency.
Where's my token?
Grim.
Oh, sorry, you cut out there. We just got the very end of it.
Oh, sorry. Foster for sure wants to go to the Athenaeum, especially after talking to Grim.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, and go there with him.
Alright, so we have... Hopper doesn't get a vote. He's along for the ride. We have 2 for the Athenaeum. Tex is looking at the Alcazar.
Gateway.
Branch is looking at the Gateway, which means, Sketch, you have a potential... Or actually, yeah, you have a potentially swaying vote here, and then Ruka will probably get to make the final call. Where are you going?
That's the worst.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
We're putting all the pressure on you.
Great. Can I have a brief little hey, my idea is the coolest from some people?
Yeah, you guys try to sell Ruka. What do you guys want to do?
Magic items, so the other missions are easier. Other people don't do them. But
Training
I guess
ground to whip you into shape, and also scrying protection to keep you from blabbing constantly.
Wow. Least like
It's gonna spite not choose that.
Right?
I'm just
no,
trying.
but also yeah.
I'm just trying to find somewhere to fuck off and live well. And a gateway sounds really way easy for that,
Yep.
especially if we get slim pickings for it for the first, I don't know, year or so.
I was murdered, and I'd like to know why.
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And yours is what? The
Athenaeum. It is communication and divination. It's a good way to find things, learn things, and talk to people over a long distance.
God damn it.
If you have enemies, we could also try and find them.
Yeah. Okay, I love portals and I love feeling safe and having cool shit, but also knowing things is Ruko's deal.
Don't worry, if you want to feel safe, baby, we're gonna change the way you look.
Wow.
Ow.
Everyone hates the way I look.
We can give you stripes.
Stripes.
White ones.
Alright, so
That's kind of cool.
I'm a believer in runoff voting. Branch, you can see that you're losing on the Gateway. You can either go to the Athenaeum and confirm it for sure, or you could step over to the Alcazar and make it a coin flip.
Fucking
Spite it. Go on, spite it.
huh. If I go to the Athenaeum, there's a chance I might see that prick Edis again, but I'm definitely not strong enough to kill him yet. Yeah. Coin flip.
Coin flip!
Coin flip.
Coin flip! Alright.
All right.
Want us more
groups-
familiars.
Aren't our groups splitting anyways?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, so... yeah. Shit. So, here we go. Go and move yourself back to the Gateway,
All
Branch.
right.
For reasons that above the board are entirely schedule-related and meta-related, Foster is going to be waiting behind with Baby Boy to meet with Jane.
Okay.
So, Foster's vote is wait and see for now.
So, what you're saying, our votes meant nothing? This was a waste of time?
No, what it means now is that Branch is the deciding factor and gets to decide between the Alcazar and the Athenaeum.
Okay. Cool weapons or stupid godly shit.
If he does... Here's the thing. If he does wait over there, then I go over to the gate.
The Alcazar? Okay, alright.
But there's just fighting in the darkness.
So I'm curious a bit. How much of Edis's influence or like things about him and just his like chapter are what I learned through the Athenaeum?
So, from the description that you're getting from the job board and from talking to Bill, who also seems interested in the Athenaeum, it sounds like it is a place where they do rituals. They do divination. They do communication. You will only find what you look for. It's not like Edis is waiting there. It's a place where you can do these rituals. So, like, Edis isn't a god of divination. It's not very likely that you'll run into anything Edgicite over there. Unless you specifically use rituals to look for it.
We're going to the Alcazar then. This is more useful for me.
Alright.
Sorry.
Just fighting in the darkness with better swords.
Can't use magic. Ain't no use to me.
Can't find your way out because you have no
You
magic.
can't see in the dark?
It's a metaphor.
We have torches. Come on, let's get you in the bath.
No.
For what it's worth, as this is all happening, there's like 20 or 30 other people here. And when Darwin sees that you are like upset about not getting picked for the Athenaeum, he does say, we will have a group going there. We'll be getting it online as quickly as we can. Even if you help with one of the other ones, we'll allow you to use the Athenaeum if you prefer.
So I can still get access to that gateway whenever.
Of course, these resources, they do have limited usage. Some can only be used once a week or a day or something like that. But there are only 30 of you, and most of you only need one or two things initially. We'll make sure that people... The whole point of this is not to rebuild some guild, it is to make these tools available for you. You'll get access to whatever you need.
Yeah, if we just prove we're better than everyone else, we'll be fine.
Most of the others are going to die anyways.
Oh, absolutely.
Might as well stick together.
That's not very optimistic.
That's how guilds work.
Bill kind of looks at me. He's right. Optimism be damned. Some of you are going to die today.
Don't worry, I won't let you die.
That's good, I don't want to die.
If this was a book club, I would go back inside and start recommending favorites. And we also wouldn't be paying you 25 gold pieces.
Okay. How would you like to be a tabby? He asked Sketch.
Oh, I thought you were just going to make me a leopard. That seemed like the easiest thing. You just make the spots bigger.
Rather easy still to tell that's you, don't you think? It's just
Make
me with
me a
bigger
snow
spots.
leopard, but
Okay,
yeah, I guess a
if you
tabby
want.
works.
Yeah. Oh,
I'll do a
whatever
tabby.
you want. Here's the thing. It's not about your look, it's about the trouble it gets you in, alright? You're both very attractive young men.
You're funny.
I know.
Wow. Hitting on me, that was quick. Tabby works, though. I could do that.
I just get out the dyes. You're going to be wearing these for 30 minutes and then you're going to wash them off and then we're going to apply a second application for the patterns. It's going to take 2 hours overall.
Okay. Can I get breakfast first?
Can I help?
Yeah, you're going to put it on yourselves. You want me to put it on you? We can get lots of people to help.
I'm gonna help you put it on Sketch.
All right. He puts on these big leather gloves. He doesn't want to get the dye on him. This is a brush applicator. It gets through the strands.
See, look, he knows how to instruct on how to use cosmetics. Sketch.
What? I'm not a teacher. It's not my fault.
You can clearly tell Ruko's blaming you for earlier when he didn't know how to use the powder stuff.
I can tell you're used to painting your fur.
Yeah, just painting in my own fur, not other people's fur. I guess it's not that much different, but...
As Finn is watching all of this go on, he has just kind of like an amused look on his face.
This the part you expected to come out here?
I wasn't really sure what to expect, but sometimes I'm given reminders by the world of how lucky I am.
Tell you what, I ain't gotten a lot of things to do around here anymore. If this ain't a scam, if you're really trying to rebuild Famador, I guess count me in.
You're local. You're Edusite. Or were.
You know the story. You brought it up yesterday.
Oh, right. Yeah, I totally did, didn't I? Yeah. We might have to have you using a new name for a little while, too, but...
I've been using a new name for the last 7 years.
It's a good call. You seem like you got a good head on your shoulders.
Maybe.
He does...
Glad it's not flattened.
Yeah. Truth be told, I don't think many people even really remember that. Eden's had bigger problems.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's really comforting at all, to know that your biggest story has already been forgotten by everyone else.
I think I could be fine dying with no one remembering me.
Really?
I can't really think of anyone who's going to. So, might as well make the best of what I have already.
The history books will.
Do you want to be remembered as the guy who killed the queen?
Nah. Well, maybe if it becomes a good thing later down the road, but...
She probably was a bitch. I don't know.
The High Priestess.
Maybe.
I don't want to tip my hands here too much, but she was actually very sweet. She was a boon to the entire nation.
Thanks for making me feel like shit again.
Yeah, sorry. That's the truth. I don't like to lie.
Yeah, that's fine.
I, for what it's worth, I think it was an accident. I really do believe that. I think people do desperate things when they're desperate, and that not everything that we do with our own hands we do of our own volition. If you want to change what history thinks of you, then change what you do. Do something great.
I'll keep that in mind. Branch walks back to the idiot party to see what they're doing now.
You hear a nice little smack.
What the hell?
Sorry, Sketch.
That's not how you put the paint on.
Working.
Oh, don't slap it on. You have to you have to massage it into the scalp.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Yes, to get to the roots for it to stick.
He's gonna look like a tabby?
Yeah.
What about me?
What do you want to look like? You want to be like very dark? And then with stripes? Light stripes? Do you want spots? Spots are harder.
Oh, I could do like the all black white stripes.
Okay, we can do that.
Ooh, I thought we were
It'll
going to make him
you
a
stick out.
blonde.
Do you want to be blonde?
No. No.
Okay, we can make you all dark then. You should consider blonde.
I'm like mostly there. Pretty dark. Just make it more black.
Maybe a Dalmatian.
Oh, change the
That
speech.
would be so different, yeah.
They'd
Can't
never
even tell.
recognize you.
We will fade out on this conversation as you were deciding your disguise.
Yeah.
And we will...
You guys decide what you look like.
Shortly. Yeah, you guys work out what your disguises look like. And, maybe shoot me what it is, and I'll maybe make some tokens for it. We'll see. We'll see. I got stuff on my plate. Next session, 1 week. We finally, after all this time, jump back to Jane, Kaz, and Fetch as they continue to travel towards Famador in search of Bilgrim. And we'll see where that goes. And then when you guys play next, you will be heading to the Alcazar.
I get it. Jane's looking for a skeleton because she's just skin now.
I got a treat for her.
Should we roll that disguise check first?
Oh, yeah, go ahead and, yeah.
Just so that you don't make good tokens.
Yeah, that's true. I should
Hey,
based on the
but
roll.
mine's real easy though. I'm just black, and then I got white stripes.
Yeah, let's see.
How about if you're currently?
I believe it.
Wait, what are you doing? Disguise.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dry under the sun. Our children, they sped to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dark. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burnt us fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men